Assalamualaikum and good morning. Before we begin the session, I would like to get your response on the quality of the visual and audio. Please respond and let me know if there are any problems or noises can be heard. To all speakers and audience, I would like to remind you to kindly mute your microphone during our session. For your information, the opening ceremony for this conference will be streamed live via Pusat Asasi UiTM's YouTube channel, and we will also be having both the Science and Technology and Social Sciences session via the same channel. Yang berbahagia, Profesor Datuk Teknologis Dr. Hajar Rozia Muhammad Jano, Vice Chancellor, University Teknologi Mara UiTM Malaysia. Yang berbahagia, Profesor Dr. Hadi Noor, Professor, Department of Chemistry, Universitas Negeri Malang, Indonesia. Yang berbahagia, Profesor Dr. Muhammad Rafi bin Johan, Director, Nanotechnology and Catalysis Research Center, NanoCat, University Malaya. Yang berbahagia, Profesor Dr. Nur Zaidi Haji Muhammad Daud, Professor, Faculty of Business Management, University Teknologi Mara UiTM Malaysia. Yang berbahagia, Professor Technologist Dr. Saifullah Haji Abdullah, Director of Center of Foundation Studies, University Teknologi Mara UiTM Malaysia. The conference local chair, our invited speakers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and a very good morning. Ladies and gentlemen, before we begin, it is time to sing the national anthem, Negaraku and Wawasan Setia Warga UiTM.
Kita jangan
First of all, it is my pleasure to be the MC for the I-CReST Virtual Conference 2022. My name is Sri Fitriati Muhammad Kanali from the Center of Foundation Studies, University Technology Mara UiTM, Malaysia. On behalf of the organizers, we wish to extend our warm welcome, Selamat Datang, and thank you to all foreign and local participants, guests of honor, and representatives to the third I-CReST Virtual Conference 2022 organized by the Center of Foundation Studies, University Technology Mara UiTM, Dengkil Campus, Selangor, Malaysia. To seek blessings for our event today, I would like to invite Al-Fadil Ustad Ahmad Jamil bin Jaafar to lead the dua recitation.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Wal aqibatu lil muttaqin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa ashabihi ajma'in. Alhamdulillah. Indeed, all praises is due to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. We praise Him and seek His help and forgiveness on this blessed day in conjunction with I-CReST 2022. We seek your blessings for a flawless progress of this event from the beginning till the end. Ya Allah, Ya Munzil al-Rahmah, wa Ya Fatih al-Barakat. We glorify and thank you. You have showered us with countless blessings. We humbly ask you to shower our speakers and participants of your greatest inspiration so that they may share the most of their knowledge, heart and soul to their research and practices. May we also absorb the prized knowledge and put it into practice what we may learn today. Ya Allah, Ya Kareem, we pray that you bless all the committees in charge, that they may be able to fulfill their tasks responsibly, that the objective they have set may all be achieved. Show us your guidance and adjust our path and ways to achieve happiness and glory. Ya Allah, do bless our meeting and gathering, and do prevent us from harm and unfortunate events. Allahumma ja'al jama'ana hadha jam'an marhuma, wa tafarruqna min ba'dihi tafarruqan ma'suma. Allahumma inna na'udhu bika minal barasi wal junun, wal judham, wa min sayyi'il asqam. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah, wa fil akhirati hasanah, wa qina adhaban nar. Wa sallallahu ala sayyidina Muhammad, wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa baraka wa sallam. Walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Taqabbalallahu minna wa minkum. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ameen, Ameen, Ya Rabbal Alameen. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the theme of this year's conference is Transcending Boundaries and Sustaining Livelihood through Multidisciplinary Research. This international conference aims to provide opportunities for researchers and scholars across the globe to present their research work and findings with common enthusiasts, ultimately boosting the possibilities for impactful academic sharing and networking. For your information, today we have 180 participants as well as industrial experts and professionals joining this conference. All participants have come together to discuss various contributions to science, technology, and social sciences. We hope these valuable contributions in this one day of conference will be beneficial to both academia and the industry. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, to begin, I would like to invite Yang Berbahagia Professor Technologist Dr. Saifullah Haji Abdullah, Director of Center of Foundation Studies, University Technology Mara UiTM, Malaysia, to deliver his welcoming speech. Please welcome Professor Technologist Dr. Saifullah Haji Abdullah.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you MC, Ms. Sri Fitriati. Yang berbahagia, Profesor Datuk Teknologis Dr. Hajah Roziah Muhammad Jano, Vice Chancellor Universiti Teknologi Mara UiTM Malaysia. Yang berbahagia, Profesor Dr. Hadi Nur, Profesor Department of Chemistry, Universitas Negeri Malang, Indonesia. Yang berbahagia, Profesor Dr. Muhammad Rafi bin Johan, Director, Nanotechnology and Catalysis, Research Center, Nanocat, Universiti Malaya. Yang berbahagia, Profesor Dr. Nur Zaidi, Haji Muhammad Daud, Profesor, Faculty of Business Management, Universiti Teknologi Mara, UiTM, Malaysia. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh dan salam sejahtera. Alhamdulillah, all praises to Allah, the most gracious and the most merciful, by whose grace and blessings have enabled us together here for our annual conference. It is my great pleasure to welcome you to the International Conference on Research and Practices in Science, Technology, and Social Sciences 2022, I-CReST 2022 Virtual Conference, with the theme Transcending Boundaries and Sustaining Livelihood through Multidisciplinary Research. I am very grateful and pleased to announce that Center of Foundation Studies, UiTM Selangor Dengkel Campus, is organizing its third international conference, I-CReST 2022, has received nearly 180 local and international entries. Among the countries that are invited to present papers are from Japan, Indonesia, China, Philippines, Brunei, and Morocco. I would like also to take this opportunity to thank and congratulate the I-CReST 2022 Organizing Committee, particularly Dr. Fadiatul Hasina as a chairperson, whose members have put together and engaging this conference. We are fortunate to have their tremendous support, cooperation, and hard work to make this conference a success. Ladies and gentlemen, despite the COVID-19 pandemic, I feel honored to be part of I-CReST 2022 that manages together academics, researchers, professionals, and industry practitioners from various backgrounds to exchange ideas and indulge knowledge beyond the norm. This virtual academic event also aims to provide opportunities for researchers and scholars to present their work and findings with common enthusiasm that will collectively and significantly contribute to the sustainment and improvement of livelihood through impactful academic sharing and networking involving science, technology, engineering, and social sciences. Alhamdulillah, we have received a good response for the participation. A glance through the list of presentations planned for today reveal amazing diversity that opens the doors for innovation and collaboration in the knowledge transfer for the benefit of institutions. And on behalf of I-CReST 2022 organizers, I wish to extend our warm welcome and express my gratitude to our plenary speaker, keynote speakers for science and technology and social science, for their willingness to be part of this conference. I am sure everyone in attendance today is eagerly waiting for the insight that will be sharing with us in just a while. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, thank you to the organizing committee for the efforts in making this conference successful despite that current pandemic situation that is affecting the country. I would like to thank our industry partners for their generosity. This conference would not have been possible without the significant contribution of all parties. I am grateful to the many experts who come to share their knowledge today. I'm sure you will have a fruitful and rewarding exchange. I wish you every success, and I look forward to learning about the outcome. On behalf of university, I would like to convey my humblest appreciation to everyone here for your support and contribution. I hope many will grab this golden opportunity to expand your knowledge and skill in enriching the world research. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Technologies Dr. Saifullah, for the welcoming remarks. Before we move on to the next agenda, let us take a look at a special montage presentation of I-CReST 2022. Next, I am honored to invite Yang Berbahagia Professor Datuk Technologist Dr. Hajar Rozia Muhammad Jano, Vice Chancellor, University Technology Mara UiTM Malaysia, to deliver the opening speech and to officiate this conference. Please welcome Professor Datuk Technologist Dr. Hajar Rozia Muhammad Jano.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh dan salam sejahtera. Yang berbahagia Profesor Teknologis Dr. Saifullah Haji Abdullah, Pengarah Pusat Asasi UiTM, para penceramah dan peserta persidangan I-CReST 2022, serta hadirin yang saya hormati sekalian. Saya bersyukur kehadrat Allah Subhanahu Wa Taala kerana dengan limpah kurnianya dapat kita berhimpun bersama-sama dalam majlis pembukaan International Conference on Research and Practices in Science, Technology and Social Sciences 2022. In short, I-CReST 2022. Terlebih dahulu, saya ingin mengucapkan ribuan terima kasih kepada pihak Pusat Asasi UiTM kerana menganjurkan acara yang bertujuan untuk berkongsi hasil penyelidikan yang akan menyemarakkan lagi ilmu dan kemahiran dalam bidang sains, teknologi dan sains kemanusiaan. Hadirin yang dihormati sekalian, bagi meneruskan majlis, izinkan saya untuk berucap dalam bahasa Inggeris. Ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome and selamat datang to everyone who has made time to be here today, albeit virtually, to share your thoughts and ideas with us at this International Conference on Research and Practices in Science, Technology and Social Sciences 2022, or better known as I-CReST 2022. Thank you. I bid to the organizer, UiTM Center of Foundation Studies at our Dankale campus, for inviting me to this year's event. I'm honored to be part of this conference that has brought dedicated researchers and scholars together in an online platform. I understand that this is the third year of the Center of Foundation Studies has organized the I-CReST conference. This proves that education and knowledge sharing have no boundaries. Despite the difficulties we encountered in the last 2 years with the COVID-19 pandemic, we have managed to pull through by utilizing available technology. Facilitated by digitalization as a solution and an enabler, UiTM is more than ready to widen access to deliver quality education beyond our shores. As the largest, highly established comprehensive university in Malaysia, UiTM provides innovative education with state-of-the-art infrastructure and technology within reach in our 34 campuses, 31 faculties and academic centers all over the country. Hence, I'm pleased that our staff have time and again shown their resilience and resourcefulness to produce quality work to ensure the university's competitiveness in academia. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe the theme chosen for this year's International Conference on Research and Practices in Science, Technology and Social Sciences is indeed apt. As leaders in our chosen fields, we have a key role in ensuring the success of our research improves the lives of our stakeholders for the better. Thus, by transcending boundaries and sustaining livelihood through multidisciplinary research, academicians and industry professionals are able to synergize and collaborate as we focus on sustaining the livelihood of our nation through scientific technology, engineering, and social sciences. At UiTM, we are always looking for ways to challenge ourselves, to bring changes and improvements that will bring further positive impact to our students and communities around us. Through our collective means and willingness to transcend beyond boundaries, we can be assured of keeping up the momentum for change that has already been put in place since the pandemic struck the world. The experience we have had will certainly help us anticipate and effectively deal much better with any future threats to sustain our livelihoods. To Professor Technologist Dr. Saifullah Haji Abdullah and his team of dedicated staff, congratulations on organizing this important event in UITM's calendar. To everyone participating in I-CReST 2022, I urge you to use this platform to exchange ideas, learn from one another, and form new networks and collaborations. May all of you have a fruitful and enjoyable experience at this year's conference. On that note, and in the name of Almighty Allah, most beneficent, most merciful, I hereby officially open the third International Conference on Research Practices in Science, Technology and Social Sciences, I-CReST 2022. Thank you. Wabillahi taufiq walhidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Professor Datuk Technologist Dr. Hajar Roziah Muhammad Jano, for the meaningful speech and for officiating I-CReST 2022. Please stay tuned for the next session. Thank you. Next, we are honored to introduce our plenary speaker, Yang Berbahagia, Professor Dr. Hadi Noor. Professor Dr. Hadi Noor is currently attached to Universitas Negeri Malang, Indonesia, and also an adjunct professor in Faculty of Science, University Technology, Malaysia. He is an expert in materials chemistry and heterogeneous catalysis. His research has centered on the integration of material science, heterogeneous catalysis, fuel cell science, and engineering in order to develop and characterize new materials for use in emerging technologies. Professor Hadi Noor earned his PhD in chemistry from University Technology Malaysia and Magister Technique, equivalent to Masters in Engineering, in Material Science and Engineering from Institute Technology Bandung, Indonesia. Professor Hadi Noor is an author and co-author of over 300 publications on various science and technologies topics, focusing on heterogeneous catalysis and advance with the ISI and Scopus High Index 28, Web of Science High Index 26, and the Google Scholar High Index 38. Today, he will deliver his speech on transdisciplinary research. Is it necessary? Please welcome Professor Dr. Hadi Noor.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and salam sejahtera. I would like to thank UITM who invited me to give a lecture at this conference. The topic of my talk today is a transdisciplinary research. I think this topic fits the subject of today's conference. According to the definitions, transdisciplinary research is defined as a research efforts conducted by investigators from different disciplines working jointly to create a new conceptual, theoretical, methodological, and translational innovations that integrate and move beyond discipline-specific approaches to address a common problem. The focus of my talk today is on the integration of science, technology, and religion. This is actually beyond transdisciplinary research. Why is this important? This is important because our society, especially in the Nusantara, is a religious society. There is a lot of debate on this topic, but this is important because life is a choice. We can choose the option that suits us or not. It's up to you, because it's on a philosophical levels. This is a challenging topic for me since my background is in science, especially in the field of chemistry, and more specifically in the field of material chemistry. So the topic delivered today is interesting and important to me. And this topic is very broad and comprehensive, so that I will took at it from various aspects. So now my position has changed from being a material chemist specialist to a generalist who talks about the integrations of science, technology, and religion in general. After all, as a Muslim, I see the importance of Islamic science as an excellent philosophy used to advance science and technology, especially for devoted Muslims. This is an outline of my lecture today, which I divide into 5 parts. The first is about the changes that are being faced by world today. Then the second is about the golden centuries of Arab nations from historical perspective. Then I will continue to the framework of Islamic science as a concept. Then scientific research from an Islamic perspective, and the last is what we are doing at UTM, namely the Ibn Sina Institute initiative. My lecture is only about connecting the dots based on information and studies that previous experts have carried out. It's nothing new, but it needs to be conveyed to a wide audience. If we look at the definitions of the Industrial Revolution 4.0, the keyword is digital technology. This digital technology is a combination of the physical world and the virtual world, which is called the cyber-physical system. It will affect every element in business operations. We cannot avoid this, and we can say that we need to adapt continuously. There is no other choice. We have no choice. We have noticed since 2 years we have experienced the COVID-19 pandemic. We are forced to adapt to condition where we cannot socialize, so we do social distancing. I was also forced to learn to use technology to deliver lectures, including today. For 2 years, I have been forced to use online lecture facilities. I have also been forced to use YouTube and other digital platforms such as Google Meet, WebEx, Zoom, etc. This is inevitable. We have to adapt to these situations. We see that the development of the world is very rapid, and the world is constantly changing. This is a picture that shows the projected population of 10 billion by the year 2100. Therefore, this population development is the basis for all world developments that we are experiencing at this time. If we associate this with education, education must also change according to the times. Therefore, I will first explain technological developments and scientific development that affects education in general. Population and technology are triggers of world change. If we look at the development of the world, we can divide into several periods. It shows the population increased to 3 billion in 1960. At this time, the development of science and technology was triggered by the Industrial Revolution 1.0. It shows the population increased to 6 billion in 1999. In this period, there is also the occurrence of the Industrial Revolution 3.0, where the development of science was triggered by the invention of computers. Today, the world population will greatly develop to 7.9 billion. The development of science and technology will be dominated by the development of artificial intelligence technology. This development will cause a very rapid changes not only from the aspect of science, technology, and economy, but also to the way of life of human beings on Earth. Now we look at the first industrial revolution. The first industrial revolution was marked by transition from hand production methods to machines through the use of steam power and water power. Its effects had a consequence on the textile manufacturing, iron industry, agriculture, and mining, although it also had societal effects. It also had an effect on British industry at the time. If we look at the second industrial revolution, the second industrial revolution, also known as the technological revolution, resulted from installations of the extensive railroad and telegraph network, which allow for faster transfer of people and ideas, as well as electricity. Increasing electrification allow for factories to develop the modern production line. Third industrial revolution, also known as the digital revolution, occurred in the late 20th century after the end of the two world wars, resulting from a slowdown of the industrialization and technological advancement compared to the previous periods. The next significant development in the communication technology was the supercomputer. In the fourth industrial revolution is the trend towards the automation and data exchange in the manufacturing technologies, and the processes which include cyber physical system or CPS, IoT, this is the Internet of Things, cloud computing, connective computing, and artificial intelligence. Now we can summarize the key theme of the Industrial 4.0. Number one is interconnection. And number two is technical assistance. Interconnection means that the ability of machine, devices, sensor, and people to connect and communicate with each other via Internet of Things. And technical assistant, what does it mean? The technical assistant is the technological facility of system to assist human in decision making and problem solving, and the ability to help human with difficult or unsafe tasks. So it can be concluded that the world is always changing or evolving. This will cause changes in the form of the companies, also business processes, business models, leadership, and also cause political changes. As we saw the collapse of the Soviet Union in the 1980s with Russia's political openness at the time, we also see the very rapid changes of science and society, and also lifestyle, democracy, war, and conflict, because the development of science and technology caused changes the society and the political landscape. One of the changes that occurred in the era of the 1990s until now is what is known as the disruptive innovation. What is a disruptive innovation? Disruptive innovation refers to the innovation that transform expensive or highly sophisticated product or services previously accessible to high-end and more skilled segment of consumers to those that are more affordable and accessible to broader population. This transformation disrupts the market by displacing long-standing established competitors. From diagram on the right, we can see that the performance of disruptive technology is rapidly evolving towards the most demanding use. Therefore, it is clear that this technology directive can very easily beat the existing conventional technology. The world is changing very fast. At this time where there is a multiplication of the disruptions, what is the double disruption? This is the terms, the new term, the double disruption. This is the combination between digital disruption and the disruption caused by the pandemic. We see at this time, we need speed to overcome the spread of the virus. So we apply social distancing. We also need a new technology that can help us to overcome this problem very fast. That's why we currently see that this disruption has resulted in many traditional companies being defeated by companies that implement innovations. These called innovation disruptions, namely companies that utilize and create new technologies that needs more speed, less people, more efficient, and fulfill new customer expectation. Today's development are also causing a change in future work. We need to realize that a lot of jobs will be replaced by automations and also jobs with special skill. More jobs created by 2030 than lost due to automations. This is the industrial sector that is lucky or take benefit from the changes, namely the industries that is engaged in the manufacturing, and then construction, then healthcare, and also retails. These are jobs that are predicted to be very necessary in the future, namely work related to the health sector, then biotechnology, then work related to the data, such as a data scientist, financial analyst, as well as work related to the cyber security. The field of psychology is also predicted to be a job that is needed in the future, in addition to fields such as a stock analyst and logistics. We also need to look at the challenges that we will face in the short period of time, namely those caused by viruses, both viruses from biology and also computers. We also see with the technological development there will be a job crisis and also generation useless. This is due to they can't anticipate the progress of science and technology. The challenges that we will face in the near future include a shift in economic power, which will be centered in China, and also the financial crisis, and also what is called industrial civilization. We also see the beginning of the artificial intelligence technology. The result of the most likely development of technology is human mental health. Therefore, this needs to be anticipated. We can see that education based on religion, education based on religion might be used to overcome mental health problems and also social issues. Social issues will definitely arise due to the interconnected world. Then the social media revolution, the globalization, the occurrence of the liberal lifestyle, all of this needs to be anticipated. In the context of the social issue, it might that Islamic education can be expected to overcome all of the problems that will be happen. Seeing a rapid change in the science and technology and also the social issue, we need to ask whether the Islamic science and technology, a transdisciplinary approach, can answer the challenges that are being faced, namely disruptive innovations. This slide shows the development of science and technology and also industry from World 1.0, where the World 5.0 contains the Industrial Revolution 1.0 and 2.0. We see from the year 700 to around 1400 was the year when the glorious movement of the Arabs and Islamic nations. But this is not keep going and decline, because Europe was rising, and we see the progress of science and technology in Europe was very fast. It started with the invention of the printing machines around 1400, and we see the development of the science and technology also along with the growth of wealth of the Europeans. The Ottoman Empire was one of the mightiest and longest lasting dynasties in the world history. The Islamic run superpower ruled large areas of the Middle East, Eastern Europe, and North Africa for more than 600 years. The chief leader, known as the Sultan, was given absolute religious and political authority over his people, while Western Europeans generally views them as a threat. Many historians regard the Ottoman Empire as a source of great regional stability and security, as well as important achievements in the arts, science, religion, and culture. At the start of World War I, the Ottoman Empire was already in decline. The Ottoman army entered the war in 1914 and were defeated in the 1918, and most Ottoman territories were divided between Britain, France, Greece, and Russia. The Ottoman Empire officially ended in 1922 when the title of Ottoman Sultan was eliminated. Turkey was declared a republic in 1923 with Mustafa Kemal Atatürk as a president. Mustafa Kemal Atatürk implementing reforms that rapidly secularized and westernized the country. This marks the end of the golden era of the Arabs and Islam at the time. One aspect to consider is what is referred to as the class of civilizations. The class of the civilization is a thesis that people's culture and religious identities will be the primary sources of conflict in the post-Cold War world. The American political scientist Samuel Huntington argued that the future wars will be fought not between countries, but between cultures. Huntington writes, "This is not to advocate the desirability of the conflict between civilization. It is to set forth descriptive hypotheses as to what the future may be like." In addition, the class of civilization for Huntington represents a development of the history. In the past, world history was mainly about the struggles between monarch, nation, and ideologies such as that seen within Western civilization. However, after the end of the Cold War, world politics moved into the new phase, in which non-Western civilizations are no longer the exploited recipients of Western civilizations, but have become additional important actors joining the West to shape and move world history. when we talk about the Islamic science and technology, we need to understand the golden age of the tradition from the Arabs. We need to look at it from a historical perspective. We can learn that Arab nation and Islam Muslim have advanced and risen again. This clarifies the importance of the understanding of Muslim scholars in variety of sciences, the humanities, physical science, metaphysics, etc., for the Islamic intellectual paradigm. The golden age of Islam has given birth to thinkers whose services and influence on world civilization have been for centuries. Islamic civilization has become the center of world knowledge. It played a role in shaping the development of science and also human civilization. Historical background of early Islam was present as a religion revealed to the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam in Mecca on the Arabian Peninsula around 610 to 632 AD with the collection of God revelations, namely the Quran, as his holy book. And the center of the Islamic teachings is the oneness or Tawhid, the oneness of God, the obedience to his commands and also prohibitions. After the death of the Prophet Muhammad, the leadership of the Muslim was continued by the Khalifah known as the Khulafaur Rashidins in succession as follows: Abu Bakr, Umar bin Khattab, Uthman bin Affan, and Ali bin Abi Talib. After the assassinations of Khalifah Ali, a complicated political upheaval took place. Muawiyah bin Abu Sufyan later won the position of Khalifah during the Umayyad dynasty. Muawiyah transferred the position of Khalifah to his son Yazid. Then the leadership was always held by the Khalifah from the Muawiyah family, one of the leading Arab Quraysh family of the Umayyad dynasty. The Umayyad dynasty was strong in military terms, but did not take much care of the development of science. The Umayyad dynasty expanded its territory to North Africa and even parts of the Iberian Peninsula, now Spain, at the tip of the European continent. The Umayyad dynasty, whose capital was in Damascus, Syria, made Islamic civilization a large multicultural civilization. But the Umayyad dynasty tended to place the status of Arabs higher than the non-Arab nation under its control. This caused a lot of dissatisfaction and even rebellion. Of several rebellions, one of which succeeded in overthrowing the Umayyad dynasty was the Abbasiyah rebellion from 746 to 750 AD. The Abbasiyah rebellion was supported by many parties dissatisfied with the Umayyad dynasty, both Arab and non-Arab Muslims and even non-Muslim. After defeating the Umayyad dynasty, the rebels established a new dynasty, namely the Abbasiyah dynasty. The first Abbasiyah Khalifah was Abu Abbas as-Saffah. Abbasiyah Khalifah paid attention to science and encouraged its progress. At the time of the second Caliph al-Mansur, the capital of the government moved to Baghdad. The vast kingdom area and the multicultural population made it possible for Muslims to struggle with the great cultures from various countries, regions and religions such as Persia, Syria, Byzantium, and others. The people of the Abbasiyah Caliphate were a multi-ethnic society consisting not only of the Arabs, but also Persians, Turks, Jews, Christians, and others. The Abbasiyah dynasty treated Arabs better than the previous dynasty, the Umayyad dynasty, even placing minorities in various important government positions. Encounter with the other major cultures allowed Muslims to find manuscripts from various ancient civilizations such as Greece, India, and Persia. Many manuscripts of ancient Greek origin in the ancient Syrian language were obtained from the Christians, while scientists in the Islamic world were also sent to Byzantium to obtain important manuscript. Now began a massive translation project supported by Abbasiyah Caliphate. At the time of the Caliphate al-Ma'mun, a legendary library of Baitul Hikmah was established. Baitul Hikmah means the house of wisdom, which was also a center of knowledge. Ancient Greek philosophical texts have a special place in the development of science in the Islamic world at the time. Many Muslim intellectuals who were influenced by Greek philosophy were also called philosophers, following the term for students of philosophy in ancient Greece. At that time, the Islamic world, especially the Abbasiyah Caliphate, became the intellectual center of the world of education and science, which was important for Muslims. Muslim philosophers became pioneers of the progress of Islamic science and civilizations. Usually, in addition to mastering philosophy, a philosopher can also become an expert in medicine, architecture, mathematics, politics, astronomy, and even traditional Islamic sciences such as theology and Islamic law. That period was also marked by the abundance of important texts of various branches of science. One thing that needs to be followed in the Islamic tradition, the traditional influence that cannot be ruled out from Muslim philosophers are, of course, the traditional sources of Islam itself, such as Quran and the Hadith of the Prophet. The first of the Quran then is the Hadith, which encourage people to use reason and study as a guide for Muslims to study philosophy and science. Now we go to see the journey of the prominent Islamic scientist named Ibn Sina, or Abu Ali ibn Sina, or Sina, and often known in the West as the Avicenna, circa 980 to June 1037. Ibn Sina was a Persian polymath who is regarded as one of the most significant physicians, astronomers, thinkers, and writers of the Islamic Golden Age, and the father of early modern medicine. He was a Muslim peripatetic philosopher influenced by Greek Aristotelian philosophy. Ibn Sina is a prolific writer. Of the 450 works he is believed to have written, around 240 have survived, including 150 on philosophy and 40 on medicine. This is Ibn Sina's unique learning method. When Ibn Sina encountered difficulties in his studying, he would pray at night and pray in the mosque so that God will guide him before going to sleep. He studies and takes note as usual. At night, Ibn Sina claimed to have found solutions to problems in his dreams. Ibn Sina thanks God for solving his problems. We can see the learning method of Ibn Sina as a combination between the spiritual power with the strong analytical abilities. So, what can we learn from this success story? It's number one, strong support for the advancement of science from the government. The Umayyad dynasty was strong in its military terms, but did not care about the development of science. During the late Caliph al-Ma'mun of the Abbasiyah dynasty, the development of the science and technology was facilitated by conducive atmosphere and political will from the government to advance science. Number two, meeting between different culture positively impact to the development of science and technology. Number three, the driving force is the integration between science and technology and religion. Of course, the influence of traditions that cannot be ruled out from Muslim philosopher come from the Islamic tradition itself, such as the Holy Book Al-Quran and the Hadith of the Prophet. In the classical period of Islamic civilization, there was no separation in mastering of religion and science. To be a religious man is to be a scientist at the same time as Ibn Sina, Al-Farabi, and many Muslim scholars at the Golden Age of Islam prove. Based on this consideration, integration, science, technology, and religion can be done by taking the fundamental Islamic philosophy as a future science paradigm. So, we all know that in the golden age of Islam, in the 7th to 14th centuries, the development of science was based on the Quran, in contrast to modern science, which is based on nature as the object of science. Please look at the science from the perspective of modern science. The relationship between paradigm is like a cloud at the top of the pyramid of the structure of the science as shown in diagram depicting science as a link between nature and humans. In the metaphorical language, the object of science is nature. The subject of science is human with all its values. And what is implied in the scientific paradigm is the head. The body of science is rational theoretical knowledge, and its legs are empirical, experimental knowledge. His two hands are the two scientific methods, that is mathematics, deductive logic, and also inductive statistics. That's how science thinks. factual knowledge of nature is a basis and theoretical knowledge is its structure, while the paradigm is a superstructure above outside of science. This point of view is a point of view of materialism, which considers matter as the only reality. Science represents the objective nature in human mind, which is only one aspect of the human brain that is part of the nature. Now, we look science according to Islamic science perspective. In the right, picture in the right. Of course, this view is different from the modern view of science or science in general. In human, there is a spirit as an immaterial substance. At the same time, nature is nothing but a manifestation of God's creativity as a creation. That is why, unlike modern science, which regards material nature as the basis of reality, Islamic science sees God's revelation as a basis of reality. That is why we have science pyramid with the structure opposite to the structure of modern science, as shown in the diagram. From the diagram, we can see that the orientation of Islamic science is the opposite of the modern science that is developing in the West and more stratified in the structure of its knowledge. The scientific paradigm is explicitly stated and built on the truth of revelation in the form of his words written in Al-Quran, which was revealed to his last prophet, a messenger Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. From the diagram, we also see that the Islamic science is not purely rational. Islamic science is not purely rational, empirical and objective, but also religiously intuitive. In Islam, we recognize the integrality of the individual human being from the body or jism to ruh through the nafs, akal and qalb, flowing empirism. Rationality and intuitiveness of Islamic science is basis for scientific development. I repeat again. Rationality and intuitiveness of Islamic science is the basis for the scientific development. These characteristics complement each other with the objective and religiosity of science. Therefore, we can conclude that Islam recognizes the natural science and human sciences and the religious sciences whose philosophical essence is the paradigm of the two sciences, modern science and Islamic science. This is about the quality of thought. We see the perspective of Islamic science is different from the modern science. This is an illustration that the quality of our thinking is strongly influenced by supra-consciousness and also unconscious nature, which is our intuition, our spiritual strength, our past experiences, and our habits. Superconsciousness will inspire consciousness, and subconscious will provide projection for consciousness and thought. Inspiration is a mentally stimulated process to do creative things. A good mental atmosphere is very necessary, and this must be facilitated by conducive atmosphere and environment. However, inspiration and projection will not work properly if the mind and heart are chaotic, which is called the inhibitory mechanism. Mental disorder and health are the factors that cause this barrier. To get good quality of thought, we must have spiritual strength and good habits. This reflected by the learning method of the Ibn Sina we saw previously. Get rid of or stay away from bad habits because they will directly or indirectly affect the quality of our thinking. A good education is an education that's not only sharpens logical reasoning but also sharpens spiritual strength. The publication of Gigi Renzer below can be referenced. It is said that intuition is the highest form of intelligence. Intuition is the highest form of the intelligence. I will summarize based on the Islamic perspective to conduct this scientific research. The first Islamic principle of the conducting scientific research is niat, intention or niat. As researchers, it needs to refer to intentions that have been shown by Muslim scientists once in the past, including regarding the needs of a researcher or scientist to always humble himself because of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Said Imam Al-Fudail, those who humble themselves because of God, it will be granted him wisdom. This is a spiritual force that will have an impact on the quality of thought. Number 2 is the preparation and training. Preparation and training with good intention are the necessary foundation for conducting research. People who carry out research must do two things. Number 1, the person must be familiar with the basic principle and concept of the fields they are engaged in, which is obtained from education and training. Number 2, be grounded in the field they are engaged in. And number 3 is the scientific integrity. Scientific integrity is a very important, and the researchers are expected to be a role model for truth and integrity. Researchers or scientists need to straighten out if something goes wrong and point out where it went wrong. Researcher must dare to show the truth every time. Number 4 is unbiased and honest criticism. Honest intellectual criticism is a positive trait of good researcher. This is an intellectual tradition that needs to be continued and nurtured. The spirit of criticism and evaluation demands that trustworthy researchers and other practice. All these principles I extract from the science of Hadith. This consists of several religious scholarly disciplines used by Muslim scholars in the study and evaluation of the Islamic Hadith, the record of the words, actions, and the silent approval of Rasulullah Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Now, one question: how to integrate science, technology, and religion? We can see from the aspect of implementations, from the conceptual to institutional, operational, and architectural implication. The methodological of conceptual implementations are: education is the part of the formation of a kafah Muslim human being. Research is a part of the formation. Research is part of improving the quality of monotheism as the Khalifa or Allah on the earth. Community service is a part of a worship which manifests the human gratitude process as a man of God. institutional. Yeah, this methodology is all faculties of natural science, humanities, and religious sciences are included in the higher education institution. And we can see that also from the operationals and also the architectural. And Alhamdulillah, in University Teknologi Malaysia, we have applied the methodology to implement the Islamic science and technology. Also, we still need more effort to implement this concept. Yeah? I now introduce my my former institute, that is the Ibn Sina Institute for Scientific Industrial Research at UTM. I was a director of this institute till May 2022. This is our photo in the front of the Ibn Sina Institute building. At the institute, we have Professor Farah Wahida, Dr. Aminuddin in the field of the Islamic studies, then Prof. Azlan and Dr. Afmizan Faisal from the computer science, then Dr. Nick Nizam from the Department of Biology, Dr. Abbas and Prof. Ashikin from the Chemical Engineering Department, Dr. Hazri and Dr. Raja from the Physics Department, as well as Dr. Arifah and Dr. Zaitul from Mathematics. At Ibn Sina Institute, we come from various scientific and technological backgrounds. Our team is a translation of the spirit of the Ibn Sina, who master various fields of science, from medical science to philosophy. At our institute, expanding the boundaries of the knowledge through a genuinely multidisciplinary endeavor across the mathematical, physical, and social sciences to technologies and the humanities is a noble task to contribute to society on a national and a global scale. There are 6 research centers under the Ibn Sina Institute: CS Nano, that is Center for Sustainable Nanomaterials, Laser Centers, UTM Siam, UTM Center for Industrial and Applied Mathematics, CLEAR, Center of Lipid Engineering and Applied Research, UTM BDC, UTM Big Data Center, and CFIRST, Center for Fiqh Research in Science and Technology. It can be seen that Ibn Sina covered the field from data to wisdom. Our research is not stopped only to the data, information, and knowledge. It is to achieve wisdom. Wisdom is the quality of having experience, knowledge, and good judgment. This is the last slide of my presentation. And this slide shows the relationship between the academic experience or age and wisdom. If we look at the brown dotted line, we see ego and logic take precedence over empathy and logic, as in the blue dotted line. Looking at the dotted brown line, academic experience and research will only produce a culture of desire culture, and also relies solely on intelligence. This will only generate negative emotions. We need to direct ourselves to follow the blue dotted line so that we become wise human beings, where we will prioritize empathy and logic that will promote a culture of sharing culture through the heart and sincerity. This will generate positive emotion. All this can be found in the teaching of Islam. We are taught to be sincere human beings, have empathy, give charity, and so on to become wise human beings. And this is the last message I convey about the integrating science, technology, and religion. I will quote what Dr. Edward de Bono said. He said, "You can analyze the past, but you need to design the future." Lastly, I would like to thank you for your attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Hadi Noor, for your presentation and sharing just now.
Ladies and gentlemen, now the time has finally come for our keynote speech sessions. Before we end the opening ceremony, I would like to remind you to stay tuned until the end of the session to fill in the registration form for the e-certificates. I will now pass the floor to Dr. Hussein Hanibah as the moderator for the first keynote speech. Will start at 10 a.m. Thank you.
Assalamualaikum and a very good morning to everyone. Okay, before we proceed to the next sessions to ensure the effectiveness of the virtual conference, I would like to get your feedback regarding the quality of the visuals and the audio of this conference. Kindly respond by letting me know if there is anything that we need to improve or attend to. To show the respect to and as a sign of our appreciations to the speaker, please silence your phone and mute your speaker during the session. Our invited speakers and distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to be here as a moderator for I-CReST Virtual Conference 2022. I will moderate this keynote speech for S&T sessions. My name is chemist Dr. Hussein Hanibah from Center of Foundation Study, University Technology Mara, Malaysia. On behalf of the organizing committee, we wish to extend our warm welcome. Selamat datang. And thank you to all participants, guests of honor, and delegates and representatives from the participating institutions, foreign and local participants to our third I-CReST Virtual Conference 2022 organized by Center of Foundation Study, University Technology Mara, Cawangan, Selangor, Campus Dengkil. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we are grateful that the conference is joined by nearly 180 participants ranging from researchers, industrial experts, and professionals. Esteemed participants are gathered here today to share their latest research finding and to share the knowledge and experts on the science, technology, and social science. It is hoped that the newly gained knowledge from this conference will be able to contribute to betterment of the industrial and society as a whole. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure today we are so excited to proceed with our next sessions, and our speaker, a very established speaker, is waiting for the session as well. Without further ado, I would like to invite Yang Bahagia Professor Dr. Muhammad Rafi Johan, the Director Nanotechnology and Catalyst Research Center, NanoCat, University Malaya, Malaysia, with a wonderful topic. I'm sure those are in this particular field, they are hunting for this topic to know, get more information on this topic, which is quite, the moment I look at the topic, it's quite a challenging topic, because for information, I myself from the science field as well. And quantum physics, deterministic and randomness in universal will, the Bell theorem and Charles theory. So I would like to invite our speaker for the session.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson, Dr. Hussein. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ya, yang dihormati Prof. Saifullah, ya, pengarah pusat asasi, Dr. Fadiatul, pengarah I-CReST and organizing committee, the distinguished guests, invited speaker, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. So I'm very honored to be invited, yeah, in this conference. Yeah. So this is the first keynote address that I give to the university. Yeah, for this year. Normally I mostly reject any keynote address, but because this is from UITM, yeah, Prof. Saifullah, yeah, Dr. Fadiatul, so I accept this as an honor for me to be here. So let me share my slides here. Okay. Okay, let me share again, right? Your entire plan. Okay. Share. Hi. Okay. Sekejap, mana saya punya paper. Nampak ke?
Okay, Prof. We can see the
We
PowerPoint.
Right, you can see, right? Okay. All right, okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, yeah. So today I would like to give a keynote address, yeah, on a very fundamental issue in science, yeah, in particular in physics, yeah. To be honest, yeah, this topic basically cover many areas, yeah, not only science but also theology, yeah, religions, yeah. But for today address, I would like to limit my the scope of these topics, yeah, into the area of science, in particular physics. Yeah? So quantum physics, deterministic and randomness in universe via Bell theorem and chaos theory. So two issues that arise, yeah, in the history of physics, yeah, which is what is the nature of the universe, yeah. Is it the universe has a character of deterministics, so meaning that everything or every event has already determined, yeah, from the previous events, yeah. So meaning that the future event can be determined, yeah, from the present event, and the present event was determined from the past event and go back all the way back to the universe itself, or the other way around, yeah. The universe has a random character, yeah. So meaning that there is a free will, uh, 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 a free choice, yeah, occurred, yeah, in this universe. So in this perspective, yeah, as my mentioned earlier, I would like to see this from perspective of theoretical physics. Yeah, all right. So well, the big questions that arise, yeah, from these issues is, are we really part of a clockwork universe? So meaning that the universe has described as a clockwork that can be set, yeah, originally, yeah, and operate according to Newtonian mechanics, yeah, yeah, until future times, yeah. So, or is everything was written, yeah. So meaning that we don't have any choice, yeah, because everything happens is already written in the previous events or in the past, yeah. Or what is happening and has happened was a series of random incidents, yeah. So meaning that any events occurred, yeah, either today or tomorrow or yesterday, yeah, was a series of random incidents, yeah. And as a result, yeah, so there are free wills, yeah, occurred in the nature of the universe. So these are the dramatic question or big question that being contemplated or reflected by scholars, physicists, scientists, theologists, and the rest. Okay. Well, as an introduction to this topic, so here we have two concepts. That is determinisms and randomness. So this is the concept that underlying the lecture today. So what is determinisms? As I briefly mentioned in the earlier slides, is event in the past will cause events in the future. You cannot run away from what was happened previously. And everything happens for reasons. So there is no spontaneous or afterthoughts. But there is a reason behind events or everything that we can trace the reason all the way back to the origin of the universe itself. So, from the perspective of physics, the determinisms, concepts, arise in the 17th century, by Isaac Newton, proposed that the law of mechanics, using calculus that he jointly invented at the 17th century. Another one is Leibniz in Germans. They are in different locations, but both of them invented calculus. So by using a calculus or law of mechanics, Newton make a predictions that objects, states, can be determined. For example, if we have objects moving, and interact each other, so by taking into account their physical attributes, or their properties like their variable like mass, position, speed, force, and all these variables we plug into simple equations. For example, like Newton's second law, F equal to ma. Then we can provide information of the object, state, at any future time. So meaning that by having all the informations, and we put it into mathematical formula, then we can determine what will happen to the objects. So this is what we call deterministic nature, of the universe proposed by Newton. So this concepts, also proposed by Laplace, is a French mathematician. The same like what Newton said, if we have all the attributes, all the physical properties, you give me all the attribute, all the property, I can predict what will happen, to that object in the future. So if all of the law of nature could be known, so principally, it is possible to compute the future action of every object in the universe. Subject that we have to know all the informations. So that means a universe in which everything, all movement, all change was predetermined. Was already determined before the objects do the interaction or moving or uh, 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 having physical phenomena. Yeah. So in this respect, yeah, we do not have any free choice. Yeah. No uncertainty and no chance will be occurred. Yeah. Uh, uh, Based on these determinism concepts. Yeah. So in general, we can predict, yeah, what is exactly going to happen next. Yeah. So this is an example of a simple example. Yeah, if we have a force, yeah, given to the objects, yeah, once different masses, yeah, so we can determine, yeah, what is the acceleration of these objects, for examples. Yeah. So this is the basis of deterministic concepts, yeah, proposed by Newton, yeah, in the 17th century. However, yeah, these concepts, yeah, yeah, get a challenge, yeah, or start to be uh, 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 criticized, yeah, especially at the 19th century, yeah, when Henry Poincaré, he is a French mathematician, yeah. So there is the story behind this, yeah. At that particular time, yeah, Swedish king invited anyone to come up with a proposal, yeah, to study the stability of our solar systems, yeah. So as we already known that every planet will be circulated or orbiting around the suns, yeah, and the question of stability is arise. So what will happen if the orbiting planets, yeah, going spiral, yeah? So eventually these planets, yeah, including our Earth, yeah, will be colliding with the suns, yeah? So how stable is our solar systems, yeah? So this is a very physical and mathematical problems, yeah? So Poincaré, as a leading mathematician in France, come up with uh, a proposal. He come up with problem, three body problems. Yeah. So for Poincaré, when he do the calculation of three bodies, yeah. Why I'm saying three bodies? Because he assumed that there are many bodies involved, like the sun, like the planets. Yeah, so he just limited, yeah, his calculation to three bodies, and he found that the three bodies calculation was mathematically impossible to solve exactly. Yeah, to get the exact solutions for three bodies. Yeah, is very difficult. It's tractable mathematical formulation. For two bodies is okay, but if we move to three bodies, so the mathematical will be very complicated. Yeah, so it's so sensitive to initial conditions. Yeah, so that equation pointed to completely irregular, and the behavior, yeah, become unpredictable. Yeah, so even though we have all the informations, yeah, we know the mass, yeah, of the sun, we know the distance between the sun and the earth, yeah, we know the force, yeah, but because of involve more than two bodies, yeah, so the initial conditions will play a greater role, yeah, to these problems. So therefore, for Poincaré, yeah, he concluded that if three interacting bodies evolve in time could not be knowable exactly, so let alone one involving all bodies in the solar systems. Yeah, how do we calculate? Yeah, for the whole bodies in solar systems. Yeah, if the case for three bodies, yeah, is very difficult to solve. Yeah, so this is completely against what Newton and Laplace in the 17th centuries claimed that if we have all the informations, all the variables, values, so we can easily predict, yeah, the state of the objects in the future. Okay, so this is animated slide here. For example, this is for 3 bodies here. You can see how complicated the interaction between all the objects. Yeah, if we add into 12 objects, for example, so the case will become more complicated, and we can't determine, yeah, what will happen to each body, even though we have all the variable knowledge, yeah, informations. Okay, so now we go to the second concept, is randomness. Yeah, so randomness is completely against determinism. Yeah, it is an event that occurred without any directions, yeah, or any order. Yeah, and due to the randomness, yeah, the concept of free will, yeah, is arise. Yeah, and this randomness event, yeah, mostly occurred, yeah, especially fundamentally at the microscopic phenomena, yeah, like atoms, electrons, or subparticles. Yeah. So, and this is basically the fundamental underlying quantum mechanics. Yeah. So quantum mechanics cannot be avoid, yeah, this randomness nature, yeah, because quantum mechanics is a subject that study subparticle or microscopic events, yeah, compared to classical mechanics, yeah, as proposed by Newton. Yeah, the classical mechanics study of macroscopic objects. Yeah, so for quantum mechanics, yeah, the subject matter is a subatomic particles. Yeah, so where the randomness nature is the fundamental underlying, yeah, the character of the particles. Yeah, so just to make it a simple examples, yeah, what is random? Of course, we know the dice, right? So when we throw a dice, so we can get throw the dice randomly, we can get the outputs. Yeah. So sometimes we can get the dice will be 6 on the surface, sometimes 3. So every time we throw the dice, we will get different results, different outputs. Yeah. So that is the random nature. So as I mentioned earlier, the quantum mechanics, yeah, is the study of subatomic particles, and the randomness is a nature of the subatomic particles due to the Heisenberg uncertainty principles. Yeah, so this principle was invented or was discovered by Werner Heisenberg. It's a German physicist. Yeah. So according to Heisenberg, yeah, any two variables. Yeah. So in this case, for example, we have momentum or position of the particles. Yeah. If you want to know what is the position of the particle precisely, then we cannot know what is the velocity or what is the position of the what is the momentum of the particle precisely. So there is a limit. Yeah, the product of the momentum and position is greater or equal than a Planck constant. So this is the fundamental limit of nature when we are dealing with the subatomic particle. So what is the point that we can get from this uncertainty principle? Yeah, in short, we cannot know precisely what is the complete state of particle. So if you do not know precisely what is the complete state of particles, in this case the momentum and the position, so how we can predict what will happen to the particle in the next future? All right. So based on this uncertainty principle, so the nature of the atom, for example, the location of the small particle, like electron, is not defined. So this is completely different with macroscopic object. For example, ourself or human body or our car can be determined exactly. The position of our car when we do parking, for example, in certain location. But we can't do this. Determine the position of electrons, or the location of the electrons, precisely. So, for example, if you have many electrons, occurred, many events of electrons occurs, they will hit, for example, different places at different time, and this happened randomly, and we could not determine where the particular electrons will hit exactly. So the famous experiment for this problem is Young double slit Young modulus. So we have a beam of electrons passing through the double slits. We do not know which electron will enter the first slit and which another electron will enter the second slit. So therefore, since we could not determine exactly what is the location of the particle of the electron, so determinism concept was ruled out in the microscopic event. So this is the fundamental nature of quantum mechanics. And I want to add some to this point here is in the quantum mechanics. So when we do observe, the experiment involve the subatomic particles. That is what we call observer effect. Where the observer, for example, ourselves, observe the character of electrons. For example, in double slit Young experiments. So they will influence the outcome of the experiments. So for example, if you do not see the behavior of electron passing through the slits, so the slit might behave like wave. But once we observe these experiments, so the electrons change from wave to particles. So this is what we call the collapse of wave functions. So and this is very strange compared to macroscopic, because there is a interaction between the observer and the observed particles. So this is in the philosophy we call this realism. So in quantum mechanics, the concept of realism is not occurred. Realism means what happened in the universe is independently from the mind. So or the observer. The observer does not influence the outcome of the experiments, but in quantum mechanics is not apply the concept of realisms. We will talk about realisms or locality in the next slides. We are talking about Bell theorems later. But what I want to stress to you that the behavior or the character of electrons or the subatomic particles is completely strange, random and strange we compare to the macroscopic objects. So therefore, which concept is right? So according to Newtonians, determinism apply to macroscopic phenomena, and this is true. So for example, if we want to go to some location, we just use Newton's law, then we can predict when we will reach to the locations. But the same mechanics is no longer valid when it applied to microscopic phenomena. So randomness applied to microscopic phenomena, and this is also valid because any quantum mechanics experiments or tests have always successful. So if they are not successful, then we couldn't get the product of quantum mechanics like semiconductor, like quantum computers, laser, all that are derived from the quantum mechanic theory. So the test of quantum mechanics is always successful. And with respect to that, since our universe is consisting of such number of atomic systems, so they should be random. Our human body itself, it consists of a number of atoms, millions, of atoms. Even our mind, our brain, consists of billions of neurons, where the interaction between neurons, synapse, is 100 of trillions, and neuron is considered as an atom. And according to quantum mechanics, atoms has a randomness nature. So which concept is right? Okay, so let me go to the next slide. Okay, so in the 20th century, so the Einsteins come up with the idea. Yes, the experiments of the quantum mechanics is valid. Or successful. But there is still deeper layer that govern this random result. Even though we claim that, or Heisenberg claimed that, or Niels Bohr claimed that, the quantum mechanics may seem like random, but according to Einstein, if we penetrates, on the deeper layer, of the atomic particles, so the governings or the law governs, the random results, is not determined, meaning that the still deeper layer that govern this random results, so the random result is only on the surface, so the core of the subatomic particles, Einstein said that we have what we call hidden variable, hidden variable that underlying the microscopic phenomenon that we do not know, so we do not know what is happening at the core level of the subatomic particles. So the randomness character is only occurred at the surface. So Einstein said that God does not play dice. Nature is not operated, in a random way manner. So it seems random, but in that understanding, it's actually a deterministics. So for Einstein, he reject the idea of the randomness as proposed by Heisenberg. So for him, God does not play dice. The quantum mechanics is only the average theory. The average theory of the particles. It's not the theory that describe the nature of the atom, because it doesn't penetrate into the core of the particles. So the randomness is only occurred on the surface. So we do not know what happened because there is a hidden variable occurred at the center or at the core of the subatomic particles. Right. Okay. And then Bell is a physicist. Yeah, he come up with a theorem, famous known as a Bell theorem, and also the Bell inequality. Yeah, so Bell try to test what Einstein said. Yeah, and he found that the quantum mechanics is incompatible with a local hidden variable theory. So as proposed by Einstein, there is a hidden variable theory underlying the quantum mechanics. But according to Bell, he come up with mathematical theorem and mathematical inequality. He found that if we do measurements, uh, performed independently for two separate particles of entangled pair. For example, we have electron A and electron B, as entangled, separate. So the outcomes of this correlated particle will depend upon a hidden variable, and they must comply Bell inequality. And Bell found that he shows that the quantum physics prediction violate this inequality. For example, in order for these two particles to correlate, they must at least achieve 67% correlations, based on the Bell inequality. So that Bell shows that this prediction of quantum mechanics or quantum physics violate this inequality. So how do we explain this? How do we try to describe this Bell theorem and inequality? So the only way that hidden variable can explain the quantum physics if they are non-local. They are non-local. That means the two particles are able to interact instantaneously, no matter how widely the two particles are separated. So this is a key issue here, because we have a local and non-local. Local means the principle of locality means we have two particles where they are very close, and the effect of the interactions affect to the environments, and this is proposed by Einstein, So the locality principle. But if we want to have a hidden variable, so the hidden variable only can be accepted if they are non-local. So if that means the two particles interact simultaneously, instantaneously, no matter how widely the two particles are separated. For example, we have electron in our Earth and another electron at the moon. So there will be interaction between the two electrons instantaneously. So electron at the Earth will emit, for example, signals, and instantaneously electron at the moon will change. And this is according to Einstein will violate the theory of relativity. Because nothing will move faster than the speed of light. So Bell proved that Einstein is wrong. The spooky action at a distance, where this is what Einstein proposed is to describe the quantum mechanics is actually exists.
Prof,
Yeah.
maybe we can summarize for the session. Prof, we are running out of time as well.
Oh, dah habis ya? Oh,
Almost, Prof. Almost, Prof.
okay, sorry.
It's okay, Prof. It's very interesting topic. We really love to hear more and more information from you.
Okay. Let me go through the slide. So therefore, this is violation of local realism. So we have to let go of local hidden variable theory. So then quantum mechanics is non-local and non-realism. So, but the question is, do we have a free will or don't we? So again, the future is only knowable if you are able to view the whole space-time from the outside. But actually, we are embedded within space-time, So therefore, future is never knowable to us. Yeah. So there is independent on the initial condition. If one small change occurred, yeah, in one state, it can result a large difference in the later states. Yeah. So therefore, the butterfly effect, tiny changes brought about our different decision can lead to very different outcomes and different future. So future is never knowable to us. We cannot determine the future. Yeah, the future is determined by our action at the present moment. So if you look at our brain system, it's a very complex system. As I mentioned, we have 1,000 billion of neurons, trillion of synapses. Yeah, so they are obey the physical law, the law of physics. Yeah, so how complexity of our brain and how they work. Yeah, so it is unavoidable. Precisely, we cannot predict what will happen. Yeah, yeah. So therefore, this unpredictability will give us our free will. So summary, I can never predict what you might do or say in the next few seconds, even hours or days. Thank you very much to the organizing committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Alhamdulillah, Prof, for the wonderful sharing sessions. When I follow your presentation, your talk, I really like watching another understand a movie of the Avengers. Good enough. I look all the series of the Avengers and I pick up a bit of the theory, even though not as deep as what mentioned earlier. Okay, at least I do understand about the electrons and also the randomness, or you mentioned over the sessions. I'm sure our audience are so excited and definitely get beneficial from what you have mentioned just now. So I'm sure our audience can reach you anytime, and we already mentioned your earlier details. So I'm sure after this, if they are willing, need to ask more, they know which place and how to reach you and later. So thank you again. Thank you so much, Prof, for the wonderful sharing sessions, for your presentations and the sharing of the idea and knowledge. So this is the end of the keynote speakers and distinguished guests and ladies and gentlemen. That is the end of our sessions. I would like to thanks to all the guests and participants for the participating in this wonderful conference. We have that this conference has become a good platform to the researchers and academicians, industrial players to broadcast and disseminate their valuable knowledge in their respective field. Knowledge shared indeed will be useful and beneficial to all. Till we meet again in the future, stay safe and take care. Thank you again. Thank you, Prof, and all the committee members.
Thank you.
Thank you. See you.
Assalamualaikum, salam sejahtera, and a very good morning to our invited speakers, distinguished guests, academics from the various institutions of higher learning from all corners of the globe. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our third international conference on research and practices in science, technology, and the social sciences, I-CReST 2022. This time with the theme, Transcending Boundaries and Sustaining Livelihood through the multidisciplinary research. That's a glorious Saturday, 23rd of July, 2022. My name is Mr. Imran. It gives me pleasure to be here this morning as the moderator for the second keynote speech, right after the enlightening speech from Professor Dr. Dr. Muhammad Rafi earlier with the Bell theorem and the chaos theory. Very enlightening, amazing. And thanks to Dr. Hassan for moderating, Dr. Hussein for moderating that session as well. Now then, moving on, it's my pleasure to invite the next speaker, our second keynote speaker, this time around for the social science and humanities division. I would like to call upon soon our next keynote speaker, Yang Berbahagia Professor Dr. Nur Zaidi Haji Daud, a professor from the Faculty of Business Management, University Technology Mara, Malaysia, who will be presenting his keynote speech entitled Investigating the Impact of Intranet Usage on the Middle Managers' Performance in the Port Industry in Malaysia. Before we welcome the professor, please allow me to present to you some of his accolades and achievements from his impressive CV. Professor Dr. Nur Zaidi Haji Muhammad Daud earned his PhD in Management Information Systems from the Multimedia University Malaysia in 2008 and has been actively involved in numerous research and publication works. And he's a visiting professor to many national and international universities. He was appointed as the director of UITM Press from August 2019 till July 2021. His research interests are primarily in the areas of entrepreneurship and innovation, information technology, business information system, marketing, and strategic management. Professor Dr. Nur Zaidi has been the chairperson of many academic conferences, an expert reviewer for various journals. And with over 120 published articles to his record, Professor Dr. Nur Zaidi's work has been cited 2,139 times in Google Scholar, and he has 459 citations in Pure Scopus Report. He was also a member of the Board of Trustees, Yayasan Inovasi Malaysia, that's the Malaysia Innovation Foundation, affiliated to the Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation, MOSTI, appointed by the Minister of Science, Technology and Innovation Malaysia from June 2020 to June 2022. And for the services, or his services to the nation, Professor Dr. Nur Zaidi was awarded the Darjah Johan Negeri, DJN, the Order of the Defender of State, by the Excellency, the Governor of Penang in the year 2020. So, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I would now like to invite our second keynote speaker for this session, who will be presenting his speech entitled Investigating the Impact of Intranet Usage on Middle Managers' Performance in the Port Industry in Malaysia. Please welcome Professor Dr. Nur Zaidi Haji Muhammad Daud. Doctor, the floor is yours, Professor.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and salam sejahtera. Thank you very much. Very good morning to all of you. Thank you very much to very talented like DJ style, Mr. Imran Daniel. Wow, I love your voice. Marvelous. Okay, and also my best friend, Prof. Dr. Saifullah Abdullah. Thank you for inviting me again and again every year. Alhamdulillah, thank you. And also, I also had a chance to listen to marvelous speech from my best friend also, Prof. Muhammad Rafi Johan. Okay, wow. So they are great people And insyaAllah, rasa takut juga ni because great people here. Then insyaAllah, I'll try my best to share with you what we have here for my recent studies. Okay, and let me share the slide with you. Hopefully that you can see my slide. Is it okay? You get my slide? Mr. Imran, my slide is it's okay? Yeah, you got it. Okay.
Fine.
So just want to share with you, my friends, why the Harvard and Cambridge over there. Just want to share with you that parts of my study been presented at Harvard and Cambridge last time, and I have additional information that I share in these kind of studies. And definitely, this study is about about information technology that focusing on intranet as well as to understand managers' performance when they use intranet. Especially in port industry. Okay, for your information, before they have rough idea to study on ICT, okay, and the manager's performance, but yeah, that's on draft. But when for primary studies, yeah, I went to several major terminal operators, and many of the experts told me that, oh, Zaidi, you need to change the title, okay. So instead of having ICT usage and managers performance, now it's becoming more our study details that focus on intranet usage instead of ICT, but now becoming intranet usage. And also not only for managers, but now focusing on middle managers. So that's why you see, for those who are doing research, the important part is that we have a draft, but to confirm the title, to confirm the issue, let's we ask the expert in the field. So that's why I almost told my students, as well as for those participants in my webinar, in order to start the research, definitely, yes, we need to have sort of the ideas. However, when it comes to the confirmations, yes, we need to go to the field, okay? Because don't bang your head on the wall to find the title, because you know why? Outside there, the people, the expert will tell you what to do. Okay, so these are the things I would say the secret recipe that probably for those who are struggling to find a good title. And yeah, again, yes, ask people. That's it. You get the good title, and then from there you can come up, bring in the very good title, marvelous title, and then with that you can link back with the literature review that you get from the authorized material. Okay, so what I want to say is that instead of ICT, now becoming intranet usage and focusing on middle managers. Okay, so from there, what is the issue? And many of us, we think that issue is the problem. Sorry to say that. Issue is not the problem. Issue will lead to the problem, the subject matter. So from the title that I can distinguish the topic or subject matter or issue that I want to discuss is about intranet usage as well as middle managers performance. So easily, what you want to talk about today about intranet usage and middle managers performance. Is the issue is the problem? No, issue is not the problem. It's the subject matter that you want to discuss. Okay, so what's the problem is intranet? What's the problem with middle managers performance in port industry? Yeah, we take a look at that. Okay, this is based on the literature review. Okay, and I found that, you know what, based on Langris, Davis, they told us and discussed that, you know what, with this intranet definitely will make a huge investment, and definitely I would say for development itself will need to spend $500,000 of USD, as well as 1 million for maintenance. So all of this definitely will, I would say, that as a huge investment. Intranet is good, but you need to put a lot of money on that, okay, for maintenance and for development. And then currently found that using the technology now, sometimes will give a low managerial performance. That's really bad, because we understand that by using technology we improve a lot. But yes, there's a current studies implied that 20 to 30%, okay, is actually low from the original margin. And then when compared to the annual achievement, definitely 80%. Wow, there's a huge mark then. So want to say is that, yeah, we need to do some things. This is the problem. Technology not really giving us effectiveness, efficiency, as well as the quality in that sense. So that's why see, this is important why you want to study on this intranet. And then another thing is that is also I would say they reflect negatively to the behaviors of the users. So if let's say that they're not really keen to use the technology, especially if mandatory usage, then it will, yeah, I would say that lead to the resistance. Okay, well, resistance means that, yeah, it's sort of the task given, technology used not really fit. When not fit, then definitely people have a tendency to resist from that technology. And then what will happen? That definitely we know. Yeah, when people do not want to use technology, resistance occurs, then definitely it will diminish the performance. That been cited by so many, I would say that, trust materials so far. And then about the infrastructure that we have now in maritime, definitely very, very slow network. And sometimes, you know what, when the people want to use the technology, it crash. And then when the technology being used is not really suitable with the given task, and will give the stressful to the people or users. So this is actually another things that we need to take a look. And all of this definitely is the problems to the users. And most likely, I would say that we imply directly to the return on investment. Whatever we talk about research, we want to solve the problem. And in that sense, we want to improve return investment as well as quality of life. So in this case, definitely, I would say that, yes, we have a huge investment, you know, to put for development as well as a maintenance of intranet. And it will actually, yes, reflect negatively to the return investment. And that actually happen in Australia and France, whereby, yeah, definitely I would say that less than 3% per industry average. Is it good? Definitely not good. So from the monetary and non-monetary perspective, definitely technology now not really given a good sense. Okay, and what's the gap? Okay, this is to distinguish in good research and, sorry to say, normal research and high impact research. Many of us told me that, you know, sometimes gap is not really important, but for me, seriously, I said that gap of knowledge very important, because, you know why? Is to distinguish whether you are doing normal research or high impact research. With high impact research, definitely you need to put in the gaps. Okay, so when we talk about gap, definitely it's about what? Inconsistency of the findings. So that's the things. I'll discuss that later in the literature review. And many of us think that gap is just like that. No, it's from literature review. And literature review must be very, very detailed and thorough. It's not like literature survey. Okay, I will discuss that later. So based on literature review, then Alhamdulillah, I found that, you know what, yeah, relatively little empirical research focused on intranet. More likely, I would say that focusing on other IT applications such as internet, PC, laptop, IT gadgets, so and so and so. Okay, and also, yeah, I found that no attempt to relate all the possible factors on internet research, such as perceived usefulness, ease of use, mandatory usage, voluntary usage, perceived resistant and resistant, and relate with the middle managers. So all of this definitely I will see the gaps. Okay, and other thing is that most of the study been focused on the other industries, definitely focusing on in education, manufacturing, hotel, and banking, not in maritime industry. And again, as I mentioned earlier, most of this study, I would say 100% concentrating on mandatory usage. But my study is a little bit different, because you know why? I focus on the voluntary usage as well. Okay, and what's next? Objective. Okay, so as I mentioned in my webinar and my Road to Assessment class, in order to get the good ideas about objective, definitely is from the title. Title actually is the main objective of the study. So that's why if we want to drive main objective, definitely is from the title. And the title, definitely we cannot start with two. Okay, so it's the same thing, but in different form. So we understand that the titles of the study, definitely investigating the impact, but now change a bit to investigate. Okay, so it's the same thing. Main objective and title definitely the same thing, and that the nature of research. And this nature of research definitely I would say that applied research. Okay, applied research because you want to extend the study. Or I would say that improvise something. Okay, so that's because as an applied research type of research. Okay, and then what's next? Specific objective. Definitely, I brought out 3. Okay, specific objective. In this case, definitely, I like to investigate the relationship between antecedent of perceived usefulness, ease of use, and intranet usage. And this internet usage being the I would say that categorized to 2 categories, mandatory and voluntary. And what's next? To examine the relationship between perceived resistant and resistant. And then next to determine the relationship between antecedent of mandatory and mandatory usage as well as the medium manager's performance. So that's the specific objective. Is it enough with specific objective? Not, we don't if let's say that we don't have a main objective now. So we need to have both main objective and specific objective. And we need to justify, in this case, why I choose to study intranet usage. So that's the answer. And most likely I would say intranet usage, so internet communication, and 90% being used by the in the import industries. And why we are focusing on middle managers' performance. So definitely again and again, and this is important post. Middle managers very, very important in the sense of structure of organizations, and definitely reflect to their performance. 70% of them using intranet. Okay, so this is the things that we should know that why we choose their studies. Okay, and then why port industry? Based on the trust materials, 65% tradings and contribution to GDP differently from port industry. So that's why I'm studying internet usage. That's why I study media managers' performance, and that's why I study port industry. And so we cannot study differently. This is something that we should know. To compare, probably you may ask me then, sir, what's the differences between justification and significance of study? Justification definitely is to show that why we want to study on that topic. Why? Significant of study benefits from the studies. Who will get benefit? So that's the difference. Okay. So in this case, industry differently from maritime industry, not only terminal operators, probably from the sense of policymaker like the government, mostly MOT, as well as custom departments, marine departments, okay, hauliers, and shipping agents. They have, sort of, I think, using the same technology. And this study probably, I would say, that can be used in order to enhance and improve the usage as well as the planning to have the ICT investment. And how about community? And definitely, this actually will help the community to understand more the importance of technology. And we say that technology not really drive to the high impact of effectiveness, efficiency, and quality, but we see the result from this study. Okay, and government, as I mentioned earlier, government can have sort of supporting to the policy that now in order to compete with other terminal operators worldwide, definitely the terminal operator should have comprehensive, universal, as well as supersonic technology to compete and battle with others terminal operators, especially from Singapore, China, as well as Australian ports. Okay, so these are the things that should be taken care. And also, yes, in the area of the study, I would say that many of the studies have been done, especially on the mandatory usage, but include voluntary usage that to see how actually reflects to the users. Okay, and scope. Don't be surprised that many of us think scope of study is a limitation. It's not. Okay, scope of study is the boundaries of research. However, limitation is the hurdles why we are conducting the research. Okay, so scope of study is different. Okay? And this study focusing on middle managers, usage of internet, as well as for industry. So when we talk about middle managers, definitely it will covers for executive to general managers. And if we talk about intranet, definitely is about intranet application, information sharing, decision making, and port industry meant for major terminal operators like Northport, Westport, PTP, Port Tanjung Pelepas, okay, as well as Kuantan Port. Okay, all of these definitely be the major terminal operators in Malaysia. Okay, so underpinning model. Now we go to the next step, literature review. So uh, based on my, I would say that study and research, there three models that relate to my studies from technology as a model, TTF, as well as tech proof, that my own models. And based on that, I did synthesis. And this is we call as the literature review. Many of students, definitely I would say that they think that they are doing literature review, but not. They read articles, they summarize the content of the articles and then put it in the literature review. And I'll say that as a report. That's actually not a literature review. That we call as a literature survey. Okay, and not enough. And from the literature survey, we cannot do much. Okay, so in order to get gap of knowledge, we need to have literature review. And review means that you need to run the synthesis. And how to do the synthesis easily? So we put in the table and then we do the comparison. And this comparison, we can see a lot of information. What's the gap that we can actually fill in? And based on Venkatesh, Davis, Goodyear, Thompson, and Ozaidi, you can see that, you know what, so much different but relate to my study. And then with that, definitely, this is the things that I got from this synthesis. And definitely suggesting new formula that be included in my study, such as perceived resistance, voluntary usage, perceived usefulness that I got from TAM, Tech Proof, ease of use from TAM and Tech Proof also, mandatory from TTF, TAM and Tech Proof, resistance from Tech Proof, and I just perform TTF and Tech Proof. And that will give me the gap of knowledge. And this gap of knowledge, I already discussed that earlier. Okay, you can actually provide that in the literature review, or we can discuss that in the introductions. Okay, and methodology, yes. As I mentioned earlier, a few terminal operators, I would say participated in these studies. Northport, Westport, Port Tanjung Pelepas, Bintulu Port, Kuantan Port, and Alhamdulillah, I distributed 500 questionnaires to them via Human Resource Department. And then from there, the Human Resource will distribute the questionnaires directly to the middle managers that already are I define to them who's the middle managers from the junior executive to general managers. And that's the thing, the general managers, department managers, different division head, directors, department of agency head, unit chief, district managers, and division managers. So all of these took part in these studies. And yeah, based on the gap of knowledge, then I come back with this theoretical framework, or we call that as the formula. And don't be surprised that many are confused. Okay, so this is it the formula? Yes, this is the formula. When you take a look at the dependent variable, that's the meaning of the y. Middle manager actually is y equal to all of this. Okay, the same thing, but we put it like I would say that research framework like this. Okay, so you can see easily. So what I would say is that there's three variables involved: independent variables, intervening variable or mediating variable, and dependent variables. In this case, perceived usefulness will reflect mandatory usage and then leads to manager's performance. And about ease of use, and ease of use also will, I would say that leads to mandatory usage and then yes to middle managers. Okay, so that happened. And how about mandatory usage? Because mandatory usage is, I would say that involuntary, and then most of the workers need to use without any reason, and it will definitely will have the opportunity to create perceived resistance. Means that it sounds that, oh, I don't like this technology because of negative experience using it, because of colleagues' influence, because of self-efficacy. So many factors that involve with this, and definitely will lead to perceived resistance. And then what's next? And with this perceived resistance, it will lead to resistance and then reflects negatively to middle managers. That's the thought and that's the proposition that I put in my study. Okay, so in order to have effective model, so please bear in mind that we need to include hypothesis in the model, research model. Many people will say that research model, theoretical framework, I think that's the same thing. Okay, the same technology, same thing, and we need to include the hypothesis that to show that how actually it will be measured later. Okay, so this is the hypothesis that I propose, and I have 9 hypotheses. And yeah, to measures, we need to have conceptual framework. Don't confuse between theoretical framework, research model, to conceptual framework, because conceptual framework definitely is for measurement. It's more precise, and then we will know that, okay, how to measure of each this, we call that concept. In theoretical framework, definitely we call that aspect variables, okay? But in conceptual framework, we call that as a concept. So perceived usefulness now become concept, and then how to measure concept definitely based on goal, routineness, level of support. Why I got this from the literature review. Okay, we call that as dimension. And then what's next? Yeah, the questionnaire, the question that we put in our questionnaires. Okay, so that question definitely element based on the dimension that we have here. So there are 3 stages in order to measure. First, we need to recognize concept, and then we have dimension, and next definitely the question that we have in the questionnaire definitely we call the element. Okay, so is it enough? Yes, done with that. So it's more comprehensive, universal, and people were happy with that. Is it enough with the theoretical framework? Not enough, because you know why? I extend a few models and then becoming like this. This is the new formula, and this new formula definitely need to have sort of conceptual framework in order to be measured. Okay, so findings. Yeah. Based on 500 questionnaires, 357 responses were obtained, 71%. Alhamdulillah, quite good. Okay. Why actually? Yes, I got letters from MOSTI and also MOT to support my studies. And that's why most of the, I would say, respondents reply to my questionnaires. Alhamdulillah, that's a good thing. Okay. And yeah, this is sample characteristic profile of respondent. Majority, yeah, definitely male, 70%, because in maritime industry, most of them actually are selected male, and 40 to 49 years old, and from non-IT department, and they are holding bachelor's degree. Okay, and yeah, most of them definitely seniors, executive, and executive. Okay, so this is the brief idea about profile of the respondent. Okay, now we go to descriptive analysis. This is very important because you know why? In research, definitely we have 2 types of research analysis. Number 1, descriptive analysis. Number 2, inferential analysis. And that sense that we're giving us this descriptive analysis, mean and standard deviation, and also combo alpha. Combo alpha is about reliability of the instrument used. Alhamdulillah, in average, I will say that larger than 0.7, that's been accepted. And mean and standard deviation definitely. No need to explain this because you know why. Means that you know what, using the statement to see whether majority of respondent agree with not. Okay, so this I would say that totally agree or totally disagree. So that the scale used, okay, for means and standard deviation to prove whether the mean answer can be accepted. And seriously, most of them are below than 1, means that cutoff point of 1, and all of them being accepted. Okay, so there's many students ask me then, so prof, why we use standard deviation there? Because we already have mean. What's the importance of standard deviation? Standard deviation is to show that us whether discrepancies of our data. And if they say that the cutoff point less than 1 point, definitely our data is good, and then it can confirm the mean answer. So that's the use of standard deviation. It's not just like that. Okay. So if we have larger than let's say that 5 or 10, So there's argument on the mean that we get from these studies. Okay, Alhamdulillah, all of them definitely yes in a good I would say that condition and nature. And what's next? Confirmatory factor analysis. These are the things that I did in the study because you know what? Yes, this is one of the cause of a validity of the contents. So I did KMO, I did value, and Alhamdulillah, all of them definitely I can say that suitable for the next process. Okay, and next after we do that, next is the goodness of fit. So this is the things that very very I would say that good approach that to understand of whether my model here that I propose like this one can be used for the next measures like to test the hypothesis. And yes, the goodness of it definitely to measure of whether the proposed model can be measured accordingly. So yeah, Alhamdulillah, based on this from the recommended value, all the find also the result that I got here, Alhamdulillah, supported the recommended value. So everything is done very, very well. And what's next? Yeah, after we have the goodness of fit, then the next measure definitely, I would say, hypothesis testing. So you see, this is we call that the process of validity. Okay. So if let's say that the goodness of it is not really encouraging, so I cannot proceed with the hypothesis testing. And also here, if let's say that my KMO not really good, eigenvalue also not really good, and values also not really good, I cannot proceed to the next level of goodness of fits. Okay, so this is the level, the processes that we need to do in order to get a good result. Okay, and can be the data that we have definitely can answer to the proposed hypothesis. And Alhamdulillah, based on these studies, I got that all of the hypotheses that been proposed definitely supported to the hypothesis. Okay, so yeah, all of them falls under less than 0.5 means that 0.055% means that yeah we can significantly actually agree on the statement of the hypothesis. Okay, so means that perceived usefulness reflects to mandatory usage, yes. Perceived usefulness reflect to voluntary usage, yes. Ease of use reflect to mandatory usage, yes. Ease of use, yes. Have relationship with voluntary usage, yes. Mandatory usage has relationship with managers' performance, yes. So all of these definitely give the answers, and alhamdulillah, all actually been supported. Okay, and then the conclusion is that yes. So these are the things that I pick up, okay, because the new thing about this study definitely I would say that yes, to determine the relationship of mandatory usage and how actually reflect to perceived resistance. And seriously, I would say that yes, it's quite interesting that mandatory usage influence to the perceived resistance means that here the staff or employees or subordinate that be forced to use technology and not voluntary, and definitely will have a chance to resist to the technology inside because of certain reason. Okay, I will say is that number one, because of their negative experience using the technology, because of the friends behavior factors that influence directly to the I would say the perceived resistance. And what's next? Usage mean voluntary and mandatory usage definitely influence to the performance of the individuals or people. Okay, so now we understand that if we force, definitely we influence. If a volunteer is much better because you know why the staff volunteer themselves to use the technology, and then they believe that with that technology definitely you can complete the task and finally improve their performance. Okay, and yeah, the negative side resistance means that if let's say that the staff stop using the technology, how is it? Yes, it will influence to their performance. Okay, if they don't use the technology, then definitely it actually not really, I would say that yes, improve some anything. Okay, so resistance also very very, I would say that is the things that the top management need to think about, because you know why, after huge investment, so technology that being used is not really used by the staff, and it negatively influences the managers. Okay, so recommendations. Number one, Okay, so after a lot of discussion and yeah, based on the experience that I have, definitely all of these definitely must be get the support from the top management. Okay, yeah, whatever it is, want to use new technology, new software, new ideas about anything, that must be from the top management. Even though you want to create or come up with a new training, I would say that manual procedures definitely must be from the top management. So it's about leadership. Okay, so that's why the success of the organization definitely based on the leadership of the organization. That is why, yeah, leaders different from managers. Leaders is the person that have creativity, have invention, innovations, have futures, ideas. Compared to managers, that managers receive the orders. I would say the chain of command from the leaders, and it's not much can do if let's say you are managers. The success come from the top management. This is actually referred to the leadership style. Okay, and then what's next? Yeah, in order to make sure that technology being used and can improve performance, definitely I would say that yeah, the task given must be suitable and fit with the technology used, because sometimes don't be surprised that okay, we have sort of the ideas that last time Air France, okay, after 5 minutes flew on the air, definitely become dead stick because of technology used at that time is so sophisticated, and the pilot, even though they are much experienced, they can actually handle the technology. Because of that, after 5 minutes on the air, then definitely become dead stick, and then yes, the bad I would say that influence application to the that sense where 200 of passengers, I would say that yes, yeah, accidents, and then nobody actually escaped from that. So what I want to say is that even though you see that tasks and technology are only in the office, but actually it actually occurs around us, surrounding us. Many things actually must be fit. Okay? The technology used must be fit with the task given. So all of this definitely, I would say, can be used for other applications. Okay, and also in order to yeah, come up with the new technology or introduce new technology to the organization, definitely we need to give a chance and make involved with the participation of the user, means that the staff itself. Okay, how actually it will fit and suitable with their task, because don't be surprised that programmers, for those who are creating this, or software engineers that creating this technology, definitely sometimes not really I would say that as yes, when they develop it, not suit with the needs of staff. Okay, so what I'm to say is that user satisfaction is very, very important, whereby the user and also the programmer or the engineers that work on that technology definitely can have sort of ideas, exchange ideas, and then come up with the suitable technology with the given task. And yes, definitely IT training is very, very important, and this must cover from the intermediaries, introductories, intermediaries, as well as the advanced level. Okay, so you see that the background of the users, how is that? Whether they are really competent or incompetence of technology. And then don't forget, is it enough with the training? No, we need to provide the manual. And this manual is very important, because you know what, at the end then, when the participants, when the staff, they actually need to know more, then definitely go back and refers to the manual by the training. Okay, so yes, future assessment, definitely we can include another I would say the formula. I would call that as user satisfaction, because in a why satisfaction also we actually I would say that will reflexively improve to the performance of managers. Okay, satisfaction definitely one of the important parts that we need to consider. And then definitely not enough for the terminal operators. Probably we can go more further and covers of these maritime communities, such as shipping agent, hauliers, marine department, people, custom department, and so on. So okay. So alhamdulillah, you see, based on this study, part of this study have been, you know what? Yes, we took part in the exhibition and won gold medals at Geneva, Eureka, and also a few others exhibitions. Okay, and alhamdulillah also published in a few good journals and been cited by guru of MIS, alhamdulillah, by Dillon and Berklin. And alhamdulillah, yesterday when I checked with this index, alhamdulillah, this one of my articles that study on this study been cited by the top world journal, number one in the world in MIS, alhamdulillah. So International Journal Information Management. So alhamdulillah, this study been accepted and also been used by a few of I would say that policymaker as well as the key player in the industry, like Martin White from UK, using my models in order to solve intranet development problem. Okay, I think in that case, thank you very much for listening. And if they say that you have something to discuss with me, definitely you can WhatsApp me at via 012-683-3335, or you can email me. But I prefer handphone or WhatsApp. Thank you very much for listening. Back to the chairperson. Thank you.
Syukur Ali. Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Nur Zaidi, Haji Muhammad Daud, for that enlightening speech. And it's really apt for the theme of our conference this time around, Transcending Boundaries and Sustaining Livelihood through Multidisciplinary Research. With that, thank you so much, Prof. Again. We will like to proceed to the next session, which is the invited speech. With that, a big thank you to Prof. Dr. Nur Zaidi again. And moving on to the agenda, I'll pass you to the MC once again. With that, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you so much. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alamin. Wish you salam sejahtera. Thank you very much.
Assalamualaikum and a very good morning to everyone. Welcome back to our first invited speaker session. Before we proceed, I would like to ensure that the effectiveness of this visual conference, and I would like to get your feedback regarding on the quality of the visual and audio of this conference. I think there shouldn't be any problem. So to show respect and as a sign of our appreciation to the speaker, please silence your phone and mute your speaker during the session. I will present the question to the respective speaker during question and answer session at the end of the presentation. You can type your question in the chat box and we will try to read it during the Q&A session. Our invited speaker, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to be here as the moderator for I-CReST Virtual Conference 2022. I will moderate the Social Sciences and Science Technology session. My name is Dr. Nurulfilzah binti Ghazali from Center of Foundation Studies, University Technology Mara, Malaysia. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I would like to invite our first speaker for this session, who is our beloved Pusat Asasi UiTM Dengkil Director, Professor Technologist Dr. Saifullah Haji Abdullah, to give his speech with a topic titled Nanostructure, Porous Silicon Knowledge and Application. Please welcome Professor Technologist Dr. Saifullah Haji Abdullah.
Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you, Dr. Nurul Fizah, moderator. My pleasure to thank the organizing committee to inviting me to present paper in I-CReST 2022. And thank you for all presenters today to the I-CReST 2022 and also Pusat Asasi UITM. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh. So and salam sejahtera. So I will share my slides. Okay, I want to check, is it clear, my slide, Dr. Fizah?
Yes, Prof. We can see it clearly. Very nice.
Okay, thank you. So after listening, I think the keynotes here from the Prof. Hadi, Prof. Rafi, and Prof. Nuzaidi, I think that is very fruitful sharing knowledge from our colleague and also the prominent professors. So today I would like to share with you some of the fundamentals and also the application on the nanomaterials, which is the nanostructured porosilicon knowledge and application. So that's why some also including the theory and also the some application, which I think that is my experience doing this kind of materials since 1990s. Until now, so doing this kind of various of research and also various of area, and also included the multidisciplinary and also transdisciplinary, just using the nanomaterial and nanostructured porosilicon here. So our core paper with Dr. Iwan Naim Nawi, that is my deputy director in Pusat Asasi here. Okay, so the outline of this presentation is about the introduction, nanostructured porosilicon knowledge, application, and also the conclusion here. So I think the photo shows the porosilicon nanostructure. I think I have to introduce first what is the nanostructured porosilicon, because there is the quite too technicals and also many of you are not actually aware and observing either in image or in commercial part on here. Okay, so for the introduction here, that is very nice. Most of the diagram that is from our results, lab since 1990s from our students and our lab group and also the core researcher on here. Okay, so normally nanotechnology, actually I think Prof. Rafi also mentioning about the theoretical part on here and also the quantum here, and also there is the part of the application of the quantum system. There is the nanomaterials or nanotechnology here. The nanotechnology was introduced first discussed by Richard Feynman in 1959 while they are presenting the papers in 1959 in the tiny or the beautiful world under the ground. So meaning that is the you cannot observe with the naked eyes, but you can observe using the very sophisticated and high magnification of equipment here. That's why during 1959 that is the theory was discussed with Richard Feynman, and everybody are not really believe on that, and there is acceptance on the nanotechnology concept is very, very low at that time here. So there are many definition of the nanotechnology here. So some of the information is about the science and engineering at the scale of nanometers. Yeah, I think everybody knows about nanometers is the prefix of meter with the 10⁻⁹ scale. Okay, and the nanomaterial is a part of the nanotechnology, which is they are main contributor. Yeah, okay, the main contributor, especially on the technology and also the new technology application here. Yeah. So on the nanotechnology development on here. And nanostructured borosilicon is part of nanomaterial or nanostructured material. So that's why nanostructured material known as many names. Yeah. Okay. Sometimes nanostructured borosilicon, sometimes porosilicon, sometimes porosilicon nanostructures, or there are many other names here, but actually they are referring to the same scope of the material. Mean there is basic is the silicon, and after they are modified the surface of silicon. Either they are using the bottom up or the top down process on here. Yeah? So meaning if they are the top down, meaning that is the etching process, yeah, from the bigger to the smaller, but from the bottom up, so mean you are growing the nanoparticle from particle, and finally they will become the nanostructured material or the nanomaterial on here. Right? Actually, the nanostructured porosilicon NPSI, NPSI accidentally discovered by Arthur Uller, Junior, and Ingeborg Uller in 1956. Yeah, so you can see actually they are introducing the NPSI was introduced before the Richard Feynman give some idea on the nanotechnology here. Yeah, so accidentally, because while they are wash or develop the polishing surface of silicon, okay, to dope with the germanium, germanium. So suddenly they are observing some of the rough surface on silicon, Okay, so that is the accidentally discovered, but that is not popular yet on this thing here, So there is the nanostructured porosilicon was popular in 1980s. While Lake Canham and their group from the Defense Research Agency UK discover there is the luminescence from the silicon surface, and also there is independently discovered actually by Roris Gossel and Walker Lyman, from the Duke University, US, Okay, so mean at the same time, so they are discovered this kind separately, luminescence from the silicon, because I think if you are aware about the silicon, there is the silicon actually there is the direct band gap, and the very small band gap is 1.1 or 1.13. Of course, they cannot emit the visible light. They're only able to emit the IR light with the we call the far or the long wavelength, okay, or we are long wavelength or the very short frequency on here, So that's why they are attract attention, from this kind of discovery since 1980s on here. And after that, the further discussion on that is about the what is the mechanism, what is the mechanism which is the luminescence come from on here, Okay, so that is the one of the unique properties actually from the porosilicon or the nanostructured porosilicon, And the beautiful thing there is we can vary the preparation parameter, and after that we can tune the luminescence color, Okay, because normally the visible range of light is from the red to the blue, so meaning from around 380 to the 700, So mean with the different preparation parameter, you can tune the colors of the luminescence by the silicon. That is another interesting part on this kind of the material here. Yeah, let's say if we are preparing on the high porosity, sample 70 to 80%, so they will emit green to the blue. And microscopically or nanoscopically, normally the cluster or the pillar of the nanostructured silicon is around 3 to 5 or 2 to 5 nanoamp. That is very, very small, and they will emit the light. Okay, so if there are less than 40%, mean 30% and 20%, they will emit the normally the red light, the red light, because the pillar size is bigger, so normally they are around 100, 80 to the 100. So there is the direct correlation, important correlation between the size and also the color emitted from the nanostructured polysilicon. So there is the photo that is from our labs, that is AFM, to give you the idea what is actually the porosilicon, nanostructured polysilicon. Actually, they have the pillar and also the valley. So they are look like the honeycomb, Okay, so you can see the honeycomb, mean they have the pillar and also they have the valley on that. From the side view, so you can see that is the pillar. So there is silicon because they are prepared based on the silicon wafer. Of course, if you are prepared, some of the silicon still here, and you can see on here. In the theoretical part, so you can see here they have the pore and also the pillar. So normally the pillar actually is the silicon content, but they are modified because they are become porous materials, So that is important to understand how the quantum system will explain the luminescent mechanism here. There are many mechanisms explain or try to explain why the silicon, if we turn to the small structure or the small surface structure, they are luminescent on here. The most popular and reliable theory is the quantum confinement effect, which is proposed by the Lake Canham on here. So the rest is they are using surface state mode, meaning there is the sum of the dangling bond, or on top of the porosilicon they have the other functional group, and they will assist or they will help the luminescent mechanism, And the quite formula also, the silicon-based compound, which is siloxane, SiOH, that is the part of the surface state mode, meaning most of the luminescent are from the SiOH group attached to the surface of the nanostructured silicon on here. And there are many amorphous silicon and other theory was proposed on here. But normally, in this discussion, I would like to focus on most popular or reliable theory, that is the quantum system or the quantum effect system on here. So to refresh everybody, hopefully those are working on the semiconductor materials, there is the two type of band gap here. One is direct band gap, and the second one is the indirect band gap. Normally, silicon is the indirect band gap. Direct band gap mean if the hole or the electron excite to the we call conduction band, and after that they de-excite back, so mean they will release energy. Why they release energy? Mean they are release photon. E equal to h mu, and mu is the frequency, mean they will give the certain frequency, and the frequency is corresponding to the wavelength on here. Okay, while the silicon normally in that band gap, so before they are promoted to the lowest gap here, so they have to excite to the higher level, and after that they will back to here. So there is cause of the consume of the momentums. Momentum is x-axis, and also y is the energy. So that's why the photon normally, like for example, in the silicon, crystal silicon, normally they are only 1.1 electron volt, so they will emit the IR light on here. What is about the quantum effect on the NPSI here? That is the most important knowledge everybody have to know on that, not only for the nanostructured silicon, but also in the nanotechnology. Yeah? And most of the nanotechnology, normally they are using or based on the quantum confinement effect. What is about the quantum confinement effect? You have to read, I think, right, like the Prof. Rafi mentioned, there are very complicated theory on here, but in the material, so we are based on the conduction band here. Okay, so if let's say that is the triangle, square gap, band gap here. So you can see that is the square here, okay, and the E buck gap is here. Okay, but after you turn to the smaller particle, let's say like the silicon just now, so in the bulk material, so let's say there is their band gap, so mean valence band and also conduction band here. So, but after you turn to the smaller smaller pillar, the small pillar, so look like you are pushing this boundary here, okay, each other two here. So of course they will be turn like they will fall, they will fall in this manner here. So that's why they are folding up and folding to down here, become this curve. And you can see there is we call the confinement effect of the quantum confinement, mean you will get the higher band gap here. Higher band gap will provide the chances to the silicon or other material to emit the visible light. Let's say in the E gap here, there is only emit the light with 1.1 electron volt. Okay, but after we are putting the quantum system here, the E gap bigger. So like the porosilicon or nanostructured silicon, there the gap is become 3.6 electron volt. That's why if the electron excite to this band and they back to here, so they will give this kind of energy, and this energy are in the visible or UV light range on here. And also this important thing here, you have to accept that is the important curve, which is band gap versus diameter of nanoparticles. That's why I mentioned just now, if we have the smaller particle is around 2 to the 5, so they will emit the blue light. Because if you can see there is the diameter, so if the diameter is bigger, you can see the band gap is smaller, meaning the chances to emit the far infrared is bigger, or they are out from the visible light on here. But if your diameter of nanoparticle or the nanopillar is close to here, mean they are smaller, so you can see the band gap are bigger. While band gap bigger, there is chances to give the luminescence in the visible light on that here. So that is the two important diagram must be understand. Those are researchers interested on the quantum system, nanoparticle, or the nanotechnology system on here. Okay, so that is the setup on our labs. I think we set up since 1980s to 2000 in our lab with, I think, Prof. Rusop, Prof. Rusop lab, and also our co-workers on our students here. The simple thing on this setup, but we already improvised this kind of thing here. The most important thing, how to prepare on here. So we have the cells here, and we have to electrolyte to be poured inside here. And that is the silicon wafer, and you can see the cells here, okay? So that is the here, Okay, while you pour here the electrolyte normally that is the consist of ethanol and also HF, hydrofluoric acid, because hydrofluoric acid is very corrosive to the ceramic material, including the silicon, silicon also the glass. So you can see here the electrolyte will be react on the surface here. That's why we are putting on here. If you can see here, inside here. Okay, and after that we apply the electric field on here. Okay, there is positive and negative. That is depend either the P type of silicon or N type of silicon. And after that we apply on here. And sometimes we call there is the photon assistant. We illuminate, illuminate with the light, either UV light or the visible light, to accelerate the corrosion process. Because this process we call the electrochemical etching or anodization system on here. So that is our most optimum parameter. We are using this kind of current density. So because we apply current density, so with the certain area, okay, of this cell here, 5 milliampere per centimeter square, and also the electrode 1 but you can vary it 110 or 10 1, so that is depend, and after that you can optimize on that, and also the etching time, and also the illumination with 100-watt halogen and certain distance here. So there are many parameters actually you can play on that. That's why if you are interested on doing this kind of porosilicon nanostructure or nanosilicon, there are the wide range of the parameter you can prepare, and you can do many on the potential application on here. So there is in the process, and finally we can see that is the as prepared. Okay, so that is like the coin, 20-cent coin or the 10-cent coin. That is depend to the size of the we call oil ring just now. So finally, if we are putting in the UV excitation here, you can see they will glow, and that is indicating the luminescence. Photoluminescence mean you are exciting them with the UV. So while you are exciting with the UV, mean the electron will be excited, and also after that de-excite back. That's why you can see on here. That is the different template and different project. Actually, we have many projects on the porosilicon on here. So normally you can observe orange. Sometimes you can get the red. Okay. Are using the low parameter, meaning you can low exposure, short exposure time and very dilute electrolyte. Normally you will get the red color, mean they are very less porosity or less etching or not.
Prof.
Okay.
Prof, sorry to interrupt, but we have to give away for the next speaker in about 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, Prof.
Okay, so that is all the results here. Okay, the most important thing, there is knowledge here. That is all the results. You can see very beautiful FESAM, with the cracking and also with more high magnification on here. So you can see on the side view on the porosilicon here, and also you can see from image, okay, 3D image or 2D image, and from that you can also measure the length of the pillar on here. Okay, the rest is here, and you can measure the rocking angle on the nanostructured silicon. That is the silicon, that is the porosilicon. So because porosilicon is look like the amorphous, or we call the scattered particle size. So from that also you can estimate the particle size or the pillar size. So you can also look for the GID, grazing incident angle. You can compare. That is the silicon, that is porosilicon. That is really different with the bulk silicon. So there is FTIR with the group here. You can analyze, you can analyze all this peak, and finally you can calculate either they are oxidized or they are the new or as prepared on here. Yeah. Okay, so that is the PL spectroscopy. You can see the beautiful, and you can also measure on here, because we have the equipment in our center. So there are many applications here, but I'm only to mention to you that is the template for preparing CNT, NPSI, nanostructured porosilicon template here. So you can see very beautiful carbon nanotube seat on the porosilicon, yeah. Okay, so you can see also that is the FIB from the Prof. Rafi labs, yeah, last time. You can see that is the silicon, that is porosilicon. They are actually grows on top of the pillar, yeah. Okay, if you have the pillar, the CNT is grows on this here. So we call that is the vertical aligned carbon nanotube. That is for the high accuracy application on here. So all this mechanism, how they grow. And the second here is the zinc oxide on nanoporosilicon. You can see also there is the beautiful grow on the zinc seed on the porosilicon on here. And you can analyze with their photoluminescence on here. Yeah. Okay, so there is the NPSI doped zinc oxide for the chemical sensor. You can see also this kind of EIS analysis, which is the stability and also the sensitivity you can measure on it here. Yeah? Okay, on the conclusion, the most important thing, the second conclusion, yeah, we widely use for application and opportunity for various areas of transdisciplinary research, physics, chemistry, biology, material engineering, because with this nanostructured porosilicon, you can correlate the bio for the sensor, yeah, and also material, and also the mathematical computation, because you can simulate and predict actually how they form and how the mechanism happen on here, yeah. Okay, so that is the major reference, yeah, all my presentation here from our publication. So you can search the name of S. Abdullah University Mara, and hopefully you can communicate with me, or you can search from the Google Scholar and also from the Scopus or WOS, yeah. So you can download from the institution. Guys, thank you for your attention for my presentation today. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Prof. Saifullah, for a very interesting speech. I hope that every audience can gain knowledge from this speech. So now I open for a Q&A session. So anyone who have any question, feel free to type the question on the chat box. So Prof, just one question actually. So surface functionality features of a porous silicon is one of the significant factor to enhance the properties or the performance of the porous silicon, right? So just a simple question, what are the possibilities actually to control the surface composition of porous silicon useful for certain applications such as sensor or in the medical application? So is there any specific possibility to control the surface composition?
Yeah, actually for the nanomaterials, yeah, nanomaterial or the nanoparticle. So because their surface energy is very, very high, yeah? So meaning the cohesion between the outside sample to the porosilicon or any nanoparticle is very, very difficult. So normally you have to do some surface treatment, yeah? Either you do the surface treatment on porosilicon, or you have to do the surface treatment on the, we call like the biological cells, yeah? Or other chemical cells. That's why we are putting, like, let's say just, I mentioned just now, while we are looking for the sensor for zinc oxide, yeah? So meaning you have many process actually to grow the zinc oxide on porosilicon. One of the here we are using the seeded system. Yeah, we are seeded porosilicon nanostructure with zinc before we are grow the zinc oxide on that. Yeah, so there are many tricky part on this. Actually, while you have the nanoparticle, you try to make the composite. That is very tricky. Either you have the treat or we call do the space treatment on the particular nanoparticle, or in if you are trying to blend with the rubber or this thing, you have to treat on that. There is three type of the popular is the thermal treatment, chemical treatment, and also the third one is we call using the catalyst catalyst here. You can try and you can read that is the different with the different nanomaterial here. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. So thank you once again to Prof. Saifullah for very interesting speech. Now I would like to proceed to our second invited speaker, who is Professor Dr. Vina Adriani. Currently, she is the Director at Southeast Asian Minister of Education Organization Center for Early Childhood Care Education and Parenting, Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. Without further ado, I would like to invite Prof. Dr. Vina to give her talk on unpacking the link between early childhood education and development studies. The mic is yours, Prof. Vina.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Nurul. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning, Indonesian time from Indonesia. It is really an honor for me to be invited as one of the speakers by the I-CReST virtual conference. So thank you very much. And now please allow me to share my screen. Okay, can you see my screen now, my PowerPoint?
Yes, we can see clearly.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, so again, thank you very much for the committee for a very generous invitation. As it has been introduced, my name is Vina Adriani. I'm on a daily basis, I'm an academics at Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia at the Department of Early Childhood Education, but for the past couple of months, I'm also assigned as a director at CMUSSF. It is the regional center focusing on the issue of early childhood education and parenting. So in today's discussion, I would like to discuss with all of you the needs to unpack the link between early childhood education and developmental studies. Yeah. Okay, now the reason why I would like to discuss these issues with each and every one of you is that when we are talking about kindergarten, when we are talking about early childhood education, it's always come to our imagination that when kindergarten is an innocent space, it is a beautiful space. Here I'm presenting to you one of the most popular songs in Indonesian kindergarten. So the songs basically describing, illustrating kindergarten as the most beautiful garden where this is the place for young children to play, to develop friendship. So I'm not saying that this is not correct. Indeed, kindergarten can become one of the most memorable places in our educational history, but I think sometimes there is also an issue when we are only romanticizing what happens in kindergarten. So because of our imaginary concept of kindergarten as a beautiful place, as a place to develop friendship, very often kindergarten or early childhood education is detached from social issues. So if we would like to unpack further, we can see that when we are talking about early childhood education, as I've mentioned before, very often early childhood education is constructed as an innocent space. As the song that I'm showing you earlier presenting, kindergarten is constructed as a garden. It is a place where children play around. And because it's constructed as an innocent space, then it becomes a non-political space. I'm not talking political here in a sense of, political party or political leaders, but political space where discussion about social issues, discussion about developmental issues can take place. And if we look at carefully or we look at deeper into the construction of early childhood education, not only in Indonesia, but perhaps all over the globe, I think it has to do with the way children are constructed in our society. When we are talking about young children, because early childhood education deals with children at 0 to 6 years old in Indonesia, very often we are constructing young children as also innocent and non-political being. As the result, we always assume that young children, they are unable to understand complex issues such as gender, race, and also other social issues. And I think the combination of these three construction, where kindergarten setting is constructed as an innocent space, it is constructed as a non-political space, and also young children are constructed as both innocent and non-political being, it resulted in the fact that the way we understand early childhood education is very linear. We don't see early childhood education as an institution that is situated in a society, and hence any sociological factors, any political factors, and also any economic factors will affect the way early childhood education run in particular countries, for example. And when we are talking about early childhood education, in my understanding, there are three dominant discourses or three dominant paradigms that shape the practice of early childhood education. The first one is developmental psychology. So developmental psychology is very pervasive in early education, not only in Indonesia, but I think all over the globe. And I think when we are talking about developmental psychology, very often the focus on the development, the development aspect of young children. So we see the importance to stimulate the development of young children. And I'm not saying this is not important. At the end of the day, when we are talking about early childhood education, obviously the primary beneficiaries will be young children. We would like to have a good early childhood education because we believe it will stimulate the children's development and also the children's well-being. But again, the focus on the children's development as an individual is very often taking away the relationship between early childhood education and other aspect of the nation development. And then the second major paradigm in early childhood education is biological determinism. We always believe that young children are highly influenced by the biological factor, by the genetic factors. And also this is resulting that very often when we are talking about early childhood education, the focus is very much on the children as an individual. We forget that young children, they are situated in a society, and hence again, as I've mentioned before, any sociological factor is very much contributing to the development of young children. So the developmentalism paradigms is also very often, if we look at the criticism, for example, from Erika Berman in her book, Deconstructing Developmental Psychology, she argues that the emphasis on the developmental psychology also often privilege the need and interests of boys. And so within this paradigm, again, the very much the emphasis on children as individual, children as an assertive and confidence. I think it's very important for us to develop this child-centered approach. But again, if we look at carefully to the developmentalism paradigm, I think very often this will lead to the perpetuation of the gender stereotypical traits that differentiate between boys and girls, for example. And then the last paradigm that highly influenced the practice of early childhood education almost all over the globe is the economic paradigm and neoliberalism. So within economic paradigms, young children is seen as a vehicle to improve the country's economic development in the future. I think for the past 2 years, all of the countries all over the globe, we experienced the global pandemic. And I think one of the discussion resulted from the pandemic is that there is this worry, there is this concern that children, they will have the learning loss. Now, I'm not denying that indeed pandemic changed the way young children learn and play, but I think the emphasis on learning loss is very much highly influenced by the economic paradigm. When we are worried that when young children they are unable to study properly, then it will be resulting in the country's economic loss in the future. But I personally, I'm not denying the economic aspect of education, but I think it is important that when we are talking about young children, sometimes we forget that young children, they also have their own needs apart from the needs of the country, and they also have their own well-being that is as important as their economic values, for example. So the discussion about learning loss, in my opinion, should not be focusing so much on the economic loss of the country, but should also be focusing on the well-being of the children. And the economic paradigms within early childhood education is very often related with the ideology of neoliberalism. As Duncan said, for example, in 2007, neoliberalism very often position education as a private that should be paid by the individual, and everybody is competing in order to ensure they get the best education. And I think when it comes to early childhood education, particularly in Indonesia, the influence of neoliberalism is very pervasive. Out of the number of early childhood education center available in the country, only 2% owned by the state, only 2% owned by the government. The rest is run by the private or by the people's voluntarism. So what we can see is that the disparity in terms of the quality, because early childhood education center who is supported by adequate financial capacities, they will run a good high quality early childhood education. But early childhood education center which is run by people's voluntarism and they are lacking of financial support, for example, obviously the quality will be jeopardized. So the issue with neoliberalism that it perpetuates inequality in our society. We have a high quality education because it is supported by financial capacities, but we also have not so high quality early childhood education center because they are not supported by sufficient financial support, for example. So these three paradigms, the biological determinism, the determinism, the developmentalism, and also the economic paradigms is interacting with one another, and it contributes to the practice of early childhood education, not only in Indonesia, in my opinion, but also all over the globe. Yeah. So I like this quotation from Aloe, even though the focus here is on gender, but I think this illustration can demonstrate the fact that so many social and political issues has been silent in early childhood education. And again, it goes back to my earlier argument that when we are talking about early childhood education, the focus is so much on the individual young children. We forget that young children are situated within a society, and hence any sociological factor might also impact the children's development. Yeah. So what happened then with the interaction between these three dominant paradigms, the economic paradigm, the biological determinism, and also the developmental psychology, for example. So in my analysis, what we can see here with the practice of early childhood education all over the globe, and particularly I'm speaking from Indonesian experience, is that there is this highly emphasis on the learning aspect of early childhood education. And I think early childhood education is a little bit unique compared to other stage of education, because in early childhood education, care is very much embodied. That's why in Scandinavian countries, for example, they don't label early childhood education, but rather the name is early childhood education and care, because teaching and learning, education and caring is integrated with one another within early childhood education. Probably if we are talking about higher education, the focus is so much on teaching, on learning. But in early childhood education, caring is an essential aspect. And I think we can see this is why early childhood education is struggling during the pandemic, because if we are teaching in higher education, we are all struggling, but it's a little bit translatable to transform the conventional learning into the online learning. But when we are teaching young children, how would you translate the notion of caring into the online learning? Because young children, they need to be taken care of in addition to be taught, for example. And the focus on learning in several literature, if we look at the existing literature, for example, many have argued, including, for example, Leslie Petter in her latest article, argue that the focus on learning and the neglection of the issue of the concept of caring in early childhood education sometimes resulted in the neglection of children's well-being as well. And then the second consequences when we are, the second consequences as the result of the three dominant paradigm in early childhood education is that when we are talking about early childhood education, the focus is very much on the curriculum. So if we look at the research in early childhood education, particularly in Southeast Asia, for example, the focus is very much on curriculum. We are developing several learning models in order to stimulate young children to improve the learning process in early childhood education. While it is indeed very important, but again, as I've mentioned, it detach early childhood education from political and sociological aspect. And later on in my presentation, I will show you why it is important to expand our understanding of early childhood education. Yes, children's development is important. Yes, curriculum is important, but there is also the need to use an interdisciplinary perspective to understand early childhood education. Yeah. So this is a very old quote from Bernstein, but I really like this quote because I think this quote serves as a reminder that when very often we believe that education can change society. It does, yeah, definitely it does. But I think changes in education can only be effective if it is accompanied by changes in any other factors such as the economic changes, the political changes, the sociological changes. Only then education can function effectively. But if we ask education to do the changes alone, like what we can see in several countries, for example, then education, as Bernstein suggests, cannot compensate for society. So again, I think this is an old quotation, but I think this is still very relevant, that if we would like education, particularly early childhood education, to be effective, we need to have an interdisciplinary and also integrated approach in understanding early childhood education, so that early childhood education can be an effective tool for a better changing in the society. Yeah. So this is a classic theory from Bronfenbrenner. The theory is called the ecological approach. What I really like about this theory, again, this theory I think echoes very much the quote from Bernstein, in which it recognized that when we are talking about individual is affected by layer of system. They are affected by the microsystem where home environment, family, school, neighborhood will contribute to the individual's development. But above that, there is also another system, which is mesosystem, and it is a larger system, the interaction between home, school, neighborhood, work, and so forth. And there is also this bigger, larger system than mesosystem, which is an exosystem, where the community, the service, the public service available, the social service accessed by the individual will also affect individual's development. And then finally, there is this macro system, the larger system that reflects the shared cultural values, belief, custom, and law that will also impact individual's development. So what I really like about this ecological approach in understanding human behavior, I think that there is this understanding that when we would like to understand human being, particularly young children in early childhood education, we need to look at the larger system, because again, as I've mentioned before, individual is situated in a society, and any factors that are exists in the society will definitely impact individuals' development. Yeah. Now, and I think I will come to the point where why do we need to have an interdisciplinary and also integrated approach in understanding young children? And I think if we look at the Sustainable Development Goals, particularly if we look at the Sustainable Development Goals number 4, quality education, this is actually very obvious that according to the indicator 4.2, by 2030, which is 8 years from now, by 2030, it has to be ensured that all girls and boys, they will have access to a high quality early childhood education and pre-primary education so that they are ready for primary education. So what I'm trying to show here, what I'm trying to argue here is that we can see here that early childhood education plays a very important role, not only for the children's individual development, but for the country's development. And if we look at this indicator, it is not only important for the country's development, but it is important for the global development. That's why it becomes the indicator to achieve quality education in the SDGs. But as I've mentioned before, our discussion, our understanding about early childhood education is often very limited. We only talking about early childhood education in the classroom context. We don't relate early childhood education with the policy, for example, with any other nation developmental aspect. Yeah, so I just would like to highlight several issues, which is part of the developmental issues, and there are also real issues in early childhood education. The first one is gender issues. My research itself focus on the gender issues in the early years. So again, very often when we are talking about gender issues, we always the discussion is always focusing from the primary school above with emphasis on higher education, because we tend to believe that gender issues is irrelevant. It doesn't exist in early childhood education context. Many teachers adopt what I call as a gender blind attitude, meaning that they don't see gender issues as something relevant or something that exists in early childhood education. But several research, for example, in 2020 during the COVID-19, I conducted a small research with Compact, for example, about the impact of pandemic to early childhood education. And the findings suggest that many of early childhood education center was highly impacted during the pandemic. And because most of the teachers in early childhood education is female, then obviously it becomes a gender issues, because many teachers, they lost their job during the pandemic because of the inability for the early childhood education center to sustain their business, for example. So the finding also suggests how layer of inequalities are experienced by female teachers in early childhood education, particularly during the pandemic. And another study that I've done with Jowarin, for example, we also talk about the needs to introduce gender flexible pedagogy in early childhood education, because our research suggests that actually early childhood education is one of the most gender spaces. It perpetuates the differences between male and female. For example, up to now, the number of male teachers in early childhood education is still very small. And then we also have an issue with the low wages of the teacher, which are predominantly female teachers. So a lot of gender issues, and also the teaching, the curriculum in early childhood education is often highly as well, yeah. And then another issues that actually we can unpack in early childhood education is the social inclusion issues, yeah. Indonesian government currently they are highlighting 3 biggest sins in Indonesian education, and the sins are intolerance, radicalism, and also sexual violence. But again, the discussion about these 3 dominant sins in education is focusing on higher education above. Early childhood education is never discussed because, again, we believe that it doesn't take place. But several research that I've done actually confirming that even in early childhood education, the issue related to gender inequality, the issue related with racism, the issue related with inequalities is very evident. And Environmental issues is also another issues which is important, and again it is still very much overlooked in early childhood education. Perhaps we have to learn from Japan, where young children since a very young age they have been introduced to the issue of environment. We are now dealing with global warming, with climate changes, and I think in my opinion there is a need to bring this issue as early as possible since early childhood education, so that young children they have an understanding about this climate changes, this global warming. And I think young children, they do have the capacity, they do have the ability to understand these complex issues. I think all this movement pertaining global warming, for example, was led by young girl, Greta Thunberg, for example. So it's proven that young children actually, if they are taught, they can understand and play an important role in dealing with these issues. And apologize, this slide is in Indonesian. And another issues related with early childhood education is that the fact that as I've mentioned before, because most of the services of early childhood education is provided by the private and also by the people's voluntarism. In Indonesia, what we see is that the rising of inequality. So we have a good quality early childhood education, high profile early childhood education, but sometimes they are jeopardizing the equity aspect because they are quite expensive, very expensive. In fact, it can be more expensive than tuition fee for the university, for example. So even though the quality is good, but only particular children can have access to that early childhood education. And if we look at the mandate, the Sustainable Development Goals mandate, as I've shown you before, that it is mandated actually by the SDGs that all boys and girls, they need to have an equal access to quality early childhood education. But what we are seeing in our society at the moment is that the access and participation is not equal. Several children, they can have access to high quality early childhood education because they have adequate financial capital in order to enroll in that particular school, but other children which is coming from low socioeconomic background, they are unable to access high quality early childhood education. So again, with all these issues that exist in early childhood education, I think it is important for us to rethink and redefine the meaning of early childhood education. And in my opinion, it invites us, it serves as an invitation for us to use an integrated and also interdisciplinary approach in understanding early childhood education. Because as we can see, we need a sociological lens, we need an economic lens, we also need a gender lens, for example, and also perhaps political lens in order to understand how early childhood education can be part of the country's development that eventually will help the country to achieve the Sustainable Development Goal. So thank you very much, and I look forward to hear any thought, any feedback from all the participants.
Thank you once again, Prof. Vina, for a very enlightening us with the interesting speech regarding on early childhood education. Now, I open for a Q&A session. Feel free to write the question on the chat box in our YouTube website. It seems that we have one question from the participants on the chat box in the YouTube, Professor Vina. So I will read it for you, the question. So the question is, with a lot of negativity going on in the world now, I wonder which country has the best early childhood education and why?
Well, I think it's hard to tell which country has the best early childhood education because obviously when we are comparing between countries to countries, it's not always an apples apple-to-apple comparison. Yeah, so I think it's difficult to compare Indonesia with Scandinavian countries, for example, or even Indonesia and Malaysia. We share similar culture, for example, but obviously there are still differences. So I think for me, it's always very difficult to compare between countries to countries because it's not an apple-to-apple comparison. But if we can come up probably with a new definition about a high-quality early childhood education, I think in my opinion, first it has to be affordable and accessible to young children because again, it is mandated by the Sustainable Development Goals. By 2030, all children all over the world, they need to have an equal access and participation to early childhood education. And I think secondly, in my opinion, because I've mentioned before that early childhood education is very much focusing on the children as an individual, I think there is also the need to introduce social issues because as mentioned in the question just now, we are dealing with so many social issues. And if young children, they are not prepared, they are not equipped with an understanding about what happened in our society, what we will see is then a self-centered individual, an individual who is only focusing on themselves, but do not pay attention, do not have any concern to what happened in the society. And obviously, teacher competencies, including teachers' welfare, is another important to have a good quality education as well. So this is just in a nutshell. I think it is a long discussion if we would like to really unpack what is a high quality of early childhood education. But perhaps that three things can serve as a basic or minimum indicator for us to have a good quality early childhood education.
Thank you, Prof. Vina. So I hope that the question that being asked satisfy to the person that asked the question. So thank you once again, Prof. Vina, for a very interesting speech. So
Thank you very much, Dr. Nurul.
Okay, thank you. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we are now proceed with our third and the last speaker for this session, which is in the science and technology field. So I am pleased to introduce our third invited speaker, Professor Engineer Technologist Dr. Muhammad Rusuk Mahmud. Currently, he is the head of Nanoscience Tech Center, Institute of Science, IOS, University Technology Mara. So the title of his speech will be Electrochemical Anodization Time Effects on the Characteristic of Titania Nanotubes Arrays for Humidity Sensing Application. Please give a warm welcome and the mic is yours, Prof.
Yeah, thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Let me share my slide. Oh. Can you see my slide now?
Not yet, Prof.
Not yet. Oh.
Seems that we can't see anything yet.
I think I need to change your computer. Is it okay? Just provide, sorry.
Okay.
Sorry.
Don't worry. Take your time, Prof.
Boleh saya forward apa ni saya punya slide presentation. Kau bagus.
Thank you, everyone, and welcome back. Sorry, we have a little technical glitch, but now I would like to proceed with our third and last speaker for this session, which is Professor Engineer Technology Dr. Muhammad Yusuf Mahmud. He is currently the head of Nanoscience Tech Center, Institute of Science, University Technology Mara UiTM, Malaysia. So the title of his talk is Electrochemical Anodization Time Effect on the Characteristic of Titanium Nanotube Arrays for Humidity Sensing Application. Please welcome Professor Dr. Muhammad Yusuf, and the mic is yours.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I am Muhammad Yusuf from Institute of Science UiTM. Could you put slide on the play the slide, because I cannot see from my screen.
It's already appear, Prof. Actually, you can go to your slide. It's already there, shown by Dr. Nolaili. So might be you can pin that. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now proceed with our third and last speaker for this session. So I am pleased to introduce our third invited speaker, Professor Engineer Technologist Dr. Muhammad Yusuf Mahmud. Currently, he is the head of Nanoscience Technology, Institute of Science, University Technology Mara UiTM, Malaysia. The title of his talk today is Electrochemical Anodization Time Effects on the Characteristic of Titanium Nanotubes Arrays for Humidity Sensing Application. So please welcome Prof. Yusuf, and the mic is yours, Prof.
Okay, Alhamdulillah, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and selamat pagi, selamat sejahtera to all. First of all, I would like to thank to the organizers, especially to the director of UiTM Dengkil, for giving me the opportunity to present the part of result from our group on the title entitled the Electrochemical Anodization Time Effect on the Characteristic of Titanium Nanotube Array for Humidity Sensing Applications. So I am one of the co-authors for this paper. Actually, as you can see from the title, you can understand from the title, what we are going to do is to consider the optimization of the anodization time, okay, of the electrochemical. So after this, I will introduce what is the electrochemical. So the purpose of we are considering to optimize the anodization time is to obtain the optimum characteristic of titanium nanotube that we able to use in the humidity sensing application. Please proceed to the next slide, please. So next slide, please. Just proceed to the next slide, please. Doctor, could you proceed to the next slide? Doctor, can you listen to me?
Sorry, doctor. Yes, this is already.
Yeah, please proceed to the next slide. Please proceed to the slide number. Next slide.
Oh,
okay. Next slide, please. So this on the screen is the some of the research area that we are doing at our lab. So at our lab, we are doing research on the optimization of the deposition system using various kind of deposition method, and also using various kind of the starting material to synthesis various kind of nanomaterial. That is part one of the research area that we are doing at our lab. So today I'm going to discuss with you all is one part of them, to consider the the electrochemical deposition method to synthesis the nanostructured titanium nanotube. Next slide, please. Please proceed to the next slide. Okay, this is okay. So this is the outline of my talk today. I'm going to introduce a bit related to the deposition system, and also the type of the nanomaterial that I'm going to explain today. After that, the related to the literature view, related to the research issue, and then go to the problem statement, as well as the objective of this presentation today. And then after that, I'm going to explain about the detail of the research methodology that we consider related to the topic today. And then after that, I'm going to share with you all the result, the result related to the research title, and end with the conclusion. Next slide, please. So, when we want to synthesis material as well as to fabricate the device, actually, this is the 5 basic technology approach that we consider in our lab. The first one is the top-down method. Second one is bottom-up method. Third one is the combination between the first and second, but actually the third one is not only the combination between number 1 and number 2, but also the combination between number 1 and 2, or number 1 and 4, or number 1, 2, and 4, as well as number 1, number 2, number 4, and number 5. So this, we are play around with this kind of the process of optimization to synthesis various kind of nanostructured material in our lab. So next slide, please. So today I'm going to focus on the one type of the synthesization process, that is the bottom up. So under the bottom up type of the technology approach that we consider to synthesis the nanomaterial as well as to fabricate the device, okay, we focus on one of them, that is the electrochemical base. So today, I'm going to explain, to share our result with you all, the process optimization in the electrochemical based method that is categorized under the bottom-up approach. Next slide, please. So today we are going to use the electrochemical deposition system to synthesis the nanostructured titanium dioxide. So as we know that nanostructured or titanium dioxide exists in three types of the phases. So one of them that usually that is well known, able to be used in various kind of electronic device fabrication, that is the anatase. So today we are going to optimize the system. We are going to optimize the electrochemical deposition system by studying the effect of the anodization time. In order, our aim is to synthesize the anatase. That is one type of the phase of nanostructured titanium dioxide. So titanium dioxide, okay, nanostructured titanium dioxide that we are going to synthesis, or we have synthesized for this paper presentation is the titanium dioxide nanotube array that has several benefits actually, due to it has high mechanical stability, due to it has large surface area, and it has highly uniform morphologies. If we deposit or we synthesis by the electrochemical deposition system. So with that, we able to utilize that or to use that in various kind of electronic device fabrication. Next slide, please. So this is the system, okay? The system that we are going to use on the right side. That is the electrochemical deposition system. So we use this system to synthesize the titanium nanotube array. Okay. So in this system, actually, we should understand the system. The system that this system, okay, the anodization type of electrochemical system that we use is actually, the concept is to do etching or due to the anodization process. So as you can see on the right side here, there is a plus terminal. So we need to attach, okay, to attach the substrate here, or in this case, for this deposition, system, we use the wafer to attach here, and then after that, so we need to optimize. So in this case, the deposition, the anodization time. So meaning that the other process we consider as a fix. Okay, we only optimize the anodization time only. So we fix based on our previous research. The other process that we fix, such as the solution, such as the voltage, okay, such as the other than that, for example, the increment of time and so on, the temperature of the solution as well. So next slide, please. So based on the literature, okay, we found that when they have reported when they want to deposit the nanostructured titanium array or titanium nanotube array, okay, they have focus, okay, they have focus on the anodization time, meaning that anodization time is very important in order to synthesize the optimum characteristic of the titanium nanotube array. So in our case also, we also consider the anodization time as a parameter, or as the important process as well. But at the same time, we are going, okay, to focus on the optimizing the anodization time, so that we are able to deposit or to synthesize the suitable characteristic of titanium nanotube for humidity device fabrication. So in this literature also, as you can see from the second box that is in horizontal, this is called as the third generation of the process to deposit or to prepare the titanium nanotube array. that they have considered is with low percentage of the solution. You can see here 0.5 weight of percentage, and then they are getting better characteristic of in terms of the surface morphology of the titanium nanotube array. But they have reported also they still found the issue that they cannot obtain very good properties, not only in terms of the morphology, but other than properties that make them cannot use that in the device fabrication. Please proceed to the next. So in our case, okay, we are based on the literature review, based on the issue, based on the problem, okay, the research question that I have highlighted just now, okay, and with the help of this another literature review that is on the screen, we have come to the we have to consider the specific problem statement. So before that, let's see the research issue that been reported by this reference 10 and 15. So by Srimala, Sri Kantan group, and also Zulkarnain and group, they have reported that when they deposited when they anodized the solution, the titanium nanotube for 20 minutes, they able to obtain 65 nanometer. Okay, but when they increase the anodization time, the nanotube is broken. And then before that also, actually, they have discussed that they cannot obtain the good quality of the titanium nanotube. And so from the Zulkarnain and also a group, they have reported also that they have obtained the titanium nanotube when they have deposited, when they have anodized at 1800 second, they have obtained 107 nanometer. It's good, but still, they are reporting that they are facing with the consistency or uniformity of the surface morphology properties of the titanium nanotube. Please proceed to the next. So based on of what I have presented just now, so we have considered the problem statement as mentioned here, that the arrangement of the self-organized titanium nanotube became irregular and unstable. That been reported by them. So this under that from is written here that the surface morphology showed thick and irregular diameter size of titanium nanotube, even though the growth of the titanium nanotube at the 1800 second exhibited the highest anodization times as reported by Endut. So meaning that they need a lot of time, long time. They need long time, and then they have reported also they cannot obtain good quality of the titanium nanotube. The second one, from the reference number 10, they have reported about the titanium nanotube tended to break and collapse on each other at high anodic time. So when they decrease, they are facing problems. So we have considered this as a problem. Please proceed to the next. And then, based on the previous problem that I have stated just now, our group has stated just now, so we have considered these two objectives for this research: to investigate the titanium nanotube array at different anodization time by electrochemical anodization using low percentage of ammonium fluoride. With this combination, with this solution preparation based on what we have to optimize. But today we are going to focus on the anodization time that I'm going to report today, using the solution, the optimum solution that we have optimized previously. And then the second objective is to fabricate the highly sensitivity of vertically aligned titanium nanotube array based humidity sensor. So meaning that for this paper, I'm going to report about the synthesization of optimum characteristic of titanium nanotube by using this system for this application, for the humidity sensor application. So next slide, please. So this is actually the basic of the electrochemical anodization system that we we need to understand where we need to attach the sample. So from the using this electrochemical system. So for this method, we considering to etch meaning that we need to attach the sample at the anode, and then set the voltage at the optimum voltage. In this case, optimum voltage. So after that, also we use the optimum solution. Next slide, please. So this is the research methodology that we have proceed for this research. So for the first step, we need to prepare the substrate that we are going to use as an anode. So preparation of substrate, including we need to select the suitable substrate with the purity, so high purity of the substrate. So that is the titanium substrate. So we need to clean that. We need to go through the etching process to clean off the top surface, all around the top surface, meaning that not only at the front, at the back side, and all of the surface of the titanium layer. And then after that, we need to set up the system. Okay, to set up the system. So to prepare the solution, consider the optimum the condition for the preparation of the solution, and then to understand what is the ionization method, meaning that we have to set all the parameters that to fix all the process that we do not consider as parameter. And then for this paper, we only consider to optimize the ionization time. So after that, after we now still at the second step, the step 2. So after that, we need to sonicate the sample that we have anodized, and then after that go through the annealing process. And then after that, we characterize the titanium nanotube array for the surface morphology, structural properties, as well as the electrical properties. So in this case, electrical properties is the most important characteristic of the characteristic that we need to focus actually, because we are going to use this titanium nanotube in the humidity sensor device fabrication. So after that, we fabricate the titanium nanotube, and then proceed to the step 5, that is to measure the properties of the humidity titanium nanotube based humidity sensor. Next slide, please. Please proceed to the next slide. Okay. So this is actually the step that I have explained just now. So we need to go from the step 1, step 2, step 3, and at the end, you can see step 2. We have stated here that the other process we have considered as a constant. The other process means such as the type of the anode, the type of the titanium wafer, so the voltage, and other than that, the concentration of the solution as well. And then we only play around. We only optimize the ionization time. And then for the step 5, when we want to determine the properties of the humidity sensor, we set several process as a constant, and then we change only on the relative humidity sense, the level or relative humidity sensor from 40 to 90%. So that for the related to the step last, for the measurement of the humidity sensor, I will explain later on during my presentation. Next slide, please. Okay, now we come to the result and discussion. So here maybe on the slide, from your side, I'm wonder that you cannot see clearly, but when we optimize, okay, when we optimize the ionization time at 30 minutes, 60 minutes, and 120 minutes, we found that the diameter size of the titanium nanotube increased with the ionization time. And then over 30 minutes, start from the 30 minutes, the pores, okay, the pores, the holes of the film seems tube-like with several spikes. Okay, in our case also spikes, but hopefully, still based on the electrical properties that I'm going to explain after this, hopefully still can be used in the device verification. But actually, due to it has several spikes, in the future, we still need to optimize on this characteristic. Yeah. So the top surface synthesized at 30 and 60 minutes. Okay, for the figure one I and this figure 1-2 showed spikes form might be due to the etching on the top of the nanotube. As I said just now, that in our case also we found the same as been reported by in the literature that we consider as references. But we still we also thinking that we need to still optimize it, but we have proceeded to use this sample to the next step in the device verification. So the spikes on the top surface were reduced with well-ordered titanium nanotube when the ionization duration was over 60 minutes. So 3 to 60, so the spikes increase. But at the 120, we found that it decreased again. So this until now we still do not know yet, but we hope that by optimizing the ionization time in the future, for example, such as maybe we need to increase the ionization time. But the problem is in the literature been reported that when they increase the ionization time, okay, it affect their sample has been broken, as I explained just now. So this part, I think based on the surface morphology, we also understand that the optimization of the process injection still need to be done. Next slide, please. So okay, this one is the surface morphology using the FECM also. This one on the diameter size. You can see here the diameter size increase up to keep increasing for the 3 samples that only that we have done. At for the sample that we have anodized at 120 minutes, so the diameter increased up to 43.03 nanometer. So the growth formation can control the diameter of the titanium nanotube array, which result in the production of response humidity sensor. So we hope, we believe that maybe when the diameter size increase, so it might be suitable for the humidity sensor based on the result. But based on the theory, actually, as also presented by Prof. Saifullah just now, actually, in the nano structured material, we need to look to aim to have the smaller size or smaller scale of the nanostructured material, because due to that it will affect to the quantum confinement theory. It also will affect to the optical band gap, as well as actually it will affect to the smooth to the high mobility of the electron actually. So but based on what we have found in our research, when the diameter size increase up to 43, at the end, okay, we found that the humidity sensor characteristics become better. That also we still do not know the result, but we try to understand. I think we should focus on this later on in the future. Next slide, please. So this is also a result from the FECM image on the EDS. So from this, to confirm that the material that we obtained is the titanium dioxide. Next slide, please. So this one is the result from the XRD. So from the XRD, based on the theory, we should obtain three position of the peak for the XRD. So we obtained that, and then we found that as we can see here, okay, the crystallite size, okay, the crystallite size increased with the ionization time. So just now I have explained about when we discuss our result based on the FECM, we found that the length of nanotube, titanium nanotube, as well as the diameter size of the nanotube increase, okay, with higher anodization time. But when we refer to the XRD result, actually the crystal size increase. So it increased also, but we believe that when the crystallized size increase, so the surface morphology, from the surface morphology result, from the efficient result, it affect to the length and also to the diameter. So now actually, based on the humidity sensor result from the sensor, now actually we cannot understand the relationship of that, because based on the material, based on the material properties, as I said just now, it's supposed to affect to the optical properties. It's supposed to affect to the electrical properties, but so even the surface morphology, even from the result from the XRD shows that the crystal size increase as well as the particle size increase, but the electrical properties does not follow the same trend. So there is something here that I think even it is contradict to the theory, but we as a researcher should focus on this to understand why there is that does not show the same trend between the surface morphology, XRD, and the electrical properties, as well as the quantum compartment theory that I have highlighted just now, based on theory that also been explained by Prof. Saifullah just now. Please proceed to the next slide. So this is the Raman characteristic. So from the Raman, also we can see that when the anodization time increase, the crystallinity, okay, the defect also decrease. So this one is telling with the electrical properties. So when the defect decrease, based on the FWHM of the Raman, based the intensity of Raman, we could understand that defect decrease. So meaning that the Raman from the Raman result of our sample actually tally with the electrical properties that I have highlighted just now, but the Raman properties does not tally with the XRD, with the structural properties of XRD and the structural properties of the surface homology. So next slide, please. So we believe that there is some reason, some information that we could understand from this. I just highlighting that we as a researcher should try to understand on this. Not sometimes all of the result might not give the same trend, but also maybe due to the reason, to the theory that maybe at this stage we do not know, but it actually even the structural properties, even the surface morphology shows the same result, that is contra to the physical properties, to contra to the optical properties, but when we use in the device relation, but sometimes it also give good result, but maybe because of some reason that we still cannot find the literature review. So here the current voltage IV characteristic, okay, for the three samples that we have prepared by the anodization at different anodization time. So from here, from the current voltage characteristic also, as we can see from the figure 5, the current increase with the voltage. Current increase with the voltage when we apply voltage up to 5 volts. So as we can see here, so the blue color of the line, the graph. For the 120 minutes, it show the highest, okay, the highest current flows when compared to the other samples. So this is actually, as I have highlighted previously, that the IV characteristic tally with the Raman characteristic that show low defect, but it contra or different from the surface homology and the crystallite size from the X-ray result that we have reported. So from here, when we calculate the conductivity, so the value of the conductivity for the sample that we have anodized at 120 minutes also show very high conductivity, up to we have obtained up to 0.225 Siemens per centimeter. So please proceed to the next. So this is the result for the also IV characteristic. This one result for the IV characteristic that we measure for the device, that we fabricate the device. So after we anodize, after we anodize at different time for all sample, we have cyanocated, and then we anneal, at 450 degrees Celsius, and then after that tube array. So on the top, we have substrate. That substrate is the titanium wafer. We consider a substrate because when we anodize, so the top surface of the titanium become insulative because it oxidized, and then on the top of that, it will form the titanium nanotube array. That is the having the semiconducting characteristic that I have presented in the previous slide. And then on the top of that, we have deposited the metal contact. We have deposited the gold, as a metal contact to form the ohmic contact, so that we can measure the humidity characteristic. So the configuration of the humidity device that we have fabricated is MSM. We call it metal semiconductor metal on the top of the titanium wafer. So we fix the voltage at the 5 volt. We fix the voltage at the 5 volt, and then we introduce the humidity. The air with the humidity at different level of the humidity level. We call it as the relative humidity from 40%, up to 100 actually. But we have 100 means very wetty, already with very high concentration of water. So usually we introduce the relative humidity up to 90% only. So the figure 6 on the left side of the slide shows the current versus time. So this one is the response time, we call it. So this one is for the sample. We have selected the best sample for this case that we have deposited. We have anodized at the 120 minutes. So we found that, as you can see here, the response time. So for when we so the relative humidity. So this one is when we increase when we set the relative humidity at 90%. So we set the voltage at 5 volt, and then we on. So when we on, so we measure the current. So the current increase with the time. So up to 400. 400 second, it increased gradually. So you can see here, the increment is very fast actually. So the best one, of course, if we able to measure, to obtain the highest current, for example, at 3 seconds. But for our sample, is only we able to obtain the current at 4 after we measure at 400 second only. So if we compare on the the time, the time taken and the photo response of our sample with the literature, as we have compared, so that our sample is not obtained as good as been reported by literature. But literature now I'm talking about the literature for the humidity sensor. But for the literature for the humidity sensor that they have used, but no report in the literature on the fabrication of humidity sensor using titanium nanotube so far. So we believe that even our result is not as good as the humidity result for the humidity sensor that been reported in the literature, but it's considerably good. So when we calculate the sensitivity, okay, the sensitivity is written there. The sensitivity is equal to RA. RA is the resistance at the 40% of the relative humidity. 40% means at room temperature, at the room environment. So divide by the relative humidity at, for example, the resistance. The resistance at the relative humidity. For example, the resistance at the 90%. Okay, 90% of the relative humidity. So when we calculate, we found that for the sample at 120 minutes, the sensitivity is very high. That is at the 264.24 sensitivity, very high. But since no reports yet, sample of humidity sensor fabricated using the same material, so we believe our result is considerable. Good. So next slide, please. The last slide is as in conclusion. So we alhamdulillah, our group have succeeded to deposit or to anodize titanium nanotube array at different anodization time. That is from 30 to 120 minutes so far, but we believe that we should actually increase more time. In more time, because we found that when we increase in at higher time, okay, the conductivity increase. So the conductivity increase means one of the factor that might cause the increase of conductivity is due to the less of defect, has been proved by the Raman spectroscopy just now. And then other than that, when the conductivity increase, meaning that the possibility able to be used in the device fabrication is higher. The second conclusion that we found is that the surface homology showed the diameter size of synthesized titanium nanotube array in the range of 20.61 to 43.03 nanometer as the time. So we believe that it will increase more, but only we wonder that it might be broken as been reported in the literature. The element analysis confirm the formation of stoichiometry titanium nanotube array for film synthesized at 120 minutes is the best. So the XRD result showed the titanium nanotube array film exhibited the anatase phase at 25.5 degree. The anatase phase crystallite size increased from 27.7 to 31.1 nanometer when anodization time increased due to the effect of titanium lattice and oxygen efficiencies that we have calculated based on the FECM, based on the adaptation from the FECM. So from the Raman analysis, as I have explained just now, is actually the phenomenon or the result that that directly support the result for the electrical properties. So the others a bit confusing based on the theory when we compare to the device characteristic. But we hope that by optimizing the process in the future, the contradiction between the material properties and the device characteristic and the relationship could be resolved. And then finally, the electrical properties showed, we found that the electrical properties showed by longer anodization time, when after we optimize from 30 to 20 minutes, the significant increase in conductivity that what I have explained just now, that is tally with the result from the Raman analysis. And then finally, when we fabricate the device and measure the device characteristic, the same sample, the best sample that we anodize at the 120 20 minutes give the highest sensitivity. So for, at 264.24, that is still lower compared to the existence humidity sensor, but we actually novel in the fabrication of humidity device using the carbon nanotube array. So I think that's all from me today. I hope that we could have a discussion on this. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Rusuk, for very interesting speech regarding on the titanium oxide for humidity sensor. So now I open for a Q&A session. Feel free to write the question in our chat box in the YouTube channel. So is there any question? Prof, I have actually one general question. So in the future, for future, is there actually any suitable metal oxide from the same group? So such as it might be aluminium oxide or gallium oxide that can be suitable and used for the humidity sensor? Because if I'm not mistaken, titanium oxide is quite costly.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the question. Actually, of course, we as a researcher, we should talk based on the theory. So based on the theory, actually, the zinc oxide, for example, should give better because zinc oxide has low defect. So when the material has low defect, so the possibility to have high conductivity or the possibility of having the higher electron mobility as well as the electromobility is higher. But the problem is, for example, if we want to anodize the same to anodize the zinc oxide using the same system or to consider in the anodization process using the electrochemical deposition system, so far not many reports on the use of zinc wafer as a substrate or as to be anodized because the zinc oxide difficult to be anodized. So I think that the factors related to the anodization process also need to be considered when we want to consider different kind of material because different, for example, zinc oxide. The reason why zinc oxide not suitable to be used in anodization process because it need higher power, for example. So it needs higher power. So maybe if we able to increase a higher pH, for example, okay, higher pH or higher voltage or high temperature, if we have that kind of system, so maybe in the future we can do also to anodize the zinc wafer, for example. That also can be considered in the future. But I mean that the system, the limitation of the system also need to be considered. I think what I could comment on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof.
Yeah.
So thank you once again to Prof. Rusuk for very interesting speech. I already gained a lot of knowledge from his speech today. So thank you once again, Prof. So Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, due to unforeseen circumstances, the organizing committee has to announce that our fourth speaker today, which is Dr. Haja Halimatul Radia session, has to be cancelled. Therefore, this is the end of our session. I would like to thank to all guests and participants for participating in this conference. Stay tuned for the next session that will be start at 2 p.m. and will be moderating by my colleague, which is Puan Siti Marina Ahmed. So we hope that this conference has become a good platform for researchers, academicians, and industry players to broadcast and disseminate their valuable knowledge in their respective fields. Knowledge share indeed will be useful and beneficial to all of us till we meet again in the future. So stay safe and take care. See you again on the next session. Thank you.
Assalamualaikum and a very good afternoon to everyone. Before we proceed to the next session, to ensure the effectiveness of this virtual conference, I would like to get your feedback regarding the quality of the visual and audio of this conference. Kindly respond by letting me know if there is anything that we need to improve or attend to. Well, everything seemed to be all right so far. So to show respect and a sign of appreciation to the speaker, please put your phone on silence mode and mute your speaker during the session. Our invited speakers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to be here as the moderator of I-CReST Virtual Conference 2022. I will moderate this invited speech session 2. My name is Siti Marina binti Amit from Center of Foundation Studies, University Technology Mara, Malaysia. On behalf of the organizing committee, we wish to extend our warm welcome, selamat datang, and thank you to all participants, guests of honor, delegates, and representatives from the participating institutions, foreign and local participants to our third I-CReST Virtual Conference 2022, organized by Center of Foundation Studies, University Technology Mara, Cawangan Selangor, Kampus Dengkil. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we are grateful that the conference is joined by nearly 180 participants, ranging from researchers, industrial experts, and professionals. Esteemed participants are gathered here today to share their latest research findings and to share their knowledge and expertise on science, technology, and social sciences. It is hoped that the newly gained knowledge from this conference will be able to contribute to the betterment of the industry and society as a whole. Due to time constraint, as a friendly reminder to all our invited speakers, the time allotted for each speech is 25 minutes, plus an additional 5 minutes for question and answer session. Excellency, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, before I invite our first speaker of today, I welcome any question that you might have about any of the papers presented today. If you would kindly put your questions in the chat section, we will try to select a few for our distinguished experts to address here. Without further ado, I would like to invite our first invited speaker for this session. He is Yang Berbahagia Dr. Afnizan Faizal Abdullah, Chief Executive Officer and Co-founder of Synapse Innovation Sdn Bhd, with his paper titled Enterprise Data Science for Drone Technology. Are we ready, Doctor?
Yes, please.
Okay, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Moderator, for the generous introductions. So I guess let me start with my sharing today. All right. So hopefully everyone can see my slide now.
Yes, I can see.
All right, perfect. Okay, so Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum and a very good afternoon, everyone. I hope everyone having a very good lunch just now and having a really fantastic weekend. Let's spend around 25 or less than that for the sessions that I'm going to share with you. So for today, I'm going to share with you on this enterprise data science for drone technology. Okay, my name is Faizal. I'm CEO of and co-founder of Synapse Innovation Sdn Bhd. And just to give you in the context, Synapse is just recently been acquired by Aerodyne Groups. It's the #1 drone service company in the world. And and then we are working as the subsidiary of Aerodyne and serving the 35 countries that we have been situated our office there. Our HQ is in Cyberjaya, and my own office is in Medini, Johor. So as if everyone know about Aerodyne, this is the company that been established by Malaysians, Mr. Kamarul, who happen to be a Mara alumni, MISM in Kelantan, and now he is the founder of Aerodyne since 2014, and moving forward, we are growing. To date, we have 900 staff all over the world.
And we have offices in Washington, in Chile, in London, and also some of the big cities in the world. So to start with, for today's context, this is the outline that I'm going to share with you. So first, we are going to embark into what is data science, and then we are looking into data science for enterprise, and then we're moving forward straight away to the future of the drone technology, which is where data science able to help out on, for these drone industries. So I believe that this is not going to take more than 10 minutes because I prefer to have Q&A more rather than me doing the presentations. So to give everyone the same picture, so data science is the interdisciplines field where it includes computer science or IT, and math and statistics, and also domain and business knowledge. So when we talk about computer science and math and statistics, it will be involved on the machine learning part, big data and whatnot. And when it's come into computer science, to the domain is the domain knowledge, definitely is pretty much on how we develop the solutions in the form of software and whatnot. But when we call it upon on the mathematics and statisticals to solve the domain knowledge, usually we are performing this traditional or conventional research or academic research per se. So all of this altogether is data science. So I can say that data science, based on my experience after 10 years involving in AI, machine learning, and also data science, what I can say about data science is not much different with the sciences that we learn during our school years. It's like biology, it's like chemistry, it's like even mathematics, maths, or whatsoever, and physics, for example. So data science is a science that use data for their analysis, for their studies. So that's being said, data science also can be implemented in biology, and also can be go for chemistry, and we also have data science for physics. So when it's come into data, especially nowadays, there's all talking about data. There's only data around us. Data science will come into the picture on how we process the data, do the analysis, and provide an insight out of this data. So we are the one like magicians that transforming the data into the knowledge. So this is pretty much what data science is. So when it's come into industry, I'm currently managing and leading a team of 68 programmer, IT professionals in Medini. So most of them are data scientists, and there's a few of them that look into this front end, back end, and also database, data management, UI UX, and also 3D modeling and whatnot. And for us, the heart of the company, or the team that I'm managing right now, is on the data science and AI. So when we talk about data science team, usually we have few people that have different niche area. For instance, we have data engineering people. So this is what we call as data engineer, that focusing on how to build up the infrastructure, do the cloud computing thingy, and also how to set up the environments for the programmer to do their job, and to make sure that all of this data can be transferred in and transferred out correctly, and how the machine learning able to be run in order for us to produce the perfect, accurate models. So this is what data engineers is doing. They are making sure about the infrastructure to be run, to be operated in the right way. And moving on, this data science, which is consists of our bunch of data scientists, they look into on the technical parts. For example, how to run an AI algorithm, machine learning algorithms, and how to do this data processing and data cleansing, data modeling, and also producing the models, and also testing the models, and make sure do this data analytics part that to make sure that the models can work properly. So data scientists and data engineering is two separate positions, responsibility, but they always work together because data scientists need the infrastructure be set up by data engineers to run the application, to do the testing and whatnot. And it's come after that is on the UI and web applications, or what we call as platform developments, to make sure that whatever been developed by the data scientists and also the data engineers can run and can be used by end users. So in our perspective, we have few types of end users. One of them are subject matter experts, which I'm going to show you some of the applications that we're developing right now. And also few of the application or platform have been used by the user around the world. So these are going to be those that don't have any knowledge on computer science, IT, or even details knowledge on certain area. In some extent, our users those are new in industries. So we need to make sure that this application can be run, can be used, can practically be utilized by these kind of people. So in other words, we working in the departmental punya levels in such a way that data science is not a position, but it's a department. So this is how we treat ourselves. This is how we work as a team. So pretty much it's a team working efforts to make sure that our applications or our solutions are able to reach out to the user or clients. So now we move on to the second point, which is data science enterprise. Why business really need that? So most enterprise or businesses today suffer from resource-intensive process, data, and organization silos. So I believe that not only industries having the same problems, but even the university also having the same problems. Organization silos, people are doing by them with their own team, with their own intentions, with their own objectives, and not communicating well to each other, to each of the departments and whatnot. So on this perspective, we can see that research doing their own jobs, deployments will do what they are really good at, and only minor or any minimal involvement of the governance, the roles of the people, and also what they are doing in the company or in the enterprise and whatsoever. So this is pretty much the typical way how we build things and how we develop our solutions. So and as the business growing, this kind of architecture or this kind of practice exercise is no longer relevant, because when data become explosively huge amount, this is a lot of complications, complexities, and how we drive the solutions to the clients will impact on the performance, on the usabilities, as well as the practicality. So how we able to break in the silos in the simplest, more accurate, fastest way to productions with the features that we have right now. So usually we have this platform that we're developing so that all of these departments or people or team can be empowered to take resources and to do what they are doing. So for example, we have this researcher that developing the data lake, and from there we put on the same platform as the deployments and the governments. So this is where what the data engineers in our office is currently doing. We call it as ML Ops, machine learning operationals. So every time the new data come in, the AI will try to redevelop their models, and then do the testing, and then put it back to our server or to our cloud in order it can be run on the applications layer. So this is the operations entirely runs autonomously, only monitored by these DevOps or ML Ops engineers to make sure that there's no glitch happening and whatnot. So every time the glitch happens, anytime the downtime happens, it will alert or notify these MLOps engineers to do rectifications. So this is pretty much how we do back then in our landscape, developing our enterprise data science to the new generations platform for the users. Okay, now for today's the future of the drone technology, I would like to share with you on the, what Aerodyne is doing, which is we are putting Aerodyne as our use case today, and let's have some video on this. Okay, that's some of the applications that we have delivered to all of our clients around the world. So now I'm going to show you some another examples that we are developing back then in our R&D departments, which we want to have these object detections, accurate the object detections that able to predict objects on the landscapes, so that we able to do the investigations on that objects. So this is the data captured by the drones using LiDAR and developing the 3Ds on the point clouds. So as you can see that this is the LiDAR has a laser. It's a laser technology that we are able to, and then with our algorithms and our platform, we are able to capture only one object, which is this red car. And the object extractions, from the object extraction, we able to get the only data that we want. So this is to empower the users to do whatever they want, and with our platform. So imagine that this kind of platform can be used in low, with the peoples with the low levels of experience or knowledge about 3Ds, LiDAR or drones technology. They're also able to use our solutions right away. Okay, now we are going to have another examples. This is pretty much another video that I'm going to share with you on the commercial part. Okay, from there, I guess that's end our sessions. Thank you. So we open up for question and answer. Before that, I will pass back to our Madam Moderator. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Doctor. Uh, I found it very fascinating. I mean, I know my knowledge of drone and drone application comes from Hollywood movies, which is obviously not a good source of information. But there you go. But listening to you, I can't help but wondering, in your daily business, how you determine whether the collecting of data that you're going to do and then clean, as you mentioned, is actually legal, um, or illegal collection of data. Maybe.
Okay. Yeah, thank you for the question. So the main point here is on the ethical data collection lah. So we need to come back to how we run the business, which is on the B2B, business to business. So every time, we have engagement with the clients. We will started with NDA and also all of these legal agreements that we need to sign off by both parties. We as our service provider and the other ones as the clients. For example, we have this company A as our one hour service. So we engage all of this legal part and all these related agreements need to be signed off. Then this is the first stage, and then the second stage is we are going to see what kind of data they prefer to share with us, or what kind of area that they want us to do the inspection and whatnot. And once that been kicked off, we are going to do this data collections activity where we send our drone pilots and whatnot to do the data collections on that area only. So this is how we do the data collections in the, as you mentioned, in the legal way, in the right way, and we need to make sure that there's no personal data have been breached out or so whatsoever. So yeah, I hope that answers your questions.
Well, we can't deny that the application of drone nowadays as a future technology is beneficial to in all sorts of aspects of our life. But there are many sectors of the society demanded for the stringent law on the application of the use of drone as part or in parcel of a business. So what do you think? Do we have enough law, or do we need more law in regards to protecting the privacy of a person?
Thank you for the questions. When we running a business on the drone services, especially in Malaysia, it is pretty much a highly regulated industry. So we cannot even fly drones without the permit from CAAM. CAAM is the highest regulations that everyone needs to comply. Not only the industries, but also the publics. Do you know that you cannot fly any of your drones without any permits from the CAM? If you've been caught, you are going to be fined 50,000 ringgit Malaysia right away.
Is this commercial drone or private use?
No. This is for private use. If you have drones at your home now and you fly the drone without the permit of CAM and been caught by them, you are going to be fined 50,000 ringgit minimum. Okay. And on our industry punya perspective, every time we fly the drones, we need to have these applications. We need to submit applications to CAM and waiting for the approvals before we can kick off. So this is how the drones regulation is happening in Malaysia. And if you run on our subsidiary in the state, for example, we need to have the similar regulations that need to comply from FAA, which is the Federal Aerial Authorities. So quite similar because of what? Because before we have these regulations, there's a lot of accident happens, no one accountable for the issues and whatnot. So this CAM or any kind of regulation have been cast into the stones for us to follow, just to educate ourselves, just to make sure that we need to make sure this is accountable for any of us, publicly or privately. Thank you.
All right. So I think that's all we have the time for our question and answer session. For anyone who more interested in drone, probably can contact Dr. Afnizan after this. So thank you very much, Doctor, for your presentation and for sharing of ideas and knowledge.
Sure. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So our next speaker, invited speaker for this session is none other than Yang Berbahagia, Professor Dr. Najibah Muhammad Zain. She is Professor of Law with International Islamic University Malaysia, Gombak Campus. She will speak on her paper, which is titled Developing Methodology of Harmonizing Sharia and Civil Law. This is an ongoing debate and lesson learned from Indra Gadis case, the ever so popular Indra Gadis case. So it is my pleasure to yield the floor to Professor Dr. Najibah. Please welcome.
Thank you very much, One Moderator, Siti Marina. Well, from the hard science, we go to another area. I'm not sure whether the participants will be able to appreciate or not at this hour. But
I certainly will appreciate this.
So anyway, maybe we try to bring back the matter down to earth, even though this is so-called soft science, but I think it is very hard when it comes to complicated issues in resolving the conflict. Okay, to start with, we go to slide number 2. I would just like to explain a little bit about about the slide number 2, about the reasons why I take up this particular research, particularly in Ahmad Ibrahim Kuliah of Laws. We develop as what we call it harmonization of law as our niche area, due to the fact that in the context of Malaysia nowadays, in fact until now we still practice what we call it dual jurisdiction, and it is difficult to see in other countries that practice dual jurisdiction. But Malaysia, of course, is an exception because of the colonials and whatnot, to some extent, and until now we still inherit that in our legal framework. So as we all know that the conflict, as I would say, that becomes more complicated when we have one subject matter, but it is one subject matter, but that subject matter is discussed in a separate jurisdiction, and when the interests of the parties are the same. So this is where the problem arises, to some extent, that back in, as far as 30 years ago, we have been discussing about this issue, and only just recently we could see some changes in the context of the change of law, and what we could expect to hope that certain issues can be resolved. So the focus will be on the unilateral conversions to Islam by one party from a non-Muslim marriage. So I'm talking about I'm talking in a very confined and specialized area. Okay, so as of now, Malaysia does not, in the context of Muslim and non-Muslim marriage, so we do not recognize interfaith marriage. Even though outside, or maybe what we call it, outside the legal framework, we came to know that there are Muslim and non-Muslim who live together. But as far as the as the law is concerned, we do not recognize interfaith marriage, and therefore, because of that, conversion to Islam becomes common, and regardless of whatever is the intention, we could see that some convert because they want to legitimize a subsequent marriage, perhaps if there is any, or for other reasons that we may discover later. But cases that we normally come across is that many actually married or have a subsequent marriage because they want to get rid from the first marriage, and we know that the procedure for divorce is not that easy, either in civil marriage as well as in the context of Muslim marriage because they need to go to the court. So in the context of civil marriage, from the data that we have collected on the ground, it is not reported basically, but we could see number of cases where they want to get rid of the first marriage, so they convert to Islam, then married to another person, and cases become more complicated. But anyway, as we cannot examine what is the intention of the parties, and we are not allowed to examine, so whatever it is, we just focus on the law. So 2017, the law has been amended, in which me myself basically was involved in the discussion regarding this reform since 2003. So we have been together with AG and so on to discuss about this issue. But only in 2017, we could see some reform being done to the Law Reform Marriage and Divorce Act, which granted the power to the civil court to deal with the adjudication process, on the basis that since the couple, the parties were married previously under the civil marriage, therefore the civil court will have a proper jurisdiction to deal with the case. And furthermore, this is again to facilitate the restrictions that is imposed under the constitutions, which does not allow the non-Muslim to go to the Sharia court as well as Muslim to go to the civil court when it comes to the issue of conversion, even though and when it comes to the issue of marriage and divorce. Okay. So to that extent, even though in that context, matters relating to the status of marriage will be able to be resolved with one forum, and that is the civil court. But matters relating to the custody of children and religious religious status of the child still remain unchanged. Meaning that the problem is not able to be tackled under the current law because that provision has not been amended. Even though previously there was a proposal to amend and to insert provisions under Section 88 of the Law Reform, meaning that to wish basically to maintain the status quo of the child. But at the end of the day, that provision has been removed from the list of the law that need to be amended. And then the status of the child religion as well under the federal constitution, still under Section 12, under Article 12.4 of the federal constitution, also requires, of course, further interpretation. Okay, so that's basically rough background. So can we go to the next slide? Okay, so in that context, when we are proposing for the harmonization, what harmonization means? Whether harmonization is Islamization, which is, of course, may not necessarily reflect that it's supposed to be Islamization. And I believe that it is going to be much more complicated if you were to use the word Islamization. Okay, harmonizations could also mean the process of bringing one thing into harmony, in agreement with another, and it must be of two things that are not identical, such as Sharia and man-made law, and put them on equal ground. So this is again another connotation or another definitions of harmonization for which I believe that it might be relevant in this particular context. And we also come across that certain scholars view harmonization is something to do with Islamic fiqh, rather than Sharia, because if you talk about Sharia, then it is rather wide, which includes Quran and Sunnah and other sources of law. But if you were to confine only to the discussions into the Islamic faith, then it will be involved ijtihadi matters. So the question is whether custody of children and determining religious status of the child is ijtihadi matters. And in that context, maybe we could see the discussions afterwards. And then harmonization also has been viewed to look into something that is beyond Islamizations, yeah. And I think in this particular context, whether it is Islamization, whether it is something beyond Islamizations, or whether it is a forum of convenience, when we talk conflict of laws, yeah, it could be something for which, we can explore on that, yeah. So to some extent, the definition, I believe it is not exhaustive on these 4 or 5 definitions, yeah, but it will depend on the subject matter in dispute, yeah? And then in this particular context, let us focus on the custody of children as well as religious status of the child. Actually, I have already written one article which was published in 2012. Yeah, but anyway, that particular article did not cover the discussions in Indira Gandhi. Yeah, but the principles basically, I believe, still valid to be discussed even after Indira Gandhi's case. Yeah? Okay, can we go to the next slide? Okay, so why Indira Gandhi is so important? Yeah, well, because it is a landmark case that was decided, previously by in the 3 different courts. We could see that starting from the High Court and from the Court of Appeal as well as to the Federal Court, and practically me myself involved as well, having a discussion with lawyers, especially from the what we call it now, from the Majlis Agama or something like that, representing Majlis Agama, talking about what kind of arguments that we could bring forward. But anyway, the whole idea about Indira Gandhi is where we have a father and a mother who were in conflict. Then the father left the house, and then somehow or other he converted to Islam. And then he went to the Sharia court and get the order from the Sharia court to have the custody of the children. Yeah? Okay, so he managed to take the child, the youngest one, the girls, who at that particular time was infant, still breastfeeding, from the mother, and take it away. Took it away, when he took it away, basically deprived the right of the mother to have an access to the child, which is basically not the essence of the custody law at all, because the custody law requires that whoever gets the custody, the other party is able to have an access, at least a visitation right. And then, because of that, the mother went to the civil court. So we get just a brief idea, went to the civil court to what they call it. I mean, before the mother came to the picture, the father went to the Mu'alaf, to the Jabatan Agama Islam in Perak, converting the children, all 3 children, to Islam. Without the presence of all the children, and maybe in that particular context, because he believed as a father, he's a guardian, and the guardian not only for the children, but also responsible for the religion of the children, and whether that the understanding and the belief is in line with the Islamic teaching. This is something for which we need to examine, maybe in the general perspective, yes, but when the law is in conflict, when that will involve another perspective, perhaps what kind of fiqh that we need to use in these particular situations. So by converting the children to Islam, then of course this matter was related to the mother. Then the mother went to the court to nullify the conversions of the children to Islam, and argue that she has the right to be consulted and giving her consent with regard to the conversions of the children to Islam. Okay, so in this particular issue, yeah, and she went back again to the court and tried to get the custody of the children, yeah, even though at that particular time it was rather immature because marriage has yet to be dissolved, yeah, and the matters happened not yet passing the 3 months as required under the law, but at the end of the day, she's able to get the what do you call it, the order from the court, yeah, that she will get the custody of all the children, yeah. So in that case, the civil court basically give an order, yeah, for the custody of the children to be given to the mother, taking into account that the children are all at a very young age, and the other two, which are already growing up, want to stay with the mother, yeah. Okay, so that's basically a rough idea, yeah, about that. Yeah? So in this particular case, yeah, what interests me is not just only the facts of the case, yeah, but what interests me, of course, is how the court look into the matter and try to resolve that in the context of harmonizing from the perspective of the judge, yeah, especially at the high court level where the judge at that time was Lee Swee Seng, tried to look from that perspective, yeah, whether is there anything as what we call it a common sense. Yeah? Okay, can we go to the next slides? So, I just give only a very brief what you call it a scenario of that particular case. Yeah. So, so what we could see is that the impact. So this particular case was decided before the amendment of the Law Reform Act 1976, in which at that particular time the Sharia court has the jurisdiction to decide for the converts, that is for the Muslim, whereas the civil court has the power to decide for the non-Muslims, meaning that the law is valid at that particular time. So we cannot blame both parties on this because the law requires that Muslims go to the Sharia court, where the non-Muslim go to the civil court. Okay. Okay, so whatever it is, yeah, when deciding the case, the court tried to sort of like find what would be the best way to resolve the problem, meaning that this problem does not only arise in this Indira Gandhi's case, but it was basically decided in many other cases, and prior to that we have Subhashini's case, which in that particular case the court does not want to deviate from the fact that federal constitutions provide only one consent is sufficient to decide on the religious status of the child. But whether the court would like to follow the same arguments. So what we could see that the amendment that took place in 2017 was in response to the case, to the Indira Gandhi's case, which finally agreed to one court solutions, where the civil court decides on the dissolution of marriage in unilateral conversions to Islam from a civil marriage, and the court will decide on the ancillary relief, which include the custody of the children. But in these particular situations, as I've argued earlier, that the law on custody remain unchanged, and whether in that particular context the best interest of the child, which is the main principles to be decided when we talk about custody of children, is relevant. And when there is an issue on religion and as well as custodial rights. But under the Guardianship of Infants Act 1961, which was amended in 1999 in response to the unequal power between the mother and the father, provides that both parents have equal rights. So we have federal constitutions that provide for one parent's consent is sufficient. So we have Law Reform, Marriage and Divorce Act 1976 that at this particular time provide for civil and Sharia court both have the jurisdiction. But at the same time we have Guardianship of Infants Act 1961, which provides for consent of both parents, or both parents have equal rights, and equal rights here have been interpreted to include anything that involves children. Yeah. Okay, so can we go to the next slides? Yeah. Okay, so in order to, I would say that the court tried to harmonize the approach, yeah, even though in the absence of the law that provides for the one court solutions, yeah. But I think that the court used the concept of natural justice as a form of harmonizing the civil and the Sharia courts in this particular context by using the common sense. What is the common sense here? Is that the court said that, this is what the quotations from the case, that the court said that the law must be interpreted in consonance with the intentions of the primer, which is basically maqasid, looking into the purpose and the intent of the law, what actually the law intend to be. So in this particular case, the court said that the framers could not have intended any class of citizens to be without remedy when it comes to a thing so important as the conversion of one child to a religion different from that of his parent to a civil marriage. I think this is something which is very pertinent because in the context of, in this case, we have a Hindu clients and according to the Hindu religion, they also have the same connotations that moving from one religion to another is something which is disapproved. Okay, so in this particular context, the applicants is the very parents of the children and is directly affected by the decisions. So I think in this particular context, that's why I use the word common sense. Common sense, which can common sense be used in the formulating legal principles. So Islamic law, we use common sense, but it has not been used a lot in the context of Sharia court. Because when we look into the Solomon rule, the Prophet of Sulaiman, when deciding the case, and it is reported in the Quran, it is narrated in the Quran, and Allah mentions in the Quran on how Prophet Sulaiman used common sense in order to decide the case, for which I think in this particular context, it is very much in line with the Islamic principles. Okay, can I go to the? I go to the next slides. Okay, so besides using this common sense, the court also, somehow tried to use the word, tried to use justice as right to be heard by both parents. Where in this particular context, the court promotes justice as the core value. Okay, so in this particular context, the judge says that the unilateral conversions to Islam does not preclude the rights of both parents under Section 5 of the Guardianship of Infants Act, as I mentioned just now, which provides for the right of both parties to be heard, both parents to have equal rights. So the court says that the act of the father alone in converting the children to Islam without the consent of the mother, that is the non-converted spouse, contravene to Article 12(4) of the Federal Constitution. So this is how the court tried to sort of making sense of the provisions. So I argue that as Islamic law also promotes justice and this is what the court said, as Islamic law promotes justice and consultation, shura, as core values. So the court stated that there was no consultations if the reverting parents has absolute right to change the original religion of the children without consulting the other parents. So this is basically something which is quite pertinent when we talk about both parents have the right to be heard, of course, which is very much fundamental, which is mentioned, of course, under Order 92-93 of the Rules of Court, as well as, in this particular context, I believe that it is also consistent with the Sharia procedures that promotes not just only justice, but also justice and wisdom. Al-adlu wal-ihsan. If we were to read from the Quran, the word justice and wisdom is mentioned, and when we talk about a human relationship. Okay, so can I go to the last one? I hope I do not exceed the time. So So besides justice study, and justice, of course, is a core value, and not just only in the civil perspective, but in Islam, justice definitely is representing akhlaq, representing the utmost ethical concern, especially when we talk about human being. Again, another important aspect of judgment in that particular case, where the court used as what they call it, call it as universal value. What is universal value? Universal value that refers to the paramountcy of the child welfare, in which both Sharia and civil share the common value. So in this particular context, the court said that conversions to another religion is a momentous decision affecting life of a child, imposing a new and different set of personal law. Therefore, it is in the best interest of the child that the consent of both parents must be sought, and failure to do so would lead to practical conundrum, as previously mentioned by the learned judge at the High Court level. So this is the federal court who agree with the judge Lee Swee Seng at the High Court level, in which, in this particular context, I believe that that reflects the concept of universal value. And therefore, literal construction of Article 12.4 of the Federal Constitution will be contrary to the intent and purpose of the legislature when promoting the welfare of the child. So in that particular context, what I tried to actually derive from this particular case, where the court use somehow common values, which is used as harmonizations factors in order to decide on the custody of the children, in which, in this particular case, the court maintained that the mother should get the custody of the children. However, even though I perhaps do not agree all with regard to the judgment, preferring sole custody of the children, but in this particular case, maybe the court doesn't have much solutions because the father did not cooperate from the beginning to the end of the case. But what we try to promote here is that how we could see that in the context of civil and Sharia, there are in fact similar or perhaps universal values, the values that could always be shared together. If we open our mind, and in this particular context, because when we talk about religious status as well as custody of children are issues of ijtihad rather than fundamental values. Even though when we see religion, we always thought that it is fundamental. But when we talk about custody issues involving interfaith marriage, interfaith relationships, it comes under the domain of ijtihad rather than fundamental. So I hope that it gives some pictures of the legal framework that I believe in this particular context should be the directions in the future when we talk about the custody of the children involving conversions of one parent to Islam. In the case when parents could not decide, in that particular context, when I believe that it is very difficult to get both parents to consent, this is where the concept of the best interest of the child, where the court will decide who is the best to care for the children, will always be relevant because this value is very much universal. But anyway, what we need to encourage in this particular context is that the sharing responsibilities, parental responsibilities, as the promoting cooperations from both parents, regardless of the status of their religion. I think this is the best to be applied in this particular context. But this need to be nurtured and with the relevant law that need to be put in the current statutory provisions for both Muslim and non-Muslims, I believe that could give a future directions or nurture a new culture when we talk about different faith. With that, sorry to exceed a few minutes. Yeah, I hope it gives some sense to the discussions. And if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you so much, Professor, for. I think this is very captivating because I remember when the decision was declared, there was a lot of buzz, not just from Islamic scholars, academicians, but lay people. They just don't understand how can the court decided as such. So it is very, very important to have this kind of feedback from the person who knows about this. In the platform like this. So we have a few questions. Not a few questions, one question, since we have a constraint of time. I definitely have a few questions to ask, but I don't think I may be able to address it. But the question comes from Shari Ahmad. He asked, shouldn't the singular parent in Article 12, Clause 4, Federal Constitution, include parents as provided for in the interpretation section of the 11th schedule of the Federal Constitution that the singular includes the plural? Low background.
Yeah. This is always the questions that has been raised. Yeah. Perhaps what we could explore in terms of why the framer at the beginning just put a singular form rather than a plural form. Yeah. But because we know that from the perspective of custody, if you were to look into the current provisions, we normally prefer only one, either the mother or the father, right? Either the mother or the father, because this is what the law at the moment in which this law we have been proposing since early 2000s, where the law has now been changed and encouraging towards joint custody as well as parental responsibility. But we know that the Constitution, of course, was there since 1957, and perhaps there's some significance for which I believe in this particular context. In case when one parent couldn't agree on the religious status of the child, I argue that whoever get the custody of the child, based on the principles that the best interest of the child has been scrutinized and served, then that parent will decide on the religion of the child. I think this has been supported by cases, even though it doesn't really involve Muslim and non-Muslims, but this has been decided. And in one of the case that was, I think, either in Australia or in the UK, where the court said that, where the court in that particular case said that in the context of determining something that is so personal, such as religion of the parties or religion of the child, in this particular case, it is not for the court to decide. It is not for the court to decide, but it is for the person who have the custody of the child to decide. And I think it has some significance in this particular context. But the Muslim jurists basically, did not even consistent on this, because we have differences of opinion. That's why I say it is within the domain of ijtihad, and do not deny the fact that when the child reach the age of 18, then the child will decide whether he or she wants to be a Muslim or otherwise. And the juries also said that if the child decided to choose other religion than Islam, perhaps maybe he or she was raised by a Muslim parents, then the child cannot be subject to murtad or subject to hard punishment because of that. So this is where I think when we talk about this particular issue, we cannot use a general fiqh. It is a very specialized area of fiqh that need to be addressed and contextualized. This is what I mean, contextualized rather than literal interpretation. Literal interpretations. That's why when we talk about fiqh, we cannot just simply look into one particular mazhab. I know that Shafi'i definitely will say that anything will go to the Muslim parents, because Shafi'i has its own argument. But we cannot deny the fact that there are other opinions who may not be consistent with Shafi'i's view. So in that particular issue, I think when we talk about human, and when we talk about something like this. We need to go beyond fiqh. When we talk about maqasid Sharia is not about applying the law. Maqasid Sharia is about human. How do we contextualize this issue? So that's why I think in this particular context, that was the intentions of the federal constitution, because it's only one parent who get the custody of the child, based on that particular law at that particular time, as we inherit from the British. But and whoever that get the custody of the child, that parents will decide on the religion of the child, which is very much consistent. But what we now try to promote is something much more than that. So we hope that in this particular context, because the children, if we talk about the children at the tender years, what is more important for them is the love and affections of the parents, not the issue of religion at that particular time. So this is where we talk about contextualizing the fiqh. Contextualizing the fiqh is that we need to interpret the law, and give the meaning of that law, rather than just stop ourselves to the context of what Shafi'i says, what Maliki says,
Definitely, Prof. The importance of this particular issues is definitely cannot be addressed fully in 30 minutes, because this definitely something that should be discussed further, because I believe the paramount interest of the case is the child interest. So thank you so much, Prof.
You're welcome. Thank you.
For the information. Definitely, we will read further about this. Hopefully, we in the future can harmonize what is civil, what is criminal, what is Sharia in the future. So thank you again, Prof. For the presentation. Okay, so we now are going to move to our last presentation, but definitely not least. So I would like to invite Yang Berbahagia Dr. Juan Matmin. He is the head of Green Chemistry Research Group, Faculty of Science, University Technology Malaysia. I've been dragging to read the paper of Dr. Juan, but I will try, and I do hope that I will not offend the researchers. Okay, so the title of the presentation or the paper is Modification of Zeolitic Imidazolate Frameworks 8 for Antibacterial and Photocatalytic Activity. I am so sorry. So the floor is yours, Dr. Juan.
Assalamualaikum. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you, One City Marina, for the nice introduction. It's always good to be streaming live from UiTM Dengkil here in level 10. Okay, and I would like to share my slide here. Is it okay now?
We yet to see the slide.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, this is my title of my sharing today. Okay, this involving the modification of zeolitic imidazolate framework 8 for antibacterial and photocatalytic activities. Okay, why is the interest of this topic? I'll try to touch and discuss further on the significant and the gaps of this study. Okay. In the introduction part here. All right. To adapt with the global challenges, the United Nations have outlined what we call as the SDG, Sustainable Development Goal, where we have several goals that we need to sustain as global citizens. Okay. So therefore, it's important that we alert with these SDGs. And of course, when we care out of our global challenges, we have to adapt and, of course, aware on what we are going to able to what we call as the availability of challenges that are currently we are facing with. Okay, and in my discussion today, okay, in my presentation today, I will be highlighting more on the SDG 3 of a good health and well-being, as well as the SDG 6, where the needs of the clean water and sanitation. All right. So, as we know, as our concern today, the health challenges have even more been critical since the COVID-19 pandemics. There is always thought of bacterial infections that weaken our immune system. Thus, we need to consume more antibiotic, antivirals. Okay, but is that enough? It's always going to be our thoughts, and therefore we need to enhance the availability of the antibacterial agents, where based on the literature, the silver nanoparticles are having a good antibacterial properties. But silver itself is not enough, especially there's always a stigma where silver going to penetrate our body system, and that's not going to give a good reaction towards our health. Therefore, the needs of new support material is important. In terms of the clean water, the SDG 6, okay, there's always a concern of dye as our harmful and toxic water pollutants. This could also causing a serious health problems such as cancer and hypertension. So what is the remedy to tackle these issues? And obtaining the SDG 6, we highlight the potential of degrading these organic contaminants using the photocatalysis system. But again, the issue is what type of materials that can tackle this new technology as a photocatalyst. As in line with the SDG 6, Malaysian have outlined a few initiatives, okay, as the government have outlined the 10 to 10 MICE SDIE, okay, where there is a Malaysian socio-economic drivers. There is also the proposal of KEGA, the key economic growth activities, and as a science and technology researchers, there is a specific part where we can play an important role in sustaining the Malaysian initiative here by tolerating or responding to the DASA nanotechnologies negara being outlined within 2021 to 2030, meaning that there is a specific policy for this one, for the part of nanotechnologies that we need to embrace. Okay, and as we go through the nanotechnology development here, okay, we found that there is what other material could lead to breakthroughs, okay, after 2010, okay, because there is an exponential increase in the interest in the nanotechnologies up to 2010, where we found the graphenes that is been highlighted in several applications. But what's the current interest now after 2010 is that we are looking for a new era of nanomaterial, which is we highlighted on the MOF materials. And to be specific here on this discussion today, we are going to highlight on ZIF8. Okay, so the problem statement that outlined here from this research is that there is lack of materials that can be tackled both on the antibacterial and pollution issues. This is not going to be taken in light, but we need to have a material, not any material, but a very specific material that can be tackled on these issues. And ever since there is no new support material that are stable enough to endure both biological impacts and the physical impacts. So that's why developing the new material based on ZIF is significantly important. So we outline this objective here is to synthesize several ZIF material that can been modified and incorporate several elements, or what we call as the metals here. And then we want to characterize this material, and eventually we want to evaluate and investigate the properties for the photodegradation and the antibacterial properties. So as such, the methodology is going to follow the same, where in this study, we not only going to synthesize it, but we are going to find an alternative of a green synthesis. That's why we have an extension of a molecular studies here, molecular structure studies, where the reaction is going to be happen in the water mediums. And for the preparation part, there are two parts where we prepare the support material first, and towards the end we modify it with several sources of metals. Okay. In the characterization part, there is always where we have the comparison between the ZIF structures itself, the bare structures, and the modified one. So eventually we evaluate the properties here based on the bacterial DDT studies and the photodegradation studies, just to comply with the SDG6 and SDG3 rules that been outlined first. So these are the methodology that being carried out here in this synthesis. Okay, take note that we can call this as a water synthesized ZIF8 because we, in this approach, we have optimized and discard the use of several solvents such as ethanol and methanols. We also include that this synthesis parameters here is going to be giving much more high yields and as well as a stable structures. That we are going to discuss further later. But this is the what we call as the approach of a green synthesis, where we eliminate the needs of several toxic solvents. Okay. So how that is possible and how we are managed to eliminate and optimize the methodological procedures, because where we conduct a recent molecular study on the structures there, where we found that based on the hyperchem simulations, there is a specific interaction from the metal organic linkers and the waters, which this specific interaction based on the hydrogen bondings can be observed also in the FTIR. And we propose a mechanism, a specific mechanism, where we eliminate the needs of ethanols. Okay, so that's why the structures there going to be almost similar at the conventional ZIF, but also we have managed to do a more greener approach and using water only. We also compared the ZIF8, our ZIF8 here, with the previous study. We found that the hierarchical porosity structures here, where the meso and macro were preserved, okay, but not in other works as well, okay, where we found that the Zhang et al. Didn't manage to preserve the mesopore, but we managed to preserve the mesopore, the hierarchical structures, where we talk about different porosity happen in the nanostructure there. Not only one single pore, but there are several types, which is a meso and a macro. That's why it's hierarchical structures. So in this case, we found that our surface area almost comparable with the others, although the recent achievement of ZIF8 by manipulating with the toxic solvent or surfactant going to increase up to 1,000 plus, but by eliminating that demand or the use of toxic solvent, we managed to have almost comparable surface area. Okay, so this is the TEM structures, okay, the structural analysis of ZIF8 based on the transmission electron microscopes, where we found that the hexagonal structures is sharp, where we, for the RUVVs, we found that these structures here having the pi to pi transition, metal to imidazolate ligand transfers, which is going to be significant later when we use on the photocatalysis setup. All right. For the antibacterial activities, we propose two material and we synthesize it using ZIF8 and the bare one, okay, where we synthesize already it in the water using the greener synthesis approach, and we introduce a silver nanoparticle. These structures here, okay, going to give a distribution around medium distribution around 133 nanometers and as well as 121 nanometers. This is due to the compartment effects when we introduce the silver there. Okay. So in terms of the presence of silver, right? This is because silver is not easy to detect as well, especially when we introduce it in very small amount. That's why we need the EDX to be conducted here. So we found that by introducing the silver, okay, it's actually attached to the surface of the ZIF. Okay, this is available in the nanostructures there already. The presence of silver here, meaning that it's not going to leach out during the process, and it stay and maintain as a metal here. This is in terms of further proving that the silver is not leached out, right? So we rely on the XRF here. X-ray fluorescence, and we found that when comparing with the bare ZIF8, the silver here presence, especially in the lower 3 kiloelectron volt here, right? So we found that we've successfully synthesized the ZIF8 and the silver ZIF8, okay, with the ratio of the following here, right? In terms of further proving that the structures is not going to disrupt, although we already see it with the TEM and the FISM, we want to know whether the crystallinity going to be effect. So we found that by introducing a silver here, there is a small amount of silver crystals, and this could be seen with this extra 111 milliindices in HKL here of 38.20 degrees. So this really signifies that the silver presence in the structures there. In terms of the vibrational bands of the FTIR, we can say that there is always a similar structure, especially when the wave number is around 1000 plus, because the metal dope ZIF8 is always visible in the far IR, so it's not going to be possible to see here, but we can say that it's comparable within for the metal organic linkers that is preserved. So meaning that we didn't change much on the structures there, meaning that we modified it with the metals. We're not changing the overall structures. This is where we conducted the antibacterial assays based on the DDT, this diffusion test. We found that when we have the silver particles here in the ZIF, we know that it's going to give a better antibacterial activities, especially on both bacteria, whether it is gram positive or gram negative. Okay. So this meaning that the presence of ion of the silver nanoparticle there have the ability to destroy and enhance the ZIF8. Right. This is the second part of our concern today. We look at the photocatalytic activities. Okay. The photocatalytic activities here demand for our XRD analysis, meaning that we are going to look whether the introducing of different type of metals going to alter or destroy the crystallinity structures here. But as in our studies here, we found that the metal itself is only modifying the overall structures here. Okay, there is an extension of silver and Ti. So as the photocatalytic activity samples here, we introduce 4 types of sample where the bare sample of ZIF-8 is compared with the silver, titanium, and silver at titanium. Okay, titania ZIF-8, right? So this is in terms of the thermal stability, where we rely on the TGA analysis. We found that by having different metals or combination of metals, we found that the what we call as the weight loss here also similar, meaning that the organic compound or the organic content of the immedesolate frameworks there doesn't really change much, right? So this is again to prove back the theory or the expectation that the alteration or the modification based on different metal doesn't really change on the vibrational spectra of our structures. Okay, we found that it's almost similar again. And for the photocatalytic activity, as I highlighted or as I mentioned earlier, the DRUV is going to be significant, meaning that we are going to determine where the electron transition come from. It's basically from the organic to metal linkers of a zinc and the metal immedesolate based on the liquid metal charge transfer transitions. Okay, this is where the RUV going to be significant, where we extrapolate it into a top plot to see whether it's a semiconductor material, a conductor or non-conductor material, because a photocatalytic needs to be have a band gap within 2 to 4 of a semiconductor material. So meaning that this material here possess almost a similar type of band gap, and in the end is going, and the metal modified ZIF are able to achieve high performance of photodegradation up to above 90%. And interestingly, where we have modified the ZIF with a 2 metal, there is a tremendous increase, almost 100% up to 98% of degradation of this material, meaning that there is a significant synergistic effect when we introduce silver and titanium here. Okay, based on the kinetic study as well, we found that the introduction of 2 metals of silver and titanium here are going to have a greater kinetic reactions. Right,
Doctor?
So, yep.
You have another 2 minutes.
Okay, I'm almost finished. Okay. So for the catalytic activity here, we propose a certain mechanism, and by far, we also study the stability and the reusability, as well as where we have the reusability of our bimetal oxide going to be very, very good and stable. This is where we come up with the conclusion that this type of material, ZIF-8, offers some good flexibility and the functionalization, meaning that it's able to adopt any changes, and this is material of ZIF-8 should be further studied. These are certain recommendations to further enhance the studies, and I would like to acknowledge previous research students here. They have done a very great job. I shouldn't take all the credit, and they have also won several awards. With that, I would like to say thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Juan. My head is spinning by looking at your charts and everything, but we do have questions.
Right. Thanks.
The first question is, other application for ZIF-8?
Okay, that is an interesting question. Okay, the current challenges is on the energy storage. Okay, that's perhaps things that can be ventured by ZIF-8 because recently our Prime Minister also introduced the the carbon-free initiative of automotive part. So that is the things that I believe ZIF-8 or any metal organic framework structures should be further developed. All right.
Okay, maybe we can take another question. And the question is, can you explain on the challenges in dealing with nanomaterials?
Okay. I'm not going to reinstate on the challenges being faced by other researchers. Of course, there's always constraint of budget, timing, and so on. There is the common what we call as challenges as a researcher, but when dealing with nanomaterial, the nanostructures part is the things that we really want to see is that this material is almost invisible. So there's a lot of try and error there. So the development should be perseverance, and of course when we have certain theories, sometimes the expectation and the output shouldn't be as the same as the theory, but we need to find what actually happened in that nanoscale regions. So as I always mention in my presentation, nanoscale offer very high possibilities. So we need to really dig up into it. Right? That is the challenges.
All right. So thank you so much, Dr. Joan, for enlightening us with this very interesting speech in my mind. Now, that's the end for our session. I would like to express our gratitude to all the invited speakers of this session for their time and generosity in sharing their expertise. Thank you also to all the participants for participating in this conference. We hope that this conference has become a good platform for researchers, academicians, and industry players to convey and disseminate their valuable knowledge in their respective fields. Knowledge shared indeed will be useful and beneficial to all. Till we meet again in the future, stay safe and take care. I would like now to hand over the floor to the moderator of our last invited speech session, Puan Sakinatul Ain Jelani. Please stay for more interesting insight. Thank you.
Assalamualaikum and a very good afternoon to everyone. Before we proceed to the next session, to ensure the effectiveness of this virtual conference, I would like to get your feedback regarding the quality of the visual and audio of this conference. Kindly respond by letting me know if there is anything that we need to improve on or attend to. Okay, so far so good. Thank you for the feedback. To show respect and as a sign of our appreciation to the speakers, please put your phone on silent mode and mute your microphone during the session. Invited speakers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to be here as the moderator for I-CReST Virtual Conference 2022. I will moderate this invited speech session 3 My name is Sakinatul Ain Julani from the Center of Foundation Studies, University Technology Mara, Malaysia. On behalf of the organizing committee, we wish to extend our warm welcome, selamat datang, and thank you to all participants, guests of honor, delegates, and representatives from the participating institutions, foreign and local participants, to our third I-CReST Virtual Conference 2022, organized by the Center of Foundation Studies, University Technology Mara, Cawangan Selangor, Campus Dengkel. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we are grateful that the conference is joined by nearly 180 participants, ranging from researchers, industrial experts, and professionals. Esteemed participants are gathered here today to share their latest research findings and to share their knowledge and expertise on science, technology, and social sciences. It is hoped that the newly gained knowledge from this conference will be able to contribute to the betterment of the industry and society as a whole. Dear speakers, before we begin, I'd like to remind you that you are provided 25 minutes to deliver your speech and 5 minutes for the question and answer session. Dear guests and participants, if you wish to ask questions to the invited speakers, please type your questions in our I-CReST 2022 live streaming chat box on Pusat Asasi UiTM's YouTube channel. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to inform that there has been a change in schedule. We will begin with Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Ibrahim first. So, without further ado, I would like to invite our first invited speaker for this session, Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Ibrahim, Deputy Dean of the Kuliah of Allied Health Science, IIUM Kuantan Campus. We are honored to have you today to share your insights on Trigona B products from laboratory to community. Doctor, the floor is all yours. Okay, Dr. Muhammad?
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, just nice.
Can you see my slide? Can everybody see my slides?
Yes, we can see your slides.
Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah, wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillah wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa ala. Thank you very much to chairperson for this evening sessions. I do not know whether we can concentrate on more on the. I try my best to deliver because late of evenings is something that are very challenging for everybody to focus on the scientific things, and then after that we're going to listen to Prof. Yamina something on the social kind of approach. But bear with me, just 20 or 25 minutes. And then I would like to thank the committee members of the conference. It is a great pleasure for me to participate as invited speakers, and then also I would like to express also to the committee members for the giving opportunity to become one of the speakers in this particular conference, and not to forget also my great gratitude to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and that allow us to meet via online today. I do hope that our event will be beneficial to all, inshallah. So my topics today will be on the Trigona B products from laboratory to the community.
My apologies, Doctor. Can you put it in slideshow mode?
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. So as introductions, I have been working in the area of honey quite some times, more than 10 years already. So the challenges of the products that has been commercialized, that has been in the market, is the authenticity of the, and also the quality of the products. So in Malaysia, the use of honey and also the propolis. Propolis is a resin-like materials by bees from the barks of the poplar and the corn-bearing trees. So the propolis itself, it being used by the honey to build their hive, and then it may contains beehive byproducts. So all the books on the honey that has been published, that has been commercialized, including the trigonometry, it has been widely accepted, and then easily to be accessible to becoming as a food supplements. So by the way, yet few have specifically known about their antioxidant activities and the protective potential that I'm going to talk about on this evening is on the oxidative stress, atherosclerosis, and infertility. So these three things and that I'm going to try myself to deliberate on. So the main objective of our project, the whole teams that are involved in the trigonometry projects, trigonometry project, it is a stingless bee. It is a stingless bee. It is not the other species, but the trigonometry species, which is the stingless bee. To enhance the health benefit of this particular trigonometry honey and also its products. So my focus on the study that has been conducted by my PhD students on the wound healing, atherosclerosis, and also infertility. So this particular three approach of the three health problems that we are trying to solve by capitalizing on its antioxidant properties that they have in the trigonometry, honey, and also the products. So this is the subdivisions of our projects. First, I'm going to talk about the optimizing of the trigonometry propolis using extractions using two methods, aqueous method, which is water method, and also methanolic method. So we want to compare both methods. And then the second one, optimizing of trigonometry honey and propolis combination. Why I am combining the honey with the propolis. And the third project on the effects of this particular propolis alone and combinations of honey and propolis on wound healing. We use a guinea pig as a model. And then the fourth one, the fourth one is the using of three types of honey. What we call it as madu tiga, tri honey. We are combining the trigonometry honey, mellifera honey, and also madu tualang. And then the third one, and then the fifth one also, we're going to see the effects of tri honey on the male fertility using the hypercholesterolemic rabbits. Both project 4 and 5 using the hypercholesterolemic rabbits. So for the first project, so to optimize the trigonometry propolis extraction products, we use the response surface methodology and then the central composite design. It is a computer simulations program that allow us to predict the effects of the manipulations of the parameters to what extent that we want to see the effects. So in this project, we targeted the total phenolic content after the extraction being done using the aqueous and also methanol. So we assess the antioxidant acid, antioxidant compound, and also antioxidant parameters, antioxidant activity, antioxidant power of that particular extract. So in this particular design, we are able to find out that the aqueous extraction actually giving a satisfactory antioxidant compound and also antioxidant power as compared to the methanolic extracts. As you can see here, after the 53 hours of incubation time, extractions, and then at the temperature of 43.75 degrees Celsius, the aqueous extraction actually giving us a good extract that can be manipulated in our later study. So this is the product that has been derived, and this is the product that has been derived from the aqueous extractions of Trigonambi propolis. So it is easy to be conducted at your home settings actually. So this is what we call it as a from laboratory to the to community, because the propolis actually has high antioxidant properties that can be manipulated to get the health benefits from it. As I mentioned in our study, it facilitate in the wound healing process, for example. So when I do this particular research, we are planning to transfer this particular simple technology, if it is technology, to the community so that it can be benefited by the community. It can be done at their own backyard. And then the second one is optimizing the Trigona honey and also propolis combination to get the higher effects on the total phenolic content, total flavonoid content. This is all the antioxidant content that are responsible for the effects. And then also we also assess the antioxidant activities, free radical scavenging, how powerful the antioxidant in facilitating the process of the later diseases that we want to, or the problem that we want to tackle. You may think that why we are combining the Trigona honey and propolis together. Because there are antioxidants in in the honey that are not present in the propolis, and then there are also antioxidants that are in propolis that are not present in the honey. So to get the maximum benefit from both antioxidant from the honey and propolis, so we use again the RSM to optimize the combination and then having the optimized effects, which is in this particular case is the antioxidant properties. So this is the a few significant findings that the combination should be 50, almost 50-50. The honey 50 and the propolis 50%. So we can have the antioxidant properties that are desired to play their role in the in managing the wound healing and also the infertility and also the atherosclerosis. So this is the picture is not so nice. This is the Trigona propolis extracts and also Trigona honey that being combined with a specific method with a specific method. With a certain humidity, with a certain stirring maximum. So at the end, we target to share this particular findings with the community, especially B40 and then SMEs, for example, small medium enterprises, which is I'm now doing on the KTP grants, knowledge transfer program grants to the small medium enterprises in Pahang to generate the income. This is the examples of the training that has been conducted, and then it is now ongoing training. And then from this particular project, two projects, we come out with a book how to do the propolis extractions. Propolis extraction made easy. The topics. And then the third study that has been conducted by our groups is to see this particular propolis honey, Trigona honey, Trigona propolis, and the combinations on the wound healing properties. And the wound healing properties. So we use the guinea pigs as our model. Three treatment groups: tropical propolis, oral garbage propolis, and tropical oral propolis. And then also two control groups, which is the group with no treatment and also the commercial topical creams. So this is the result that we have. So the result from the rate of wound healing contraction that has been shown in this particular picture. So it gives us about the tropical propolis. You can put on your skin, on your cutting skin, for example. Is better as compared to the topical propolis, oral garbage propolis, and also compared to the CMC ointment. This is positive control. The common being used as a topical cream for wound healing. So and also the supplementations of oral garbage of Trigona propolis has significantly promoted the wound healing process by reducing lipid peroxidation and other inflammatory biomarkers, as well as increasing endogenous antioxidant enzymes. Hence, it will hasten the wound closure better than others. And also it also stimulate the endogenous antioxidant enzymes, which is superoxide dismutase, glutathione peroxidase in the treated group. And then the fourth study that has been conducted is the try honey. Try honey. As I mentioned earlier, madu tiga. So we are combining the Trigona honey and dorsata honey and mellifera honey using the RSM as well. Response surface methodology, central composite design, so that we know the optimum combination that resulted to the optimum conditions of the antioxidants. So and then the products has been in the market sometimes a while, but I'm not marketing. It is not enough raw material actually. So the productions has been slow lah. So to test this particular products on the effects of atherosclerosis. As we all know that atherosclerosis is a disease whereby the high rate of fat being deposited into our blood vessel. If this particular process prolong, and it will be a restriction in the blood flow, and also it will if this particular thing happens in a longer run, the blood will be stopped to flow because it constrict the blood and the blood vessels. So in this particular experiment, we use the New Zealand white rabbits as subjects. So we supplement it with the cholesterol diet, and then cholesterol diet with the honey at certain concentrations. Low dose 0.3 gram per kg body weight per day, medium dose 0.6 gram per kg body weight per day, and also 1% of 2 milligram per kg per day. Per kg per day of atorvastatin. Atorvastatin is the drug that been used to lower the cholesterol level. And then all the animals were sacrificed after 12 weeks of treatment. So this the methodology that has been used, and then the lipid profile being sampled, being assessed, LFT being assessed, fasting blood glucose, insulin. So all these particular antioxidant enzymes also being screened and being tested. Superoxide dismutase, glutathione peroxidase, and also a few oxidative biomarkers. For example, malondialdehyde, oxidized low density lipoprotein, and then also inflammatory biomarkers. For example, interleukin-1 beta, interleukin-6, TNF-alpha, and also we do the staining, I-CReST1, V-CReST1, to see more on the histopathology of the aorta and liver of the animal. So this is the significant findings. So that we could see that the mixture of honey, tri-honey, in hypercholesterolemic rabbit. So the mixture of honey has been shown to induce a significant increase in serum superoxide dismutase and glutathione peroxidase, which means that injections of the tri-honey stimulate the productions of our endogenous antioxidant enzyme, superoxide dismutase and glutathione peroxidase. So it provides the stimulations for our body to stimulate, to produce, to express more superoxide dismutase and glutathione peroxidase into our body, as well as reduction in serum MDA. So the prior supplementation of this mixture of honey reduce the serum oxidative stress biomarkers. In this particular case, is malondialdehyde. It's lower. And then serum interleukin, 1 beta, 6, anti-TNF-alpha cytokines, and I-CReST1, V-CReST1 adhesion molecule in comparison to the rabbit in hypercholesterolemic group, and that the group that are not treated but giving the cholesterol diet. So, and also from the study also, we found out that the serum I-CReST1, V-CReST1 was significantly elevated in the high cholesterol diet group when we compare to the control group that we are not giving the high cholesterol diets. So group that we supplemented with Tri-Honey, it shows a significant suppression of serum I-CReST1 and V-CReST1 in comparison to the high cholesterol group that we are not supplemented with Tri-Honey. So the serum I-CReST1, V-CReST1 exhibited a significant positive correlation with the serum cholesterol. So the serum V-CReST1 showed a significant positive correlation with the percentage of the aortic lesion later on. So you can see here. So this is the control groups. The rabbits that are eating, we are giving them a standard diet without cholesterol. This is the this is the high cholesterol diet group. You can see here almost all the cells being deposited with the fats, and because this is the group that they are having the high cholesterol diet without the honey. But this one is honey in the low dose, try honey, and then the medium dose, and then this one is the highest dose. The highest dose of the honey. So you can see the higher the dose is, the more effective in inhibiting the depositions of the fat into the blood vessel. So this is the histology of the aortic atherosclerotic aorta. When we sample, we can see here in the high cholesterol diet group, the tunica media and also tunica intima here being deposited with a fat higher. But the group that being supplemented with the Tri-Honey at high dose, low dose, and also is comparable to the atorvastatin group, meaning that the honey can be used together with the current practice, medical practice, to lesser the side effects of the drug being used by the patient that having atherosclerosis. So high cholesterol diet, and this is the result. High cholesterol diet induce extensive and significant increase in percentage of atherosclerotic lesion when compared to the control group, as I mentioned. And then Tri-Honey showed significant reduction of percentage of atherosclerotic lesions. Its effect was comparable to atorvastatin. And then high cholesterol diet induced significant thick atherosclerotic plaques and very significant tunica intima, tunica media thickness ratio. So Tri-Honey showed significant reduction effect on tunica intima thickness and significant decrease in tunica intima and tunica media thickness ratio when compared to the high cholesterol groups. So, and then microscope examination, and if you can see here, staining, and then microscope examination also. Intimal lesions of the high cholesterol diet showed massive intimal lesions, sheets of foamy macrophages, layers of smooth muscle cells, foamy smooth muscle cells, and then the plaque that has been deposited. So Tri-Honey at higher dose exhibit more recruitment of SMSCs in the sub-endothelial areas where compared to iatrogenic group. So Trihani treated group were protected against fragmentation of internal and external elastic laminae, in addition to more condensation of elastic tissue and recruitment of SMSCs in upper intima in comparison to other iatrogenic groups. In the high cholesterol diet group also, medial elastic layers were disrupted. This may be due to more collagen deposited. And then this may cause aortic wall stiffness and impair the aortic wall physiology. So in the high cholesterol diet group also, the internal external elastic laminae were fragmented at the thickness point of the plugs. So atorvastatin received group had compact layers of medial elastic tissue in addition to interrupted internal elastic lamina at the thickness point of the atherosclerotic plug. We can see here. We can see here all the pictures. The last one, the last study that has been conducted by our group is to see the effects of the Trihani on the male fertility. So the Trihani effects on the male reproductive hormones and insulin resistance has been conducted. So also we assign the 6 groups also. The 6 groups also. High cholesterol diet group. This is the low dose, medium dose, and higher dose. No. 2 doses. 0.3 gram per kg per day. This is the atorvastatin group. Atorvastatin, these positive control groups. And also the group that are receiving the commercial pellet groups with the 0.6 gram kg per day of Trihani as well. In the control negative group also we give the honey as well, so that we evaluate in terms of lipid profile, blood glucose, serums, testicular antioxidant enzyme, which is in this particular case is SOD and superoxide dismutase and glutathione peroxidase. So serum and testicular MDA serum, inflammatory biomarkers like interleukin-1 beta, interleukin-6, TNF alpha, and also the hormonal acid, testosterone, FSH, luteinizing hormone, and insulins. And also sperm also were collected from the cauda of the RT epididymis for analysis of motility, vitality, and morphology, and also the concentrations of the sperm. So 1 testis and 1 epididymis were collected, weighed, and processed for histology. So this is the key findings of the study. So the serum testosterone reduced significantly in high cholesterol diet, and also it observed in the atorvastatin diet, atorvastatin group. So giving the atorvastatin has a significant impact on the serum testosterone. So likewise, testicular testosterone reduced significantly in high cholesterol diet and atorvastatin group. So serum FSH increased significantly in high cholesterol diet group. And then administration of 1% of cholesterol diet either alone or in combination with atorvastatin caused a significant reduction in the testicular weight, testicular tubular degenerative changes, and spermatogenesis impairment. So Trihani, particularly at the dose of 0.6 gram per kg per day, improved the testicular weight and then improve the testicular tubular degenerative changes and also enhance the spermatogenesis. And then on the part of the histopathological changes, administration of 1% cholesterol diet either alone or in combination with atorvastatin cause a significant reduction in the epididymal weight and epididymal atrophy. So supplementation of trihoney, particularly at the dose of 0.6 gram per kg per day, improve all the parameters.
Doctor, sorry for interrupting. You have 2 more minutes, yeah?
Okay, at the end of the slides also.
Okay,
so the trihoney also giving the high impact on the lipid peroxidation and antioxidant enzyme activities. So this is the effects of the trihoney on the percentage of sperm parameters of hypercholesterolemic male rabbits. So it can increase the and decrease the immotile sperm. So immotile sperm. So this as compared to other supplement giving rabbits the drugs and as well as the high-fat diet will increase the immotile sperm. So also supplementation also lesser the effects. Supplementation with trihoney lesser the effects of producing the abnormal sperm. So it produces more normal sperm. And then also it produces a higher concentrations of the sperm. So this is our current project, knowledge transfer project, collaboration between IUM and Pahang Apiculture SME, small medium enterprise, to share research output on Trigona propolis aqueous extraction method. And then also current project also randomization clinical trial on trihoney supplementation among infertile obese men to look at the effects on oxidative stress and proteomic profile of the semen of the infertile male. So this is the KTP project with SMEs to transfer all the technology from laboratory to the community. This book has been published, kaedah mudah pengekstrakan klulut you can do at your home, at your own backyard of your house. So this is the conclusions of my presentation, and the findings of our continuous studies suggest that the trihoney mixtures offer protection against atherosclerosis and male infertility. So eventually these outputs are expected to be translated into clinical use and commercialization for the benefits of the community. So thank you, International Conference on Research and Practices in Science, Technology and Social Science, UITM, for inviting me to share something from IUM. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Muhammad, for delivering such an insightful speech. Who knew that the products of Trigona B could have so many benefits to the community with regards to wound healing, fertility, and so on. Yeah, very remarkable. Subhanallah. All right. So, Doctor, we do have a few questions for you. First of all, are there any adulteration issues with Trigona B products? And if there are any adulteration issues, in your opinion, how will it impact our health?
Actually, there are many products outside there are claiming with regard to the benefit from the honey. But as far as we are concerned, in our laboratory, we are do the benchmarking on our products, and also adulteration can happen in many products, not only the honey, but our products that has been produced from our laboratory, and then the technology that we transfer to the SMEs, inshallah, will be the good choice for the community lah. And there are lots of product outside there, but the product that being based on research are lesser in the community. So research-based product nowadays can have take part in the community as well. So the community can choose the good product that come out from the research base, not only product, for example, 3-in-1, 10-in-1 products that are not really being scientifically tested.
All right. Okay. Thank you, Doctor. And we have one final question here. Okay. Could you perhaps give a few examples of challenges arising from research collaboration with the community, such as small and medium-sized enterprises, SMEs?
Yes. Even though there are grants that are being provided by the governments to speed up or to help the SME to start up their spin-off company, for example, to market, to produce, to market, and then to have to gain a return, a monetary return from the projects. So the biggest challenge from the university is how we are able to produce a simple technology, doable technology. When we talk about high-tech technology, it is almost very hard for us to transfer to the community. That's why in our team we think we try our best to provide the community with a doable technology, simple but it can benefit. So that's why I say that to all researchers out there, even though the technology can be high-tech technology, but we as a scientist must think that how we going to simplify the technology to the community, and the community can get the benefit. So this is my last remark, last word. And thank you very much for the opportunity. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Alhamdulillah, thank you very much, Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad, for sharing your insightful views and ideas with us. All right, ladies and gentlemen, now we are honored to have our second invited speaker here with us today. Please give a warm welcome to Professor Dr. Yamina I-CReST Al-Alam from the Faculty of Letters and Human Sciences, Mohammed V, University in Rabat, Morocco. Professor Dr. Yamina's speech is entitled "The Internationalization Process as a Means for Ensuring the Quality of Higher Education." Without further ado, welcome Professor Dr. Yamina.
Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Wassalatu wassalamu ala khatimil anbiya'i wal mursalin, Sayyidina Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. I'm going to share my screen. So, do tab. I hope no. It's open. Sorry. I need it.
No worries.
Window because it's here. Do you see my screen, please?
Yes, perfectly.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so of course I will go up.
Okay, sorry, Prof. It seems as though it hasn't entered the slideshow mode yet. Could you perhaps try again?
It's there? You don't see it again?
It hasn't been made into full mode, full screen mode. It's
no, it is on my screen. It is on my screen. Could you maybe wait a little bit?
Okay, sure.
Yeah. Do you see it as a full screen now?
Okay, wait, let me check here.
Because it is on my laptop, on my screen, it's full mode. Okay. Yeah.
Unfortunately, it's still not in full mode, but I think it's fine. You can go ahead and proceed, yeah, Prof?
Yeah. Okay. So as you can see, first of all, I would like to thank you for this opportunity and for associating me with your activities. This is the second time I'm taking part in this, in sharing the results of my research. So the presentation I'm giving today is the result of my research during the last 2 years on the internationalization of higher education in Morocco and also in Africa. So you can see what I mean by internationalization, and what you are doing actually here today is a form or is part of internationalization when you get related to scholars from other countries and you open on the global scene. It's a form of internationalization. So my presentation is organized as such. So I will start with a brief introduction, and then I will get into defining the term internationalization, because this is still a new concept and there is still no real agreement on the definition of the concept. And then I will refer to what it involves, and I will refer to some unintended outcomes of internationalization, and then conclude. So, of course, internationalization is not a new phenomenon, for it has existed for centuries now. Now, among the frequently cited definitions of the concept, 2004 seems to do justice to the term, as she views it as the process of integrating an international, intercultural, or global dimension into the purpose, functions, or delivery of post-secondary education, which means higher education. Of course, under the competitive pressures of globalization and global rankings, as it happens today for our universities, internationalization has become the watchword of the field of higher education worldwide. Of course, what does actually internationalization involve? Higher education systems have recently undergone most significant transformations through, of course, the process of internationalization under the impact of globalization. And of course, internationalization insists on the need to strengthen partnerships and coordinate actions at both the national, the regional, and international levels in order to ensure the quality of higher education systems around the world. Internationalization, what does internationalization actually help to do? It helps to improve the quality of higher education. It improves the quality of research. It prepares students, our university students, as global citizens who understand and value cultural diversity and are ready for the competitive global markets. And it helps to address and contribute to the resolution of the global problems, and it plays a role in the promotion of the international values and addresses the global issues such as poverty and health. And of course, one of the speakers this morning referred to the SDGs. And of course, that's what internationalization, one of the goals of internationalization is also to work on meeting the objectives of the SDGs. If you remember, during the COVID-19, we have seen such collaboration between all the countries for finding vaccines against the COVID-19 virus. And this is part of what internationalization involves. Now, what does internationalization involve? Sorry, I'm going to So what does it involve? It involves, why did it? Yes. So internationalization involves, of course, helps students and teachers, mobility as one of the key components. So when we speak of internationalization, we refer to the possibility students and teachers have to go to other universities for a period of time to share experience or to study or to acquire skills. So actually, the students' mobility has clear effects on their linguistic and intercultural communication skills, their employability, and on the visibility of the higher institutions they belong to. When a student, for instance, from my university goes to another university, it's an opportunity for that university to learn more about my university, to find out about what it is, and of course, for my university to become known at the international level. Now, the teacher's mobility is an opportunity to collaborate with international colleagues and get involved in international projects. And I think that I'm sure that Morocco has a number of partnerships with Malaysian University, and the one really operating here very well is the As-Safa University, where Mohammed V University actually receives students from As-Safa University for learning, who come to Morocco for learning Arabic as, of course, improving their skills in the Arabic language, but also to study either in the Department of Arabic or the Department of Islamic Studies. So this is a concrete example of what we call internationalization and academic collaboration. It is also an opportunity to acquire skills. Sorry, yes?
Professor, sorry for interrupting. If you may, can you please exit the presentation mode, because on screen right now it seems to be blinking. So we would like to resolve this technical issue.
Yes. Okay. I stop it and I go back to it.
If possible, do not go into presentation mode. Are you moving your slides at the moment?
Yes.
Okay, because it is not projected on the screen.
Sorry. Okay, I will exit and then get back to it.
Okay, that would be great.
Okay. So now it's not on, is it there or not yet?
It's there. Unfortunately, the slides are not moving.
Let me put it on. Is it moving now? Yes?
Okay, I believe it's still processing. Give it some time.
Yeah.
It hasn't appeared yet. In a moment, yeah?
Because it takes time. Google Meet is... you see it?
Unfortunately, Prof, it doesn't seem to be appearing. Could you perhaps present full screen instead?
This way? Is it okay now? Do you see
Not
it
yet.
now?
It hasn't appeared yet.
Okay, let me... Oh, it's completely... Oh, yeah. I understand. Okay. So it's here. Do you see it now?
Okay, it says that you are presenting. Okay, I can see it. Okay, to resolve the issue just now, perhaps, Prof, you don't need to enter the full screen mode, and you can just move the slides from the view as of now.
So do you see it now?
Yes, we can see it now.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I was saying that it is an opportunity to acquire skills and experience and learn from other experiences as well. So I think I was at this thing. Now, what does internationalization involve? It also involves the internationalization of the curriculum. I don't know to what extent the audience or here is familiar with the internationalization process and with the term internationalization of the curriculum. That is, of course, you internationalize your curriculum, for instance, when you introduce modules or subjects on other cultures or other countries or other contexts at the global level. And this is what it means by internationalization of the curriculum. So you open on other societies in order to improve the academic quality of the program and develop your students' intercultural competences. Your students, for instance, when I speak about Morocco, we have a lot of a number of modules where we speak about, of course, aspects related to either the US or France or the Muslim countries' cases, for instance, when, for instance, in the Department of Islamic Studies, we refer to Islam in, for instance, so that our students are familiar with the different types of things and the different contexts, and they have a dimension about the intercultural or other cultural contexts. It also boosts the students' ways of thinking, and in so doing, it provides them with skills, knowledge, and experiences required to understand and act on issues at a global level. Of course, when students have an idea about the global context, they are in a better situation to reflect on their local context. Because when you think of your local context in a global context, you're able to understand and see how things work. Internationalization of the curriculum is also a key component for any university who wants to get involved in the internationalization. And it is important to actually include context so that when your student goes for mobility, for instance, to another country, the student has an idea about a number of things related to this country. Now, according to leaks, for instance, 2009, internationalization of the curriculum involves the preparation of graduates to live and work effectively and ethically in an increasingly interconnected world. That is, of course, without internationalization, the student, for instance, this was the case, for instance, for the US for a long time. The United States was really not opening on the world, and American universities were focused on their local history, their local geography, and their students were really ignorant of the international context. I remember when I visited the US as a Fulbright visiting scholar, and I was mentioning Morocco. I said I'm from Morocco. Their students were not in a position to know where Morocco was, which is not the case for our students because they are aware of the world geography, the world's history, and so on. So, of course, Leaks claims that the focus is more on the experiences through internationalization. What we are interested in actually is not the content of what they are really learning, but the experiences the students have in a global context and the knowledge they will acquire, because when you go and you live in another culture, you acquire a number of skills, you acquire a lot of knowledge, and you become more or less capable of handling situations. You are also in a different context where you have to communicate with people from other cultures and pay attention to these cultural differences between the different countries. So still with what internationalization involves, another aspect of internationalization concerns the focus on foreign languages in general and English in particular. So for instance, you know that nowadays English has become the global language, the language of science. It imposes itself everywhere. And the fact that we are all using English now, though we are from different countries and we where the local languages and the official languages of our countries is not English, but still, for the sake of research and for the sake of science or scientific research, we are all using a common language, which is English. So English has imposed itself as the language of science. And this is what internationalization also allows our researchers and our students to acquire. Students who go on mobility, teachers who go on mobility have the opportunity to improve their skills in the English language or in any other language, of course, used at the university where they go for mobility. Internationalization also enables our students to become more aware of various international issues and to gain an international experience that can boost them when competing on the job market. For instance, if you are aware and you know that nowadays our students do not only target the local job markets, but they also target the global job markets. And of course, I will come back to this because this is not always positive. This is a threat for for our developing countries. But at least this is an opportunity they get at least for gaining some experience before they come back to their countries. Now, international mindedness and language proficiency, intercultural competence, flexibility, tolerance, respect of the others, prepare students for the global world, global job market, but also the global research areas. And of course, this is very important because nowadays, as again, I refer again to all the issues humanity is facing require that researchers all over the world collaborate so as to find solutions to these issues. And I think that the COVID-19 context proved it and showed that it's only through collaboration that humanity can face the challenges it is facing. So now internationalization also creates opportunities for researchers. Now I'm going to, of course, to researcher focus on research to strengthen the research and knowledge production. And of course, you know that the global north is more advanced than the global south. And of course, when I speak about the global south, I refer to Africa, Asia, and Latin America. This is the global south. It's currently referred to as the global south. And I have recently participated in an international conference in Ethiopia on academic collaboration in the global south, Africa, Asia, and Latin America. And really it was a great opportunity because we tried to look at how the global south can really improve the situation and can develop a form of internationalization that is adapted to the global south context, because the internationalization with the global north actually is not always for the benefit of the global south. Now it improves their status and the status, visibility, reputation, and ranking of their institutions. Because when, for instance, a Moroccan colleague get involved in an international project at any other university in the north, in the global north, it's an opportunity for our institution to become visible, and this is something that will contribute to improving the ranking of our university. Now, this status, of course, enables institutions to acquire financial funds through their participation in international programs such as Erasmus, and I think that Erasmus has recently extended its funding to Asia as well. Initially, it was focused mostly on Europe and, of course, giving opportunity to Africa in particular. But recently, the Erasmus program has extended its funding to Asia as well. And you have also Horizon 2020 programs. This presents an additional and beneficial source of revenue, especially at a time of budgetary restrictions. And of course, you know, when we take the context of the Moroccan context, for instance, where the budget of higher education is really very, very reduced, this type of funding is an opportunity to undertake so many research projects, of course, in collaboration with colleagues from European universities in particular, but also recently with colleagues from African university, and with focus and trying to, as much as possible, learn from such experiences and come out with some results that are for the benefit of our countries. Now, I would like here now, after I have exposed what internationalization, of course, offers us, I would like to refer to some unintended outcomes of internationalization. Most of the time when we get involved in internationalization, we think of the positive side of what we are going to gain. And we tend to actually forget about the unintended outcomes, especially the negative ones. So, for instance, I have recently written an article co-authored with a colleague of mine here in Morocco on internationalization in higher education in Morocco, where we really studied the Moroccan case and tried to come out with the situation, what is happening, but also think of these unintended outcomes of internationalization. I did the same thing when I participated in this international conference in Ethiopia on internationalization in Africa, Asia, and Latin America, and where we tried to look at actually how to make internationalization profitable for the global south. So one of the main unintended outcomes that we seem to actually overlook and not pay much attention to is that internationalization leads to brain drain. And this is one of the most serious and unintended consequences for all developing countries. When our students, for instance, go and study abroad, and some of them go for a mobility, for a degree mobility. That is, they go to a European, mostly European university for a master program or a doctoral program. Most of the time, they prefer to stay there because they have better job opportunities, because they have better offers, better conditions for research, and so on and so forth. And this is something that we tend to really not pay attention to. Students also, of course, as this is exactly what I have just mentioned. So this is something that we should absolutely try to think of, and try to, countries should try to think of how to put an end to the brain drain, because after all, the country invests in its students. We invest in their education and everything, and they go at a specific level of education. And then it's a loss for, of course, the country loses its highly skilled human capital and all the investment it has put into their education. There is also another unintended outcome, is the excessive emphasis on internationalization at the expense of other important priorities for staff and students locally, which is a serious unintended consequence. I'm referring here and thinking, of course, of the Moroccan and African context, because these are the two contexts I'm really very much familiar with, and I'm also familiar to some extent with Asia, the Asian context, especially the Chinese one, because actually when we get involved in internationalization, it's not everyone can afford to go on mobility to another country, because the grants given are not enough. So most of the time, the family has to supply more financial aid to its children so as to go on mobility. So this is, of course, when we focus on internationalization, we tend to forget that this should be, of course, there should be some social justice, and that we should also try to offer opportunities to people who are not financially at ease to go on mobility. Now, another important negative unintended consequence concerns the reproduction of international approaches to internationalization by the adoption of the same curricula, ideas used by the West which actually leads to a form of colonization of the educational system of a sovereign country. And this is actually is very, very apparent in Morocco and African countries because, you know, with the adoption of the LMD system, you know, the reform, the Bologna process where we adopted the LMD system, licence, master, doctorate, Morocco has been blindly following the European system of education, actually lead into a form actually of colonization. And actually this is one of the main objectives of a team or a group of researchers at the level of Africa, trying as much as possible to decolonize the higher education system, and especially question even the definition of internationalization provided by Western scholars, saying that the definition provided does not do justice to the term, because actually Africa and the South has always been involved in internationalization. Moroccans have always gone to Europe or the US or Britain or Australia or Canada to study. It's now internationalization should occur in the other direction. That is, other students from the US, Britain, Europe should come to Morocco to study. So this is really, there is still a hot debate about this. Now, indeed, an African scholar, Kasai Alemo, claims that internationalization can, to some extent, be considered the new mode of imperialism due to the recruitment of the best brains for brain power and the injection of systems, policies, experiences, and the like. So, of course, we have to be very careful, though I claim to that internationalization is a means to improve the quality of higher education, the quality of teaching, the training of our students. We have to be very cautious with the unintended actually consequences or outcomes of internationalization. And as a conclusion, I would say that internationalization is definitely benefiting universities and enhancing the quality of education by providing mobility, students with global curricula, and helping them acquire intercultural skills, competencies, and building global awareness. Internationalization has also the potential for improving the quality of curriculum, students, programs, staff, and facilities in higher education. Internationalization is no longer an end in itself, but a means for improving the quality of education. And of course, it is the key criterion in the ranking of universities, a means for improving the quality of teaching and research and serving society. So of course, despite the benefits and opportunities, some of the unintended consequences reveal that internationalization can be a Trojan horse to introduce some dangerous aspects into higher education of our developing countries, such as the commodification of higher education and the cancellation of the democratization of access to good quality of higher education. Higher education systems in our countries should be cautious about all these unintended negative consequences. And I think that there is now a call for what we call internationalization at home, that is really try as much as possible to rather open our universities for international students to come and study at our universities, introduce modules about internationalize the curricula, organize events on campus, so as, of course, to counter the brain drain and retain students in their home countries. The digitization of higher education will surely improve the quality of education and the whole sector. And this can be a solution to actually a lot of issues we are facing now with internationalization, especially in relation to the funding, because the funding are scarce in our countries and the budgets for education is being reduced year after year. And with this, I conclude and thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Yamina. That was a very enlightening speech regarding the internalization process, how it can ensure the quality of higher education, and also some unintended drawbacks from the process. Now, Prof, we do have a few questions for you. In fact, we do have one question from our YouTube channel here from Mr. Zaidi Yaakob. Okay, from Asasi UiTM Dengkil. His comment here is, his question is, I would like to hear your comments on the view where students hesitate to continue their studies at a higher level as they think it will not give significant personal economic differences to their future.
Yeah, well, it depends on countries actually, because for instance, if I take the case of Morocco, having access to higher education and going further into studies really gives you opportunities to improve your economic status or your economic situations. But I know that, for instance, in some countries, a student with a master program, for instance, master programs are not valued on the job market. And I can refer, for instance, here, because this is a real case I have experienced myself in the US. Whether you have a BA or a master, it's all the same on the job market. That was the case of my son, because he studied had a master degree at Columbia University, and then when he applied for the job market, they didn't want to consider his master degree at Columbia University. And this Columbia University is a very prestigious university, but they said, no, for us, it's not an added value. So it all depends actually on the countries. But for instance, if you go to France or to Europe, they will surely distinguish between someone with a BA and someone with a master degree or a doctorate degrees. It depends on the systems in countries. Some countries are degree oriented, whereas some other countries are rather experience oriented. For instance, in the US, they value people with experience over the people with degrees. If they have two, for instance, candidates, one with a very rich experience with a lower degree, but the other one, for instance, a BA and a master with less experience, they would really favor the BA with a lot of experience. These are people who look for practical or people who are operational, who can really do the job properly, who do not need a lot of training and so on and so forth. So it all depends. But I think that education, higher education, opens our minds and develops our personalities, our way of thinking, our knowledge, and of course it's an added value for the individual to have a high degree, in my opinion. I hope I have answered the person's question.
Okay,
yes,
right. So there are many factors actually that contribute to the decision by the students, yeah, and also the process that they decide to go through. Okay, so we have one last question here by Shazan Omar. Okay, what is the best way to measure the success of internationalization?
Yeah, well, what's the best way to measure the success? Actually, that's one of the areas of research I'm really very much interested in. And I supervise the doctoral dissertations on the topic. For instance, one of the dissertations was defended on the 19th, last Thursday, on the internationalization of Muhammad V University and Al-Akhawain University, a comparative study, and of course, trying to find out what was, of course, the strengths and weaknesses of Muhammad V University. And actually, Al-Akhawain University is a semi-public or semi-private university where students have to pay, whereas Muhammad V University is a public university where students do not pay anything. So what we realized, of course, for internationalization first, and we came at the dissertation came out with a model for the internationalization of Muhammad V University. The first and most important thing is for the leadership, of course, to have a leadership at the level of the university. That is, of course, and even at the level of the ministry, that is, the Ministry of Higher Education should believe in the process and should provide the means for the universities to get involved in that. So at the level, there should be a general or a national vision for the country about how they want to get involved in internationalization. And of course, so that all universities within the same country adopt the same strategy. So I think that having a vision is essential. There should be a vision for the country. And then, of course, universities can adapt and adopt these things according to their context, to their depending on their partnerships and so on and so forth. But the vision is very important, and the leadership at the level of the university is very important, because that's one of the key things for really succeeding. And so on. The other thing is for choosing the kind of partnerships and MOUs you sign with the different universities in the world. For instance, when you count the number of agreements and MOUs, Muhammad V University has hundreds of MOUs, but very few of them are practical, are really implemented. So I think that there should be a selection on the basis of strategic partnerships, where the relation between the partner universities is a win-win relation. But just signing the sake for partnership for the sake of saying I have 100, 200, 300 partnerships is not really the solution. But you should have partnerships where you have your students benefit from their partnerships, their students benefit. It's really a win-win type of relationship. And you should provide the means as well, because actually one of the weaknesses for our university is that we don't have the infrastructure. We don't have the dormitories, the campuses for receiving international students. And this is one of the challenges, because I happen to serve as Vice Dean for Research and Cooperation at the Faculty of Letters earlier. And one of the challenges is how to really find accommodation for our students. And of course, when you put students in a context that our local students accept, but an international student find that it doesn't meet the standards of what they have in their countries. So I think that the country and the whole country should get into the policy. And I think that policymakers as well should believe in the internationalization process, because there are a lot of investment should be made in preparing campuses for international students and so on and so forth. Of course, the list is long, but these are the key things to start with. And I hope I have answered the question.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. As you can see, the way there are many things that we need to consider, especially with the vision and leadership. We can say that the role is top-down, right? It requires, as you said, many parties in order to make it successful. Okay, once again, thank you very much, Prof. Dr. Yamina. This has been an eye-opening session. We are honored once again to have you here today. Thank you.
My pleasure. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I'm really grateful to you, and I hope I will follow up with you with the next conference again next July. I think it's every July, isn't it?
Inshallah,
Inshallah.
it will be
So thank you.
updated. Yes, most
Yeah,
welcome,
thank you.
Prof.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we have one announcement. Unfortunately, due to unforeseen circumstances, the organizing committee regrets to inform that we are unable to proceed with Dr. Wargio's session. Okay, with that, this is the end of our session. I would like to thank all guests and participants for participating in this conference. We hope that I-CReST 2022 has become a good platform for researchers, academicians, and industry players to broadcast and disseminate their valuable knowledge in their respective fields. Knowledge shared indeed will be useful and beneficial to all. Right after this, we will proceed with the closing ceremony. On that note, if you're excited to find out the winners of the Best Presenter Awards, don't go anywhere and keep on watching Pusa Asasi UITM's YouTube channel. Till we meet again in the future, stay safe and take care. Assalamu alaikum and thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, all the good things must come to an end. Therefore, I would like to invite Yang Berbahagia, Professor Technologist Dr. Saifullah Haji Abdullah, Director of Center of Foundation Studies, University Technology Mara, Malaysia, to officiate the closing ceremony of International Conference on Research and Practices in Science, Technology and Social Sciences, I-CReST 2022.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you, MC, Ms. Tri Fitriati. Yang berbahagia, Profesor Dr. Hadino, Profesor Department of Chemistry, Universitas Negeri Malang, Indonesia. Yang berbahagia, Profesor Dr. Muhammad Rafi bin Johan, Director, Nanotechnology Catalysis Research Center, NanoCat, University of Malaya. Yang berbahagia, Profesor Dr. Nur Zaidi, Haji Muhammad Daud, Professor, Faculty of Business Management, University Technology Mara, UiTM Malaysia. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh and salam sejahtera. Alhamdulillah, all praises are for Allah, for it is with His blessings that we are able to gather here for today's closing ceremony. On behalf of Center of Foundation Studies, UiTM Selangor, Bengkel Campus, it is with great pride and pleasure to welcome all participants to the International Conference on Research and Practices in Science, Technology, and Social Sciences, I-CReST 2022. We are here this evening to celebrate outstanding achievement for our participants in sharing their knowledge to the world. As a fellow educator, we should never stop seeking for knowledge, as it is one of the means for advancement and perfection of the individual and the society, both in this world and the hereafter. First of all, I would like to start by thanking the I-CReST 2022 Organizing Committee for bringing the expertise and experience around the table and making I-CReST 2022 a success. However, most importantly, our has been an outstanding example where our minds have been assailed by ideas, information, and vision. And there is indeed plenty to reflect upon, and if this is in any way enhance our individual and collective contribution to transcend boundary, then the conference can truly be declared a successful. Ladies and gentlemen, with the theme Transcending Boundaries and Sustaining Livelihood through Multidisciplinary Research. It plays a significant role to create a platform for fellow research in presenting their research findings. Not only that, this initiative provides opportunity for exchange views and promote knowledge transfer among researchers, industry professionals from various backgrounds to share ideas from their respective. I am proud to announce that I-CReST 2022 has received 180 entries from within and outside the country. Submission from some of neighboring countries like Indonesia, China, Japan, Philippines, Brunei, and Morocco prove that challenges that come during the pandemic, knowledge sharing does not go into account. In fact, it pushes us to work harder and smarter to ensure fellow educators and researchers are able to share ideas from their respective fields. We need to appreciate how open we are about that we learn and how we try to push our knowledge out beyond of this. I also hope that participants have seized the opportunity to collaborate and strengthen ongoing professionalism between participants as well as the industry. Once again, I would like to take opportunity to thank the committees and participants who added the conference experience. Since the I-CReST and annual event, we look forward to seeing you again in 2022. Let us pray that we are able to organize the conference again physically. Finally, with Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, I hereby close the International Conference on Research and Practices, Science, Technology, and Social Sciences, I-CReST 20. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Saifullah Haji Abdullah, for the closing ceremony speech.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the moment we all have been waiting for. I will now announce the winners for the Best Presenter Awards. But before that, on behalf of the organizers, we would like to thank all the participants for your submissions and all of the submissions to make this conference a success. Without further ado, I will now announce the winner of the Best Presenter Awards. Track Social Sciences, Ms. Nur Hidayah Mat Yazid, Error Analysis, the correlation between justification, inclusion, and learners' performance in an English grammar assessment. Track Social Sciences, Ms. Zairul Yati Mali, Occupational Burnout Among Public Relations Practitioners in Malaysia and the Impact on the Organizations. Track Social Sciences, Ms. Fitri Nur Aina binti Fauzi, Social Media and its Influence on Vocabulary and Language Learning, Perspectives from University Students in Malaysia. Track Social Sciences, Ms. Nurul Ayuni Muhammad Nuzuruddin,
exploring the influence of digital piracy towards the growth of Malaysian media industry and actions to be taken. Track Social Sciences, Ms. Mahanim Binti Hasnan, exploring students' acceptance on the use of learning management system in Polytechnic English Language Classroom, LMS CIDOS. Track Science and Technology, Mr. Anas Azharuddin Ahmad Tarmizi, optimization and characterization of selenium nanoparticle synthesis using Moringa oleifera plant extract. Track Science and Technology, Associate Professor Dr. Jaya Kumar Murthy, changes in amygdala mTORC2 and PKC epsilon expression in alcohol use disorder, a rodent model. Track Science and Technology, Ms. Nur Arisha Ahmad Najmi, the impact of pandemic towards academic activities of health sciences students, a survey. Track Science and Technology, Dr. Nabila Akmal Muhammad Zailani, effect of the incorporation of choline chloride-based deep eutectic solvent towards the flexibility of polymethyl methacrylate films. Track Science and Technology, Ms. Nipa Das Gupta, driver drowsiness detection system through facial expression using convolutional neural networks, CNNS. Once again, we would like to congratulate all the recipients of the Best Presenter Awards. We now have come to the end of I-CReST 2022. We would like to thank you for your participation, contribution, and support for this conference. Hope to see all of you again next year. Thank you so much, and Assalamu alaikum.